Hello everybody and welcome back to the SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy at the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. We are going to round 3 at Spa-Francorchamps and I am joined once again by Paul Glover. Paul, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Terry. Welcome back yourself. You weren't here for the previous round at Bathurst and you missed a lot of action in the previous race, so I'm expecting pretty much the same here at Spa-Francorchamps, especially when we start to take a little peek at the weather.
Yes, the weather for this round's looking a little bit dicey. It's not the best weather out there in Belgium right now, but it should bring some interesting racing to everyone's eyeballs for the next few hours, as well as, you know, how close the field is out on track.
Yes, no, indeed, and as somebody who I actually quite enjoy running in the wet, I think it equals the playing field for somebody that doesn't have as much talent as these guys. I consider myself a bit of a Jenson Button in the wet. You know, it kind of boosted him a little bit during his Formula One career. You know, he kind of stood out as a wet racer. Thing is, one of the things that always catches me out at Spa is that puddle at the at the end of the pit lane. And we have seen in previous esports series, shall we say, that I've been involved in, where there's been a miraculous crash at the start because everybody's forgotten about that. And it also makes the pit exit rather interesting as well. But we don't know how wet it's going to be for the start of race, of course. So whether it's going to have, you know, how many puddles are going to be out there on the circuit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we're currently in free practice. The drivers are driving around the track, getting used to all the track conditions. But yeah, as you say, once we go over Radion and up for Aru, I'll tell you something. When you get to the top of there, there's a lot of aero stalling up there, and with the weather as well, it's going to be. You might see some spicy action at the top of that old hill.
Yes, yeah, no, indeed, and as we know, Spa is a rather large circuit as well. So sometimes you forget, you know, it takes a few laps to remind yourself, oh yeah, that rather large puddles just in that position. But look, these guys are pros, right? I'm not a pro, so these guys will know, have raced around here in the wet before. They'll know what to expect, and it adds a little bit of extra colour to the event, which is, you know, the previous rounds have been absolutely fantastic.
Yes. I'm afraid to have missed the action. I'm afraid to like not have sat in the booth, but now I'm here. We get to have a look at Spa-Francorchamps, and you know, let's have a look at the entry list going into this round. So here we go. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see the drivers that have passed those qualifications rounds that me and yourself, Paul, did commentate on, and then you'll see the pro invites in that class. So the number one is the Simulation Esport team, and then in the number 4 car, the pro driver was, sorry, just on the screen there, and then on to the next. There is a massive grid going into this Spa-Francorchamps race, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and some of these guys, you know, have shown really what they can do. The Yaz Heat guys, Veloce, BMW, G2 Esports, and some of the names that you recognise, you know, are racing absolutely everywhere. Also, you've got Race Anywhere Esports as well. Unicorns of Love have impressed me the last few rounds. I can't remember if it was the 14 or the 4 car last time that had the issue on the first lap. One of their drivers, and I do apologise, forget their name, but they had a brake issue on their sim rig, but the guys didn't give up, and fortunately for that driver as well, he managed to go and find an alternative rig to finish the rest of the racing. So absolute dedication, and that, you know, and that's the thing, right? We talk about sim racing, but you get mechanical failures. You know, and our mechanical failure could be a game crash, could be an internet disconnect. You know, as frustrating as it can be, there's a little bit of jeopardy in sim racing, just as there is in real motorsport.
Yeah, that's the real balancer. That even though we don't have, you know, in ACC, for example, there isn't engine failures unless you have like really bad downshifts, but you do have the ability to, you know, still have gear issues, still have internet issues, and that's kind of what you come into in sim racing, that you still have all of those different vulnerabilities that could happen during a race.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the standings then. So these are the qualifier class. So that's the qualifying class that you saw on the entry list, and you can see that Beaver Grease is currently leading that class with WPS Racing in 2nd and the FTW Racing team in 3rd place. It's very tight across all of these standings, I've noticed. That's the one thing I've noticed coming into this round. Yeah,
and it was, you know, we observed that at the previous round as well. I watched, you know, you can see like the likes of Racefield, who are currently in P5, you know, didn't score so well in the first round, but then, you know, did better in the second round, and then you look at like FTW Racing and Get Closer Racing in the positions above, and it's kind of reversed for them. So, you know, and that's the thing, like, it's good to see these guys competing. It's good to see how close it is. Simulation Esport, you know, unfortunately he's had a couple of, you know, relatively poor scoring rounds, so let's see what they can do in round 3.
Yeah, let's have a look at the pros now. So Triton Racing is currently leading that. That's the number 10 car that's currently leading that, so keep an eye on that when we go into the actual qualifying and the race itself. And then Williams Esports in the number 124 car, currently with 49 points, tying in first place, but currently second place on the standings. And in third place, we have the number 14 of Unicorns of Love, currently sat in third place with 40 points, so only 9 points back. And as you were saying, like, even if you only have, you know, if you're Yazzie in 7th place and you got 25 points, you can still make up a lot of points for winning this round, for example.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they didn't score anything in round 2. But again, you know, like, you'll see some teams that are scoring so well, because there are elements of things that are out of your control, as in sim racing, as in real life racing. So it's all to play for. And again, you know, it's relatively close, and you know, we've got you know, other teams here from 25 down who currently have 0 points on the board, so they'll be looking to turn things around and you know, trying to move up the ladder.
Of course, with a 40 car grid, you know, you're always looking for the next opportunity to score points, and I think we're going to find out where these drivers can maybe pick up some points here at Spa. As a track that everybody knows, it's on the list with Monza, that if you race in any racing game, you've probably raced Monza or you've raced Spa. So yeah, we're going to be seeing Spa today, and we're going to be finding out if everyone knows it as well as we hope they do, and of course they will.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, when I first got ACC, I wasn't really a fan of Spa, and I don't really know why. But there was a round where I was taking part in a championship, and I put a lot of time and effort into practicing, and yeah, fell in love with it ever since. I've always loved it as kind of a motorsport spectacle, but actually racing around it. But yeah, I mean, it's now one of my favourite tracks, and I've taken part in 24 hours at Spa before. And on the second server, I weren't with the fast guys, but me and the team managed to win it. So yeah, it's I will do that again at some point, but I'm hoping to get back to some sim racing soon.
Yes, Spa, I was the exact same as you. I wasn't the biggest fan of Spa, but it grows on you. When you do lap after lap after lap, it grows on you. And then, yes, the same as you, I entered the 24-hour race, second split as well. It wasn't, I don't know if it might have been the same race as you, but we didn't fare so well. We didn't fare as well as you guys. We didn't win it, but we did come pretty high, considering where we started. You know, we weren't the fastest bunch on the grid.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, Spa, I mean, as for all the previous round, this is an endurance event. There's other drivers involved. And it, you know, you forget how much of a team effort taking part in these events are, and communication, somebody keeping a watchful eye on what the other teams are doing. You'll always get a team that does the alternative strategy, which we saw last time out as well. But most teams stick to the, you know, the kind of expected strat. But then, you know, sometimes the risk there is that you end up amongst back markers or teams that then end up ahead of you that aren't quite as pacey as you. And as I've mentioned time and time again, there's also a little bit of luck involved as well with these things. And the challenge I always have with ACC, and I've mentioned this in the previous stream, is always getting lined up in that pit box, because you can lose so much time. And we had, unfortunately, a couple of teams last time out who also sped in the pit lane and things like that. So these things do happen, and it's because people are always trying to push that limit, right? And if you're pushing that limit so far, the risk is that you're going to go over that limit. As well, I'm the opposite. I'm risk adverse, right? So I'll put the limit in a little bit further probably than I should do. But yeah, we're going. Believe we're about to move over to qualified, Terry.
Yes, we are about to move over to qualifying, and let's see. Well, it's wet. that was quite simply answered, wasn't it? I was going to say let's see the weather, but it's very wet out there, so we won't be seeing those 216s that you'll see in extremely dry conditions, but I'm sure we won't be too far off even in the wet. And as the line starts to dry on this 30-minute qualifying session, as everyone tries to get in the favoured position to make sure that they don't cause each other pace issues when they try and get those hot laps in, we're going to be finding out just what sort of lap times they can kind of do here. And you usually find that they're not the 216s, but I'm sure it'll dry out and we'll get closer and closer.
I suspect it will be. So in approximately 10 minutes, the rain is going to ease off, and then approximately towards the end of the session, it's looking like the weather report is it's going to be dry, or it's going to stop raining. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm surprised how close these guys are on track right now. I'm all about trying to find myself some space when I'm trying to qualify. Let's, like the guys in Triton Racing who are currently leading the championship are only now just exiting the pit lane. That's kind of my strategy. I let everybody else go on, you guys, you go and have some fun and squabble over a bit of tarmac, and I'll come out and have less stress. So yeah, you're right, the track's going to clear up, the line will come. I'm expecting, just looking at the weather report, the times are going to come down throughout this session, but that's not unusual during a qualifying session, is it? As the track rubbers in, etc., the conditions are going to evolve.
Yeah, that's exactly. I think we'll see it more in this. I think the first few laps will be sort of sighting laps, getting your setup sorted, because with it drying out, then you won't see the quick lap starts come in the first half of this session. I don't think. So anything in the first half can be kind of put in as sighting laps, and unless drivers start having issues as we get in towards the end of the qualifying session, you'll usually find that the qualifying laps do get quicker as the session goes on, of course, but we're going to see it even more, like saying, because it is going to be drying up in around about 10 minutes time, the rain's going to start to drop off, and then in 30 minutes it's all going to be cloudy. So it's going to be how much can they dry out the track in the next 30 minutes to really improve those lap times. And I think right now you won't see drivers too worried about how close they are to each other. There are a few cars out there right now that are splitting apart, so there's kind of like one big major pack headed up by the 149 right now, and then that leads all the way down to car 47, and then from there onwards there's a few in different separate packs. The 149 is the one currently out there leading the big long train for qualifying right now.
Yeah, indeed, and we're currently on board with Malinsky, and they're coming up to No Name, and this is probably the trickiest corner for me. I sometimes take it a little bit too fast, not quite fast enough, and I lose it. I'm looking at the delta and I'm losing time, and it's very easy to run wide there as well, and getting an invalidated lap. And that's the thing around Spa, is there is a lot of runoff in certain areas, so track limits potentially could play a part today. I know these guys are pros, but they also want to push very hard, don't they? And that is the nature of them, wouldn't you say? Right? They'll try and take as much as they can.
Yeah, I think also the fact that they are pros means that they use every single inch of the track. And I mean, in the wet, you can't really use the curbs as much as you can't really be as confident on the curbs as much as you would, for example, through No Name, like you were saying. And you'll see these guys really push out all the way onto the track limits, even in the wet as well, to try and just get as much of a feel into the race as they can. And then
as Malinsky just gets a bit of a wobble on there,
finding that puddle on the inside there. Luckily in ACC, the track puddles are always in the same place.
They are.
It's just a matter of how wet the track puddle is.
Yes,
kind of thing.
Indeed, and also one of the other corners I tend to run wide at is Stavelot as well. Right, it's very easy as you come through that right, because you've gone through the is it the Fagners, like that bit there, and then you kind
Compass.
That's it. Compass, and then you go into the first left hand, and as you come out of Stavelot, you're trying to carry as much momentum because you're heading up towards them Blanchimont. And you want to carry as much speed down that straight, because if you not as we know in racing, if you're slow out of a corner all the way down that straight, you're losing time, and it's just so on the edge a lot of the time. And so it'll be interesting to see what these guys are. The quickest time we've got so far is a 2:29.2, and that's been set by car number 11 according to my screens. So and that's Unicorns. No, it's not. They're 14 and 4. So you'll have to tell me which team that is. I don't have that on my screen, but Wickham Racing. You've got Osterman currently in the car. So it's that's a 2:28. Like you said, Terry. In the dry, we'd be looking at 2:16s, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So you'd be looking low 2:16s. I don't know whether anyone's dipped into 2:15s recently because of they've changed the balance update, but 2:16.0 on an absolutely perfect day is probably what you're looking for. And then upwards across that. I think they were doing 216 really low in the practice as well. So that was on a fast track when I was looking. It wasn't on an optimum track, so you're probably looking for those 216 lows as well. But we're seeing here 228. It's I think rule of thumb is around about 10 seconds difference in the wet, if I remember correctly. So you're probably looking at like 228, 226s, possibly dependent on the amount of rain that's on the track. And then track by track, it changes a little bit here and there. It gets a little bit longer, it gets a little bit shorter, obviously dependent on the length of the track. Currently, 228 is the fastest out there on the track, and as I said earlier, as it dries up, we'll get quicker and quicker and quicker. I reckon we're probably going to get close to at least the 220s, if not maybe a little bit into the 219s, 218s. It depends how much it dries up, really.
Well, yeah, that's the unknown, isn't it? And it's as with real motorsport, sim racing, a little bit of luck, being out on the track at the right moment, at the possible last moment where the clock ticks down. You know, maybe it's 0:01. As you cross lines, you get one more lap in. In the best potential conditions that you're able to get, and potentially set the fastest lap of the race. So we're looking at Valentin Barrier, a good driver. Watched him quite a few times and seen what he can do. He's in the 72 car, and he's just signed for Rocket Sim Sport as well, Terry. So he's obviously got something about him, liking the livery on that Ferrari as well, to be honest. So
there you go. That's some nice stats to see. The current max lap speed, obviously it's in the wet, so they might be running a little bit different aero setup than you would usually in a race, dependent on obviously how wet it is still. But 257 currently out there. That'll be on the Kemmel Straight, of course. Where else would you get that sort of speed? Going into that braking zone, and it's currently on the Wild Things guy. It's one of the, are they running the Porsche? I know they are a Porsche team, but they're not running the Porsche today. They are running a Honda. So it's nice to see the Honda out there.
So for those of you who are from the UK, so that's around about 160 miles per hour top speed. So yeah, that's still some going, isn't it?
Definitely.
You know, it's but yeah. So here we go. Harry Phillips for Wild Things Racing in car 96, currently down in P25. And Harry has also been helping out Rocket Sim Sports and with the SRO recently, I'm being told as well. So yeah, lots of great information being thrown our way. So that's absolutely fantastic. So and yeah. But there we go. Right, comes around, doesn't improve.
228.5 still. But Caracas is currently 3 temps up out there right now. Currently starting second. And let's see if you can grab ball. Currently 43.2 on the first sector, 56.3 on the second. But Malinowski coming across the track. Lime and 227. So there we go. Does go. Wow, that's quite a bit faster than last pole. But here we go. Caracas currently 6 temps up and second place. So they are getting closer to each other as this qualifying goes on. A couple of yellow flags are out there on the track right now. Looks like they've faded away.
Well,
but
that Barrier down in P12 is currently 1.5 seconds up on his best in car 72. So definitely worth keeping an eye on there. So yeah, as we touched on. Here we go, slots into P2. So the track is evolving. The cars are clearing the water. I was about to say the wet off the track. I wasn't really making any sense, was it? The water off the track. So yeah, I mean, look, it's like we know what we're talking about, Terry.
I mean, there is wet on the track. You're not lying. It's just depends what you want to call it yourself.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of green currently on the screen. So Miato down in P19 is currently 1.3 up in car 21, and Bastian Richter is currently up 9 temps. So currently in 7th. Let's see what he's up a second. Here we go, crosses the line and goes into the P1. Look, 227.9. So yeah, and a low 9 as well, because Malinsky did a high 227.9. So
yeah, so we did a 9.7 and Richter's done a 9.1. We'll like to get more and more as we see a 228.1 come in from Miati. Miato. I'm gonna go with Miato.
Miato. We're going to apologise. We haven't got Mike here, who's really good with pronunciations because of his German heritage. So apologies. You've got two Brits who are terrible at pronunciation. And I meant Alex, not Mike. Apologies, Alex. I got your name wrong. Right. Okay. So we got Lucas Matea for Racing Point. Car 85, Terry, another Ferrari. We're seeing quite a few of those today.
Yeah, 11 Ferraris on the grid today. So the Ferrari, I was told by some rather quick drivers that it's the car to go to. I don't know whether it's the car to go to across the whole of the whole of every single track in ACC, but it's a pretty powerful car at the moment, and it's nice to see the Honda coming as well. Pretty quick on the top speeds, but yeah. And I think there's about 11 McLarens out there as well. So, you know, McLaren and the Ferrari, pretty favourable cars here at Spa.
Yeah, so we're looking at Fiala, car 38, coming in P13. He's up 8 tenths at the moment. He's going to pop up a few into P8. So, not P9 now. He's just already been knocked down. This is it, right? The track is evolving all the time. So every time, most of the time, unless they make a catastrophic mistake. Richards leading the way. He's already up 4 tenths on his current lap spot. Mateo's currently P5, is half a second up as well. McCormack's just popped into P1 there with a, well, I don't actually know because I've got a different screen up on the moment.
227.350.
350. There we go. Right.
So that's quite the chunk compared to Richter right now. But Richter, as you were saying, is currently up 2 tenths. So, you know, might be able to close that gap down, but he's got to find a little bit in sector 3 right now. Currently has a little bit of a slower sector 3.
Appel there that we were just watching just moved up to P18. He was up a second as he crossed the line, but Phillips down in P32 is nearly 2 seconds up on his fastest, his car 96.
And I think he'll get a little bit closer at McCormack here, but he won't get Paul. Yeah, 2 tenths off McCormack as he goes across the line. But Ladowski about to go across the line as well. He's 3 tenths away, so might actually be able to get second place.
Here we go. We got Phillips here at the moment. His best is a 2 minutes 30, Terry, and he's up nearly 2 seconds. So he won't be the fastest, but he'll be closing that gap and improving the team's position. So I expect a top 10 potentially if my maths are. He's gaining a little bit more here as he goes through the bus stop chicane. He's gaining more. He's gaining and gaining and gaining. Is he gaining on the exit?
Oh wow, he's quite the way up, isn't he?
There we go. Look, it's close. Top 10, P11.
I think he just missed a little bit in that third sector there. So yeah, one to look out for. I might be able to find some quicker laps.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the guys that are further down. Rezai, currently P31 in car number 6 in a Honda. He's 1.7 up at the moment, but we're looking at Malinsky in car 149.
Yeah, and Crossland's just started sector 3, and he's 1.2 seconds up as well. He's currently sat in 24th place, so might be able to get his way up the grid as well. As we're seeing Malinowski a little bit drifty in that little old Honda, isn't he? Currently 6 tenths away, and if my timing screen's correct, he's only 3 tenths. He's 3 tenths up at the moment, so he's going to hop up some positions here.
I think the SDL Esports team are about to make a jump. They're currently in P31 with the guys for Logitech G, and he's coming into the bus stop. I know we're looking at Caracas on stream, but he's 2.7 up, 2.8 up. Here we go, Rezai. Yeah, Rezai is going to move up I'm going to keep an eye and see where into P7. So there we go. Tommy Rezai up into P7. So that's a good, nice chunk of time gained there.
Bischoff, who we're currently with right now, was 1.8 up, and there we go, that catapults him up into 6th, and you can see at the top of the grid, Baracus has taken over pole position, but not by much though. The top 3 are all within 1/10 of a second, and then Matea is only 0.15 away, so, you know, all within that 0.2 tenths of a second, all the way down to 5th place already, and there's still 30 minutes left to qualifying lap, Paul.
Oh, mate, it's just getting crazy. I mean, I'm looking at Sebastian Apostol, who's coming in P35. He's nearly 3 seconds up, and he's about to come across the line. So he goes into P19. So he was quite a way off the pace originally. But yeah, that top 2 between Caracas and McCormack. I mean, there's there's nothing in between them. I mean, other than a bit of paper, I don't think.
Yeah, so looking at it, well, actually, Jacob Osterman has just hopped into pole with a absolutely astounding 226.580. So it doesn't matter what's below him anymore. They're not that close anymore because Osterman's just decided, you know what, I'm just going to smash this McLaren 720S around the track, and he's going to take pole position by quite a margin. So that just shows just how much it's drying up out there.
Okay, so we've got
just in Wojciech Lukacek take over second place, 1/10 away from Osterman as well. Well, I think we're going to see some of these guys come into the pits, and maybe it's only damp out there, so this is kind of the track setting where you decide, do you take dry tires and try and risk it for a few minutes, or do you stick on those wets? And this is kind of the turning point on the track, because it's no longer wet, it is now damp out there. So you could risk the dry tires. It looks like most are still on wets from what I'm seeing, but it's kind of that turning point. Yeah. And as we get into the last few minutes of this qualifying, like I said, I think we'll see these really start to push the limits, and we'll get some banker laps in these wets while they're happy with how the car's handling. But you might see some different lap times start to come in as they start to maybe risk those dry tires.
Ross, who's in the McLaren in car 27, currently 31st. They've done a quickest time of a 2:29.7. He's up 2.6 seconds as we look at Dominic Blager, who's currently in, or Blager even, who was in P10, just slightly down to Blyer, who's currently P11. Malinowski just popped into P1 with a 2:26.3 as well.
Yes, 2:26.35, so not too far away from Caracas as well. So they've closed down that gap again. So the back to the track evolution, trying to decide which one's going to be quicker. And I think we're going to see Caracas is currently about 2/10 back, but Blyer, as we're seeing him on the screen right now in the number 10, is currently still up, 4/10 up on his current flying lap, so might catapult himself up into that 4th, 5th, well, nearly a 4th place position if you can find a little bit more time in this sector 3 as he just comes around the final corner now. And he's dropping down, like, as the sector's coming through, he drops further and further, but he's going to catapult himself up right now as long as it's valid. And catapult himself he does, because he catapults himself up into 1st place with 2:25.8, so finding quite a bit of grip in that old last sector.
Yeah, I mean, there's like I said a few minutes ago, I mean, there's a lot of green up on, like I say, Crossland, who's currently in P19's up 1.2 seconds. That will get him into the 2:26s. I'd imagine though, and as we look at him at the moment, I'd imagine that he'll continue to find more time as the lap continues in a BMW. Not many of those this time round.
No, interesting to see actually, but he does have the fastest middle sector, so either the track's drying up or Charlie Crossland's found the secret to the middle sector. But we're going to find out if you can find a way up into pole, as we see Crossland is quite the way up, currently predicted at 2:25.8, fastest laps 2:25.882, so right now it is very possible that he could come out in pole when he comes through these two turns in through the bus stop chicane, round the final corner. And I think this track is definitely drying out, because we are about to see Crossland catapult himself up into 1st place as well. There we go. 2:25.8.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I can see McCormack's out on track, but he's invalidated his current lap. There's a few invalidations. Richer at the moment, or Reicher, he's invalidated his lap. Miato is on his way to setting a faster lap. He's going to hit the 2:25s as well. He's currently 0.6 up on his fastest. His fastest is currently a 2:26.1 as Crossland pulls over at the side of the track to go back to the pits. And I imagine with just over 9 minutes to go, he'll get another couple of runs out. And that's the other thing here is the pit, right? So
yes,
as we all know, it's the endurance pit lane, and it takes an absolute age. So you don't want to be getting any drive-throughs here, because that's going to take a lap out of your race, because that's how long a pit stop, well, a pit stop will definitely take. You know, a drive-through not quite as long, but it's still a big chunk of time.
Yeah, exactly. The pit stop takes a long time to get through here, and you've got to basically lose a lap and a half nearly when you're coming into that pit stop and switching your tires and starting out your setup and then going back out again. So these guys have got to calculate. They'll probably start coming in around about now, get a warm-up lap out, and that'll be the car for the next 6 or 7 minutes after they've come out of the pits. And we're about to see McCormack go across the line, and he's currently sat in 19th. I'm just looking at the top of the grid.
Blair has taken
pole.
Yeah, so Crossland's now pushed into third. So yeah, it's evolving all the time, isn't it?
In second. Yeah, it's like they start to drop down the qualifying, but that's because the track's evolutionizing. I'm going to go with that one. And changing conditions. And the further we get into the qualifying, the more the laps will start to creep up. So people that were in pole at the start of the qualifying, which is the beauty of the weather system in ACC, that, you know, the whole of this qualifying session, you could have gone out and set the fastest laps at the first couple of stints. But because it's been a 30-minute qualifying and the track's changed over those 30 minutes, we haven't seen the fastest laps at the start. So it's all down to the wire and down to how grippy the track can be at the end of this qualifying stage.
Yeah, and when you make that switch to slick, so I mean, like Appel, who's currently in P24, he's currently 1.3 up. Barrier, car 72, is currently 2.2 up on his current lap, and we're looking now at McCormack. He's currently in P20. He's 1.2 up. So Crossland's fallen down to P4 now. Fiala's just popped in, I think it is, into P3. Yeah, and Barrier then. So here we go. Into P2.
Second.
So
wow, that was close. Less than a tenth away. That is close. 225.2. So we're not into the 220s yet, which is well, actually, with 225.227, that's about 9 seconds slower than what I'd expect the pace to be.
So McCormack is 2.1 up now at the moment. He did run a little wide there, but it's still valid. So valid it remains. So
he's looking at 225.0
Liar's
as well.
just gone across the line again, hasn't he? 225.2 is now the fastest time.
225.2 from Blair.
I mean,
in that number 10 car.
I mean, we still got a long way to go to get down to the 216s, 215s here. We've got to find another 10 seconds.
Up in at first in the number 14. So that's that is the Unicorns of Love car that's currently sat in third place. So the number 14
fast,
up
those two cars. They are fast
right now.
They are fast. They are very good. McCormack then, there we go. I knew he would. P1, 224.3. Look, I mean, he's about half a second faster than the Unicorns of Love car 14.
Well, this is actually, apart from the Triton Racing not being in pole position, that's currently how the qualifying standings look for the top three. So the 1-2-4 in first or second, and then the number 14 in second or third. So without currently the number 10 car, which is currently in third, needs to get in a pole and it match the standings. But yeah, maybe the Ferrari a bit stronger at Spa. McLaren seems to be pretty strong as well because it's currently sat in second place position. But yeah, it's looking like the championship standings are reiterating themselves into the qualifying as well. So maybe we'll find some other cars in that top of the grid. It looks like Anneke looking to improve on his current lap time. Currently running 4 tenths quicker, but not in the 224s yet. And obviously we're nearly getting into the 223 ranges. So it's starting to dry out there. You can hardly see the rain on the track. You can hardly see it coming off the cars right now. As we see Lucas Mattea in the number 85.
There's a couple of cars that are around about a second up at the moment. So car 35 driven by Tagore is currently a second up. Organovnikov, he just popped into P5. That's easy for me to say. So apologies if I got that wrong. Oh, somebody's just popped up because he's now got into third. So yeah, Mateus has gone into third. So
Caracas is currently 9 tenths up as well, and he's on his final sector as well. So we might see Caracas gain at that time. Currently predicted on his 225 though, so would set him around about 5th place position. But yeah, we'll see if Caracas can find any time in that third sector where obviously the track's drying out. So the predicted times don't really work themselves out because they were predicted based on their last sectors. But Blair is up as
but he's 1.4 up at the moment, so that will put him into the 223s potentially, or 224s. But
Caracas goes into third.
There we go.
224.9. Like I said, when it goes into that third sector, it all starts to dry out. And player actually currently sat on for pole time right now, as we're currently seeing Radis in the screen. But there we go, there's Blair, who's currently predicted for pole right now. So definitely finding some time as he's going around that track, managed to extend those track limits as far out as he can that ACC allows, and is 9/10 back, but into the final turns of the bus stop chicane. And then we're going to go across the line. I think Blair might take pole position here, and across the line he goes, and yes, quite comfortably 3/10 up away from McCormack.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and just got to keep going round and round and round in the hope that you're going to find more grip each time. I imagine these guys are probably on slicks now. There is
I think that's a dry tyre, because you can't see the Pirelli logos on the side. So, I mean, I think it's a wet tyre because you can't see the Pirelli logos on the side.
Oh, right, so. Okay. Well, there is quite a dry line. So,
yeah, we're seeing the drivers come out the pits now with dry tyres on, so we're going to see some rather quick lap times, I reckon, because it's still damp out there. That's the issue. It's still damp out there, so there is obviously water somewhere on the track. It doesn't seem to be getting sprayed up by the wet tyres. The dry tyres might not get the heat into them the same as they would, but they've got around about, if they come out the pits now, and they'll probably come around and that will be their last lap. So they'll probably get one lap if they don't go into the pits. So these guys that are still out that we're seeing on our screens, if they're happy with the lap times in the wet tyres, probably won't get the dry tyres out there. You can see that dry line just forming there as we have that shot down from Oru. But there's Richter, and you'll see by the the yellow line across these tyres, I think he's running dry tyres. That's how you can tell the difference. That the wet tyres are all black. The dry tyres have that yellow line going right now
on them. Yeah, I've seen a line on them. Yeah. So Richard, as you said, unicorns are love confidence.
Actually.
Yeah, going good guns, aren't they? And this is it, right? I guess it's all down to what the driver's comfortable in doing. I quite enjoy the damp conditions. I did a Brands Hatch race once, and it's just absolutely stormed it, and I couldn't quite believe it. But
great British weather.
Yeah, exactly. So us Brits are used to the damp conditions as we head towards winter, especially.
The beauty of this format is you got a 6-hour-long race after this, so it rained in the free practice, so all these drivers might be going out, but rain for the rest of the race. There's quite a high chance that it will rain in the next 6 hours after this qualifying. I mean, we're coming at the end of the qualifying now. We're seeing Richter. He is up by quite a bit. He's on pole position as long as he doesn't bin it in the next few corners, and from what we've seen, that's very highly unlikely. Yeah, we're going to see whether the staying out on the wets, trying to get them a few extra laps in, is going to help, or whether getting yourself in early to get those dry tyres on is going to be the winner, as we see Blair go across the line there with the 2:23.9. And we're about to see Richter go across, and 2:23.9 as well, but missing out on that 0.62 that Blair has in second place. And we're currently seeing Miyato about to come across the line. He's around about half a second up as well, currently predicted for pole as he's in the final sector, just coming down onto Blanchemont. Just came through that back section of Stavlot, now down into turn 17, into turn 18, into the chicane. I reckon he's going to be able to secure pole here, as we see that the wait time is now coming. So this is the final last hurrah from all of these drivers, as we see the GTWR setups car go across the line.
And we've got Prendergast, who's currently in P22, 1.7 up. We've got Malinowinski, who's currently 1.7 up. We've got Crossland, who's 1.1 up. Phillips is 2 seconds up, and the clock is 0. So Phillips is higher up. There we go. P1 2:23.555.
Yeah, McCormack's looking very strong right now as well. Well, it says it as my screen that he's looking very strong, but Stockinger also looking very strong for that pole position, possibly. Yeah, Harry Phillips in the Honda.
Yeah.
No, we haven't there's not many Hondas on this grid. We've got one at 23rd and one up in first, and we're seeing Caracas about to cross the line here. And as Caracas goes across the line, let's find out Caracas staying where he is, I think, from where I saw there.
Yeah, I think
And we've seen-
Manowinski's now up 3 seconds, so the Hondas are looking rather strong
They are
right
looking
now.
very strong.
Cross, I mean, he's currently behind Crossland in
There
the
we go.
leaderboard, but Crossland's up 2.8, and he's getting a slipstream as well.
Yeah, Malinowski looking very strong in that Honda. We've got currently top 2 are Hondas. Florian Haas just actually took the Mercedes AMG up into first, and then we see Stockinger in that Ferrari up into first. The grid at the top is changing all the time. We have 3 Hondas
Crossland
at the
P1.
top of the grid.
Malinowski P1.
second, Malinowski first, and Marco Biscoff in third. So, wow, that all changed in the matter of
we got
one
barrier.
lap.
Well, hold on, we got barrier coming through now. He's about to cross the line, but also we got cars further back. We got car 222, who's about, I think, to make some moves up the grid. He goes
Thinking
into
about it as well,
P11. So
It's
yeah.
the
Oh,
Honda at the top of the grid. Malinowski in the number 149 Honda at the top of the grid. Charlie Crossland in the BMW M4 in second, and then Valentin Barrier in the Ferrari, and then 3 Ferraris following him from Marco Biscoff, Florian Stockinger in the number 28, and then we have the AMG of Florian Haas. That's basically your top 3 rows. That grid. That is that's an interesting grid at Spa. It's no longer one car dominate Spa, which is great to see. Great to see that we've got Hondas in the mix.
I mean, we were being told in our ear, oh, it's going to be a Honda top 3. Well, I'd like to point out that person was completely wrong. But they are on the top step, and then you've got a BMW, and then followed by 3 Ferraris. And to your point, you know, it's clear the Ferrari's got some pace around here, but
Yes.
what is it like over a large stint? And as we can see, for the weather at the moment, it's going to be dry. It's going to be cloudy. It's going to be dry. But you know, we've got 6 hours. Is there going to be rain? So now you're in the seat. You're on the grid, and as a team, what setup do you go with? Do you go fully dry and keep the car low? But then, if you get into puddle situation, you're kind of screwed. If we get the conditions that we just had in qualifying.
Right, so it depends. I would say that these drivers have done a lot of research, right, for this race.
Yeah.
And research kind of depicts that if it's raining, it doesn't usually rain too much after it. Now, I'm not saying this is a golden rule, depending on how much the randomness is, but it doesn't usually rain too much afterwards. So I've had a little look at what the predictions are for the rain. Just a little insight.
Yeah.
And actually, it's quite wet, to be honest. It's got quite the chance of rain all the way throughout the race. So I don't think these guys are going to go for a full wet setup, but they're not going to go for a full dry setup. I think they're all going to go mixed. They've seen it in the practice. They probably ran it in the qualifying for the laps. They've probably done the hot laps and the qualifying laps on that mixed setup as well, to allow them to be able to get the baselines in. And we can see out there right now, if you sat there at home, you're going, it's bone dry. It's bone dry. It's not going to rain. But weather predicts in ACC that it's very, very likely that it will rain over the next 6 hours. So, it depends on the randomness, of course. Usually you only get one wet spell, but over a 6 hour race, then you've got a lot more chance of that, of course. Now, the setup for this race has been available for all these teams, so they've all done the number crunching, and I reckon they'll have all run that mixed setup, to be honest.
Yeah. So I think it's time for you to do your grid walk.
My grid walk. Okay.
Well,
so in first place position, we have the Yas Heat number 149 driving that Honda. And then in the second place position, we have Stapleford. In the number 62. Number 62 car is the... Gotta find them all now. The number 62 car is the BMW G2 esports team. And then Barrier set the third fastest qualifying lap in the number 72. And the number 72 is the Virtual Drivers by TX3 team. Biscoff in fourth place in the 977 Ferrari. The 977 Ferrari team is the... I hope I don't butcher this for all you Germans, but it's the Kramer Racing Esports team. The number 28, currently sat in 5th place rather, in the Ferrari as well, is the WPS Racing team driving that Ferrari. And the number 111 is Florian Haas. Currently, obviously, they could change drivers before this race kicks off, in the DOR Esports Black team. And the number 41 in 7th place position is the Simware Pro by VDES team. And then we've got the Hondas, all the Hondas lined up for 8th, 9th, and 10th place for the team. So the number 6 car is, I've lost them. Oh, it's the SDL Esports Logitech G car, and then the number 22 is the Rocket Sim Sport car. So that's set a really quick lap time, but we thought it was going to be on pole with the rest of the Hondas, but all the other cars decided to go a little bit faster, and the Wild Things Racing in the number 96 taking out the top 10. So that rounds out your top 10 here at Spa as we head into the formation lap here, Paul.
Yeah, formation lap indeed. So the guys would have worked out their strategy for the teams. Some of them will have their co-drivers nearby, keeping an eye, their fingers crossed. There's a car that's just pulled off at the formation lap and now moving again, thank God. So I wonder if they're just sorting out a seat position, or
probably just a little control alt delete.
Yes, or a little something just wasn't quite where it needed to be, and it's a 6-hour race, right? So it's a long race. Just got to hope that it's clean at the start, which, to be fair to these guys, it is generally pretty good. I've been impressed with the quality of racing. I mean, mistakes happen, we're only human at the end of the day. And just a reminder, we do have live stewarding today, so incidents will be reviewed and penalties will be applied as they see fit, but the drivers or the teams even can protest those decisions, and they can be reviewed, and a decision will be made. So yeah, and you normally find that things are a little bit manic at the start and things calm down when it comes toward with regards to incidents of that nature, doesn't it?
Turn one of every single race is always the highlight of incidents. It's just always the case, and we don't have safety cars, so you don't get the turn one every 10 laps, so you don't have that issue. But luckily, also, there was no incidents handed out in qualifying. There was no penalties handed out in qualifying. It was just a warning. So into the race, we don't have to. There is a 10-second penalty for a car for not meeting a roster deadline. But apart from that, no actual on-track issues.
87's in the pits.
Right, okay.
I'm seeing Peter Brett in the car. Currently in the pits. They qualified P30, so I'm guessing they've had some kind of issue for them to be starting there. So.
Right. So the 111, who's getting handed out that 10-second penalty right now, is it's from the stewards for a admin issue from that team. The number 99 also picking up a penalty for that. Can't see that on the top 23. And then the 919 also picking up a penalty for that. So if you're wondering what them 10-second penalties are, that's what they all are for. I'm sure we'll find out on the actual screen themselves. But it looks like only one car in that top 10 has changed drivers. And that's the leading Honda, who's currently driven by Statstensko in that number 149. So Malinovsky did have that car, but now Mikhail Statsenko is leading the race. So didn't do any of the qualifying, but is going to be starting at the first stint of this 6-hour long race. Probably going to be swapping around the hour mark, depending on the how the car feels, how the weather plays itself out.
Well,
they do have a stint time that they have to meet anyways. So.
Yeah, I believe if I memory serves me right, I think that was extended slightly due to the potential of this being a wet race as well, just to avoid kind of complications for the teams.
Yeah, so it's a 65-minute stint timer. So you'll see them all coming around about that 1 hour mark. So so Statsenko is going to be leading this race then.
Yeah, so I just want to say hello to Kieran Prendergast's dad on YouTube chat. So he's here supporting his son. And as we all know, this is not the start-finish line. It's round turn one. Always gets everybody, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, I remember the first time I ever commentated on Spa. And you know, the start finish straight changes. So on the qualifying, it's obviously over there, and then on the race you got right, and then let's get ready to go. Oh no, wait, hang on, no, it's around the corner. So yes, it is on the lead up to our room Radion, and we're going to find out just how we go through there very, very shortly, as we are about to start here the third round of the SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy at the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. And we are about to go racing under green flag conditions for the next 6 hours. And hopefully you'll all be here to join us and cheer on your favourite drivers and favourite teams as we go racing here under the green lights. Spa-Francorchamps leading the charge up Aru, up through Radion, and over the hill they go. And it looks like everyone getting through there rather nicely. 2 or 3 wides all the way down to the back. But Spa-Francorchamps still trying to keep that Crossland at bay. Crossland looking for the move around the outside though, as he looks to get alongside that Honda. But that Honda, having the power in the straights, does manage to keep it ahead as we go into the first right-hander of the race.
Terry,
and there is a big turnaround there from the 4th place driver, but it looks like Nicholas Gross actually dropping right down the grid, and he's going to be a little bit far back from that pack in the number 27 car there. So Crossland currently sat in 2nd place, right behind Spa-Francorchamps in that number 149. Then you can see, because of that incident, there's a little bit of a gap between the number 62 and the 72.
Yeah, so there's also a bit of a carnage at the back. I didn't quite catch what happened. I'm sure we'll be showing a replay, but car 53 driven by Johannes Leppit. Oh, he's just gone round again into the wall, into the barrier, sorry. He's Audi's looking pretty scratched up. That's for Geeks Energy. So, and I saw there was about 5, maybe 6 cars involved in that. So the stewards will review that, and hopefully we'll get a replay to show us what happened. But it was right at the back as the leaders were going in at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, so Harry Phillips looking very racy right now in that Honda, currently sat in 8th, 9th place in that Wild Things race number 96. He is sat in 8th rather. 7 tenths away from Whitehead as the last cross the second time. But here we go with Orodnikov in the number 41 at Simware.Pro IVDES, currently looking to try and charge down onto Florian Haas in 111 AMG ahead, but into the braking zone he doesn't manage to find a way. Tobias Pfeffer in the Unicorns, look at that number 14 that's currently sat in 3rd place in the standings. In 9th, managing to get that position away past the number 6 Honda and back to Orodnikov. That is a mouthful to say.
Car 8's round, causing yellow flag. That's driven by Tristan Bowinkle. That was in the bus stop. He's had a bit of a major moment, so I saw him falling down the order, unfortunately for them. But they've still got 5 hours 57 minutes to go, so hopefully not any damage there. I only caught the end of it, so that's the grid finder car. So okay, so that's
the beauty of a 6-hour race, isn't it? You've got 6 hours to make any positions that you lose up on the first lap. And the time old saying of you don't win it all on the first lap, but that's the place you can gain the most positions.
911's also in spun round, is in the wall, yellow flag there as well. I think it must have been involved with Arneki,
who returned back to the pits there, the 911 car. So
so I didn't quite catch who they were involved with. I think it might have been the 563 car, because they've got a bit of damage on the front end of that Aston Martin, which is the Team Ballast Esport car. Yeah, so it was, I'm being told it was 563, so I'm quite surprised there are little incidents going on. People obviously pushing to the max as we look at Nikos Takor in car 35 for Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue. In the Aston, Terry.
So
I like an Aston. It's good to see the Aston here.
It is good to see the Aston. It's a shame that they're not actually running the livery that they have. So it's a black car, but I'm sure it was beautiful, whatever it was. So Nikos currently in the number 35, looking to avoid the incident ahead, actually, as we just see the right-handed
Sport car has had a moment there, coming back on track. Yeah, that was what was in the background. I saw a yellow flag for them again. Their side of their car is looking a little bit scraped. That's the 90 car. So Audi's not faring very well, actually, if you come to think of it. I think they've been in a few scrapes. So yeah, most unfortunate.
Yeah, the Audi seem to struggle here. Now, I know they do have that issue when you go over Radeon, but it doesn't seem to be...
What, you mean like the engine's in the wrong place, you mean?
No, not that one. No, not that one. A few cars have that issue. But, yes, it looks like the grid is still very, very close, even ignoring all the incidents. Like, look from 9th all the way up to 5th place position. Look how close this race is right now. Harry Phillips trying to defend desperately for his 8th place position to Tobias Pfeffer, but Tobias Pfeffer's looking to close that down. But it looks like Ogorodnikov into 7th place now in that number 41 BMW. But here we go, the McLaren trying to find the brute force attempt. We go 3 wide nearly into the right-hander, but that back marker there just a little bit in the way, getting the blue flag waved by the marshals on the track, and it does allow for the number 14 to get itself up into 8th place, but Harry Phillips dropping that position down into 9th. Does manage to hold off the other Honda. There's a lot of Hondas on this grid, but the number 6 Honda, yeah, Harry Phillips does manage to hold off, but I think that number 6 is going to look for another attack as soon as he can.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out who's kind of like had the biggest gains, you know, at the first few laps of this race. I think 977's had a decent beginning, but yeah, it's been a little bit chaotic, a little bit more so than I was expecting it to be. And the stewards are, to be fair, so far there's a lot of no further actions and whatnot, and I think that might just be the start. I can see there's warnings coming in, so yeah, the stewards have got a lot of incidents to look at. So
yeah, they are quite yeah, I'm just looking. I think there's. Yeah,
I can see what they've done is
there, isn't there?
Yeah, they're starting from the bottom of the sheet and from the top of the sheet, and they're going to meet in the middle. I think is what they're going to do. Yeah, we'll leave them be. But I think we'll probably start to see those penalties, or there are going to be in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes. So the drivers will need to get their heads down and concentrate and not worry about what may be coming. So.
Yeah, so Harry Phillips going to have to try and hold off that number 6. There we go, the 15-second time penalty coming in for the number 53, for ignoring yellow flags and making the contact with number 88. So that's a big penalty at the start of the race, isn't it?
Wow, that's harsh. Okay.
So we've got Harry Phillips actually getting a really bad run off of the first corner here. Going to have to defend it desperately against the 6, as the 6 is just trying to find some room to try and get pie, but actually Harry Phillips catching up to the McLaren at number 14 ahead, right on the back of it as we come up over the top of Radio. Now on to the Kemmel Straight we go, and I think that Honda in the number 6 actually might be a little bit far back, and Blair's actually going to be looking to make that move around the outside of it into the right-hander. Does manage to get it done.
There's a bit of contact there.
A little bit of a door rub with Pfeffer there.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, and I mean they're bumper to bumper. I mean, all these guys. You know, these 5 cars. All right, here we go. The start with car 27. Yeah, at the start. So I think this might be. Yeah, that's going to be the car that was involved in. I think the mayhem at the back. So here we go out through radio.
That 6-car collision that I think you pointed out.
Yeah, I did. There's a stationary car there in the middle of the track, so that's why they made contact. The McLaren there was that. Well, I think that might have been a Mercedes, which might explain why the Mercedes has been sat in the pits for quite some time, which is car 100. Yeah. They couldn't really do much there because the car in front kind of is all the cars in front are kind of shielding your view, aren't they? And then the car in front, which was a Ferrari, I think, hit the brakes, and then that's not much you can do there. That's really unfortunate. They're kind of sort of heading towards the trouble. That's got a feel for them there.
Yeah, it's a shame because you look to make a move and then you just realise there's a car in front of you. Like, right, okay, there's not much I can do here then, and then straight into the car you go. Like, you can try and avoid it, but you try and avoid that, and you're running alongside another car, and you can take 2 or 3 other cars out, so it's kind of an accept your fate moment. But player here looking for the move on to Harry Phillips. Does he have the brakes going into the left-hander? Looks like he does. Forces his way into the racing room, and here we go. Does Blair manage to get the position? Will get it across the line. This is the start. Well, this is the finish line. He start was line was a little bit earlier, but the 96 does manage to get it ahead of in the Honda, but it looks like Blair actually trying to let the brakes run a little bit longer. And let's have a look at what happened to the Grid Finder car as we go into the bus stops. This is a number 8 Grid Finder car, and just gets turned around there.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, the other cars. Oh no, there's the one. Yeah, so there's the 100 Mercedes entering the pits as we watch the Grid Finder car recovering. So unfortunately for them, they got a tap round. But that's good though that everyone else managed to avoid them. As we look at Blyer again, still putting Phillips under pressure. Trying to go round the outside, and given the room, I think there's door rubbing there. Phillips is pushed wide, but he's got the inside line now. And look at that, great move. I think Phillips lost a bit of speed there, so he's now under pressure now from Rezai behind, or Osterman even. No, Rezai.
No, it's Rezai. Yes, it is.
Yes, Rezai's got past. Yeah, but Osterman's waiting in the wings as well. So Phillips at the moment under a lot of pressure. Blyer's just off. He's gone.
Yeah, that's it. So a little bit of contact. I mean, in ACC it doesn't really do much, but when you get set offline as Phillips did, then Rezai was all over the back end of him, and obviously could look to make the could look to try and get the racing room to try and get the position by, but doesn't look like he's managed to find a way past yet. Does that number 6 of Rezai, Tommy Rezai, trying to get past Harry Phillips. But we're currently seeing Igor, he's looked to make up some positions, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, and I'm pretty sure while we're watching this, I'm pretty sure Stockinger got past Whitehead, moving up into P4.
Yes,
or it might be Whitehead got up past Haas. I quite missed it, but I'm interested to see the barriers catch up with Croston. So there's a battle hotted up for P2 by the looks of it. It's coming down ever so slightly as Orgonoginov. I'm gonna keep persevering with this in the 41 car. I like the black and white livery on each side. I like that. Can't quite make the move, but he's under a little bit of pressure himself. I just seen that car 6 just had a yellow flag, but they are moving, so might just be they were wide out on track at the bus stop or something. But they're under pressure from Osterman at the moment. McCormack, who we were seeing, he was doing fairly well at one point in qualifying, is currently in P12. Osterman just moves up into P10 as we look at the 222 car, the Doha Esports Blue, driven by Alexander Dorniden.
Tell you what, that was a confident move going into the first turn. Slotted it right up the inside, and did get given room by the number 71, but didn't manage to make the position up, so all to no avail really. But the Prendergast in the 22, we just saw in the screen there, running it side by side with the number 977 as we went into the right-hander. It looks like it dropped back a little bit though, and Prendergast into 16th position.
Barrier's just up into P2 now, as I predicted.
This little grid is. This little grid is really close. This is the battle for, I believe, 8th place. No, 9th place position.
Wow, look at this. Yes. Sorry, I'm just saying that
Osterman is leading this in that white and red McLaren, and then we've got around about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars all following behind him.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, Valentin Barrier moved up into P2 whilst we're watching this. So Crossland is now starting down to P3, but McCormack leading that group that we were just looking at, and Harry Phillips has now dropped down into P15. Bishkov has just moved up into P14. So it's all kicking off, isn't it? Everywhere you turn, there's moves being made even. But McCormack, we know he's got some pace. Showed it in the early stages of qualifying in the tricky conditions, and might be hoping for those tricky conditions again. You just never know, do you? I mean, that might play to his strengths. And but these guys, that was ever so unusual there. That didn't quite catch who that was. That just kind of went off track. I don't know if there was contact or whether they just had a moment. But hopefully we'll get a replay of that at some point. But there we go. I mean, McCormack remains in P11.
Yeah, he's leading this rather well as that Ferrari looks to make the lunge up the inside. I think, no, he didn't manage to get it done. McCormack's still in 11th place, and right on the back of that McLaren ahead now. So it was around about 7 tenths back when we went through the last sector timing board, but up through our room Radion, he is right over the back, and as one car goes corroding onto the right-hand side barrier there, that's going to be a big loss for Fiala.
Oh yeah, he's slow car at the moment in the background. He's now got moving again.
Yeah, so he was 12th, now down at I think 29th when we hopped off him there.
It's just, yeah, down to P31 even. So
right, okay, yeah,
he's even falling even further back. But I think he escaped without any damage. So McCormack now up into P10.
Blair currently trying to hold off Pfeffer still and trying to chase down onto Igor Rodnikov. I really do hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Yeah. So what I find interesting is because like Fefo is coming in P9 for the Unicorns of Love car. He's only 0.2 off the back of Blyer, and then you've got Blyer's only 0.3 off the back of Organovnikov. So yeah, I mean this is a close gap. They're not giving each other any room, but also what they're not doing is they're not. So here we go. Is the overtake for P2? So this is barrier upon Crossland, which we didn't see live, but here we go up the Kemble Straight. Makes a move on the inside. I think Crossland's given him that. I think Crossland realised that he was just a faster car, because at one point when I pointed out on, there was a gap of 0.5, it was just coming down. So, yes. And sometimes, 5 hours left, it's under 6 hours. Don't fight it. Don't fight it. Concentrate on what you want to do. And I can see there's a few cars further down the order. So car 163, car 7 and car 68 have all been given 15-second penalties. So they're starting to flood in now. I'm sure we'll get race control notifications as to why shortly. But yeah,
it seems like
that's going to hurt though.
Yes, it seems like the majority of the penalties have been minor collisions. They haven't been penalties that have required. They haven't been incidents rather that require penalties, which is great to see. There's just been door rubs here or there. It doesn't look like anything major for the most part. I mean, there has been 15-second time penalties, but 15 seconds across a 6-hour race doesn't really equate to as much as you would in a 20-minute, 30-minute race because of all the pits that you have to serve. So
yeah.
So to put that into perspective, if you like don't get the pit stop nailed exactly, you could lose 5 seconds trying to get your pit stop sorted.
Yeah.
And then 5 seconds maybe on the way down, depending on where you're stopped in your box. So that's kind of what it equates to. In terms of like a 5-second penalty is missing your pit box in a pit in a pit stop. So yeah, as we see Blair trying to hold off Igor in that number 41, who's currently sat right on his just falling off his rear bumper at the moment, but Tobias Pfeffer is there to keep him honest, and Tobias is going to be chasing him down for the next at least 42 minutes for at least the first stint, because the stint times are 65 minutes. And for anyone that is new to sim racing or new to ACC, 65-minute stint time means that they have to stay out the track for 65 minutes. You don't have to stay out on that track for the full 65 minutes, but that's the maximum amount of time. And then coming into the box and then leaving counts to stop, so it would reset the stint time. All you have to do is come to the pit lanes to do that without any penalties. If you have penalties, then you have to serve them. But yeah.
So a couple of observations. We've had 4 teams drop out so far since the start of the race, which is sad to see. And also looking at the top 10, I think the winning car at the moment has got to be Ferrari with the most amount in the top 10. I can see there's a few McLarens clumped together between 22nd and 25th, and there's a couple of Hondas battling for P12 as well. So yeah, faring relatively well. Best lap so far, 2:17.212. So
yeah, that's by the current leader, Stats score. So yeah, looks like they have a lot of pace on that car too. To be honest, Barrier not too far behind, 2:17.5 quickest lap from him. And then obviously some cars were a little bit out of order in terms of pace. So Cormac, who's currently sat in 10th, has a 2:17.4. Osterman, who sat in 11th, has 217.7. So Beffa looking for the challenge, and we see Apple on the left-hand side as we see the right-hander as we go 3 wide into the right-hander. See how the 3 wide goes? Well, it goes into 2. The number 163 and the 47 going 2 by 2 into the right-hander, and there we go, the 47 on the right-hand side. That's the number 1 rather on the right-hand side. As we see Fox as well trying to challenge it onto this pack. This little pack of racing that's happening for, what is it, 21st place position? It's a very close pack of racing. It's great to see.
Yeah, there's the McLaren group that I mentioned just a moment ago, but there's an Audi in the middle of those now, as you pointed out, car number 1, driven by Slatsky. Fiala in the car 38 is currently in the pits. They were the car that we saw have a moment not long ago, so whether they're in the pits for a driver change or maybe just some repairs, time will tell.
Yeah, it's a bit early to come into a scheduled pit stop. I mean, there's only been 20 minutes in the race, so unless it's a strange stint strategy, I mean, not a standard one, I'd definitely say that much, but Beffa going up, we're side by side with yet another car, the number 41, the 14 and the 41, duking it out to decide which one serves the 2 numbers. Both got the same number, 2 different orders, but Beffa getting his number 14 car up into 7th place. That's the Unicorns of Love that's currently sat in 3rd place on the championship standing, so looking to carry on the points that they did pick up in the first 2 rounds here.
Yeah, so we're just seeing the messages coming in from race control with regards to the penalties. So the first one was car 7, was given a 15-second penalty for spinning out car 100. I think car 911 was given a 15-second penalty for contact with 888. So, right. And as I mentioned, there are other cars with penalties, so they will pop up on your screen, either on the leaderboard on the left-hand side, but also you'll get some more detail from race control as their details are provided by the stewards. McCormack now setting the fastest lap of the race, 2:17.145.
So the lap times are starting to come down. I mean, the fuel is starting to come down, so that's as expected. It's kind of in the middle of the stint, so it's kind of the best time of tyres and the best time of fuel. It's kind of like half and half. You've used half your tyres, half your fuel. So we'll likely see them best lap stats coming in. It's pretty dry out there right now. The track's at optimum. It's a nice breezy 24 degrees on the track, 70 degrees air temperature. So pretty good times for getting your fastest lap of the day in. And well, it's currently 1 p.m. 1:30 on track right now. With 6 hours of this race, it'll be ending at about 7. So don't know whether you'll get that really cool lap times that you get just before you get to night time, but I reckon now is probably a good time to start putting those laps in, especially if it starts to rain later on as well.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the battle for McCormack, he's all over the pack of Hasse. He's just set the fast lap of the race, as we mentioned a moment ago, into the bus stop chicane. Oh, makes a nice switch in. Can he get it stopped? Oh, he's gone a little bit deep. And there we go. No, he couldn't quite make it. Goes over the bumper. He's possibly at risk of losing a position now, under pressure from Osterman. As Osterman looks, he's right on his rear bumper, but he's probably going to wait, I reckon, until the Kemmel Straight to make a move, because he's going to be in the slipstream of the William Esports car. So here we go, starting another lap with 5 hours and 36 minutes on your clock. We ride on board with Jakob Osterman, the Whipperman Racing Team, car number 11. So he's in. So what is McCormack going to do? Is he going to position the car early, or is he just going to not? He's going to take the left-hand side of the track. Can Jakob get closer? He's not really gained as much as I thought he would, which says to me he's probably running a little bit of higher wing. Would you say that, Terry? There, were you surprised of how much he gained, or is that just me?
Yeah? So the McLaren pretty good at following other cars. Now I don't know the exact change that the McLaren did have, but I believe it was challenged a bit in the last update in ACC. Tell you what,
Right.
mentioning Osterman, he has gained quite a few positions. So, you know, in the second lap he was 15th, managed to get in the 13th in the third and fourth lap, to 12th in the fifth, and now sat in 11th from the sixth lap onwards. Had a little bit of battle in the 7th and 10th, but yeah, running steady in 11th, looking to challenge back onto McCormack, who has the fastest lap of the race. So, you know, Osterman definitely has the pace if he can keep up with McCormack, who's got the fastest lap of the race. But I think that fastest lap of the race won't sit on McCormack for much longer, because I think that Stensko is about to grab it this lap.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, it's going to, you know, the track's going to rubber in constantly, isn't it? And as we get lighter fuel loads on the car. I mean, the weather is saying that it's still cloudy for 30 minutes, but for me, with my eyes, it's looking a little bit grey.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit foggy out there.
Yeah, it's saying next 30 minutes it's just sun and clouds. The track temperature is currently 24 degrees, air temperature of 17. As McCormack has another look into the bus stop, makes the apex this time, but he's again under pressure from the McLaren above now as well. And as I was saying in the previous race, you know, sometimes you're on attack, and then next thing you know, you're the one being attacked. And I can see that Prendergast has just made a move into P16. He's had a bit of a bad stint, really. He was around about P11 at one point, but he's fallen back a little bit, unfortunately, for him. But Barrier's not able to keep up with Stensko. The gap's now 5.3 seconds to the leader. So, but there's a battle for P5 hotting up, because Blyo is all over the back of Whitehead at the moment.
Yeah, and here we go with Cormac trying to get past Haas again. And does manage to do so, but also gets a little bit of a contact there, and yes, does get turned around there. I'm sure we'll see that from some different angles later on, but there is McCormack trying to get himself back onto the track, dropping all the way down into P14 there. So actually, I think he's dropped a little bit lower than that, possibly. Nope, P14. So we'll have to keep hold of that position and try and challenge his way back up the grid, but not the outcome you want when you're 30 minutes into your stint.
No, indeed. And while we're watching that, Bly did make up into P5 past Whitehead. So. Yeah, I think you know, if the stewards look at that contact between Hasso and McCormack, I think they're going to put it in the car that was behind. I think they're probably going to apportion blame to the AMG, but we shall see. But going back to the penalty I saw earlier on, you know, initial thoughts, I was like, the one for the yellow flag, I forget which car it was, I was like, oh, that's you know, ignoring yellows and then making contact with another car because they didn't slow down. I thought was quite harsh, but actually in retrospect, the more I think about it, like, you know, you want to discourage that kind of behaviour, and the only way to discourage that kind of behaviour is to make the penalties rather harsh. Yes. You know, drivers will always disagree with harsh penalties. That's the nature of it, isn't it? Like, you'll never be happy about getting a penalty. But here we are watching Osterman putting Hasse under pressure now, in a very McLaren Senna-esque kind of livery, which I'm always gonna love. Let's see how he does though down the Kemmel Straight, because when he was battling with McCormack, he wasn't making the headway that I thought he would in that 720S. So he goes up a little look into T1. Here we go. So this is the contact between Hasse and McCormack. So down the Kemmel Straight they go into the braking zone. Oh, do you know what? That's tough. I don't know. That could be a racing incident. What do you reckon?
I reckon I'll leave it to the stewards to decide, to be honest. But from my eyes, yeah, you've got the issue of did he turn in too early? Did he not?
Yeah.
Did the other car run a little bit wide? Did he miss his braking zone? You never know. That's the beauty of sim racing stewarding. Luckily, that you get every single angle. That you don't often get that in real racing.
No.
You don't get every single angle, so you can't decide what the driver was thinking. But in sim racing, you can watch the replay back countless amount of times and, you know, decide from there,
yeah,
which is perfect for replay, for stewarding, really.
I mean, a lot of cars have onboards now, don't they? So
yeah, they do. Yeah.
You know, and I know that, you know, when you talk about other motorsports, so here we go. Right, so we're looking at it again. I don't think McCormack gave him the room that he needed. Let's have a look.
So he's right over the curb.
Oh, do you know what? I reckon maybe he thought he was past him.
I think the I don't know whether it was because in ACC, anyone that raced ACC knows that you get the radar. I don't know whether the radar had said, you know, you've got enough room or not, because the radar's usually pretty telling on whether you've got the room or not. So I don't know whether he expected him to hug the curb a little bit more, or because it looked like McCormack was in the middle of the track there, and the other car was right on the right hand side. So maybe you know, who knows?
Osterman's passed Hasser.
Osterman is past Hasser. He's up at ninth place.
We completely missed that because I think we were concentrating on the replay of the spin for McCormack. So hopefully our lovely director will go hunt that down, and we can just have a look and see how that was achieved. But not where you think, not in Kemmel. So I don't know whether a mistake was made by Hasser and he slipped by, but he's now under pressure from Harry Phillips, who's currently in P11 racing for the Wild Things Racing team.
Yeah, that's the issue. So if he has let him by because he's got a penalty and he didn't want to battle it, well, that's allowed for Harry Phillips to catch up. Or if he did have the mistake, that's allowed for Harry Phillips to catch up. So it's all a case of, you know, with a grid as tight as this, you let one car by and you've got another three on your tail, like we already are seeing. Like Haas has managed to pull away. He's definitely got the pace on the top to manage to pull away. But now Phillips is having to drive defensive lines to keep Rosea away. So Phillips is gonna, you know, he's gonna compromise his lap times here, and the actually Hassan losing a little bit of time coming up for the up into Aurelion, and now Phillips is right at the back of him, actually looking to make a move around the outside here. But will it go better than we just saw McCormack's? Well, doesn't manage to get it past, so we're not going to be able to find out. But Phillips riding every single curb he can as we come through the left and right hander, and now into the right hander, into Brussels, and the two Hondas also battling it out here. McCormack is down in 14th, so he's going to be well happy that these guys are battling, because that's going to allow him to slowly catch up. But Phillips is going to be looking to get past Hasser in that 111 car, and Rosea's going to be right on the back of him, just looking for any single mistake. And you can already see Biscoff just looking and saying, can I? No, okay, move back in the slipstream, just get yourself in the mirrors, just pressure, and that was in the rear of the number 96 there. You can see that red and black Ferrari. But the Wild Things Racing looking very racy right now. Will they get wild though? Will they be able to manage to find a way past Hasser? We're going to find out in the next couple of laps, I reckon.
It's a lovely stake of cars there, and whilst you were commentating over that, I saw that Bly moved up into P4, getting past Stockinger, and you got Stockinger, Pfeffer even, and Whitehead all very close together. So that's the battle hotting up for P4. Stasensko's just set the fastest lap of the race, nearly reaching the 216s. It's a 2:17.095.
That is quick lap times with fuel and tyres. Like, you'd usually see like 216s, 216 low, high 215s maybe, or like right at the top of the pace on hot laps. This is on hot laps, this is on low fuel. Whereas, you know, you're seeing Stasensko do 217. So we're going to see the number 11 car look for that overtake. And there we go. Does manage to get it past nice and cleanly there, and then into the right. That's very clean coming through.
Unusual place to overtake though, Terry, wouldn't you say?
It's not one you see often, but it's one that you can find a lot of time on in that corner, I reckon. Like there's a lot of ways to gain time in that corner, but not a lot of ways to overtake. So it's nice to see him manage to get that overtake there.
Yeah, that's a good bit of races. Now that Blyer's got past Stockinger, he's opened up that gap to a second already. So Stockinger's got to be worried now. He's going to be under pressure from Pfeffer and Whitehead. You know, the Pfeffer's driving for the Unicorns a lot. We know that number 14's got some pace. I did qualify. I can see that Bauer has caused the yellow flag. That's car 7. Oh, they're round. They are round on the Kemmel, I think. Unfortunately for them, they're getting going again, and looking a bit battered and bruised, that number 7, but currently driven by Florian Bauer.
Yeah, Harry Phillips is still trying to hold off the rest of that pack, and there's that Florian Bauer driven Kwana Gaming number 7 car that, does look a little bit battered, and there we go. So there's back to Tommy Rosaya. Michael Biscoff in the back of his little 3-car train for 11th place position. Technically maybe 10th if Phillips can catch up to Haas, but right now it is for that 11th place, and this is that overtaking spot where we saw that number 11 make that position up. don't really see it often, as you're saying, but like I said, you can get a lot of time through there. You'll see these cars start to bunch up, so interesting to see if we can find some more overtaking through there. But yeah, it's off. Let's find out if that number 977 can manage to find a gap closer onto the number 6. And there's Tobias Pfeffer in that Unicorns of Love, currently sitting at 3rd in the standings. Where's the number 10 car who's currently leading? Not leading this race, I can tell you that much. The number 10 is in 4th. There we go. Yeah, currently in 4th place, running on board. That's the top driver, or top team, because there is a team in this race. Currently leading the standings, and the 124 currently sat in 2nd place, looking to get past Bischoff, and does. Look at that. Well, nearly does manage to get close out that position. We've seen a lot of teams that actually look to make that move, haven't managed to make it stick, but a 124 does manage to make it up the standings, up in at 13th place. So that 124 will be looking at to take home points here to keep themselves in that tied position with the number 10, who's currently running in 4th place position, Paul.
Yeah, sorry, Florian Bauer has just had another major incident around the back of the circuit and hit the barrier. Has now entered the pits. I was watching, just keeping an eye on them, because I noticed they lost a position, and he's had a major contact. That's the Koana Gaming team. Unfortunately, they're in major trouble at the moment. Coming in, they've also got a 15-second penalty as well, so they're going to be sat in the pits for quite a bit of time. There's still 5 hours 24 minutes to go, so they might better pull a few positions back. But like I say, that is one badly damaged car.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if they come in at the pits and pit now, then it's not widely impossible for them to keep to the standard stints, because if you extend your stints, you're going to get an extra 5 minutes, and over 6 hours, you're going to get 30 minutes to extend it right to the end. So technically, Florian Bauer, with that 15-second, with that time penalty rather, will just be able to serve it, and maybe in a standard stint. So this will be that incident with the number 7. Got to find out where that incident happened, right on the back of the Honda right now as we come down the Kemmel Straight, and just trying to find a little bit of racing room. Dips a tyre in the grass. This is ACC, remember, so dipping a tyre in the grass, not the greatest strategies on that outside line, and does get spun around, does get a damage, and will come into the pits like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, that's the first moment they had, so there was another one to locate. If our director so wants to go hunting that, it'll probably be on the next lap. Okay, McCormack now up into P12. I can see that Stockinger has now fallen back into P7. So I did say that Pfeffer's into P5. So as I predicted, Stockinger's under pressure. So Whitehead has got past him as well now, and so the Unicorns of Love car is on its way trying to make some gains. The gap between P1 and P2 is now up to 8. Crossland 7.5 back from barrier. And here we go. Here's the moment again for car number 7, Koana Racing, driven by Bauer. I just saw he just kind of sort of went off the track. I don't think he had contact with anybody, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. He runs maybe a little bit wide. Oh, he clips the inside curve. Ever so strange. But actually the first impact looked a lot harder. So there you go. So 2 major impacts. You've got Samuel Ratz is now in the number 7 car, and it's exiting the pits.
Yeah, it looks like he might have had a little bit of rear aero damage there, trying to catch it and just ended into the wall, especially with that first contact through the Kemmel Straight there. Yeah, Florian Stockinger currently sat in the number 28, currently sat in 7th place position, closing it down onto Whitehead, who's in that number 21 ahead in a Ferrari. So I tell you what, with 11 Ferraris in the grid, it's nice to see that they're not all, it's not just a top 11 that's all Ferraris. It's nice to see a Honda right up there as well, considering the Honda's, it's been touted to be really strong recently after it got its changes from the Kunos team. It's nice to see the age-old favourites as well, the McLaren, the M4s in the grid. It's nice to see the AMG also getting itself back into the grid, as we see the grid finder car of Tristan Ballwinkle, as we see his screen there on the right hand side, well, his camera, not his screen, on the right hand side, in that grid finder number 8 car. But they sat in 28th place. They did have a little bit of an issue at the start of the race, didn't they, Paul?
Yeah, they did. As we're looking at Bullwinkle, Christian in the right-hand of your screen there. Lovely stuff. I love seeing the drivers on, in their rigs with their concentration faces. I observed that Mr. Phillips had a yellow flag a moment ago, and he fell down to P18. He's also now under pressure from Apostol, who's currently in car 33 in the Aston Martin. So doesn't look like the car's got too much damage, but he definitely had a moment, and as you can see, he's in a bit of a sandwich. And we look back at McCormack there in the Williams Esports. He's had a bit of an eventful start to the race, but behind we've got a challenge there. I think that might be Bischoff on Hasse, and it is. I think he's passed. I think he's through behind. So Hasse up into P12.
Yeah, Hasse trying to keep hold of those positions that he's been fighting for the last few laps, and it's been a nice little top 12 battle. But here we go. Let's see that incident with Harry Phillips in that Wild Things car. Just around the outside, does get squeezed off a little bit, rides the curb as much as he can, does get rather cleanly through there, but then the 111. It's a tough one, that. But yeah, the number 96 and the 111 colliding there, and number 96 getting turned around and suffering the worst of it, really.
The same car that made contact with McCormack as well. So, yeah, get a bit of reputation, like I say. Maybe the stewards will obviously review that. And like you rightly said as well, Terry, they have more angles than we have, they'll spend time. But I can see that car 111 does have 25 seconds worth of penalties on the leaderboard. So somebody's done something. Yeah. So I'll go and have a little look at the stewarding sheet and keep us a little bit. I'll have a look and see what I can find.
Yeah, I'm just looking now. They've got a 15-second time penalty for, there we go, with the contact with number 96. So that is the Wild Things car. So I did pick up a 15-second time penalty for that incident that they've just been involved in. Harry Phillips has a long way to make up, really. 15 seconds will drop the 111 down below the 96, though. So Harry Phillips will have to worry about him. But Harry Phillips will have to worry about the rest of the cars that were in the positions that were behind him. But now he's got to fight to get past them. So Phillips currently sat in at 18th, looking to get past the number 22 Honda that's just ahead. Or 17th, and then he's going to start the charge down onto the rest of the grid to try and get himself back into that 12th, 13th place position that he was looking for before.
I love the fact that you just talk away, and as you're talking away, I'm looking at the stuff in the back. I love being the colour man, like the person who spots things. Mikhail Sestensko with the fastest lap of a 2:17 0.000. So yeah, that was their last lap. Their last lap was literally 0.82 slower than their fastest lap. So proper pace from the 149ers. We're looking at Harry Phillips there in the 96. Making a move past Prendergast, who's falling back during this race. I mean, he was just outside the top 10. If he's not going to find any pace, he'll be potentially, towards more the top 20. So losing quite a few places. But sorry, what I was going to just mention is Crossland last lap around was a 2:18.022. The man behind Blyer with a 2:17.347. So Crossland now has got a man hunting him down in car 10, and he's only half a second back. I suspect that gap's going to disappear over the next sort of 15 minutes before the pit window.
Definitely. It looks like Harry Phillips has actually got quite the margin to make up now, because he's currently 5 seconds away from the next car ahead, which is the 222. So it looks like that number 96 car is going to be looking to close down the gap, get themselves back up into those fighting positions in that top 15. But currently Harry Phillips in that Wild Things Racing in 17th. Be interesting if they manage to make up the 6 seconds in the next 16 minutes. It's a hard ask for some, but these guys, all of these drivers in this race are quick, so it'd be interesting to see if they can manage to close down the gaps. And there we go, the max lap speed coming in. So the number 124 actually has the fastest lap time. Well, not lap time, sorry, lap speed. Drawing with the car 888 for 274 kilometers an hour. And look, interesting that there's a Audis on that graphic.
Oh yeah, that is interesting. But I mean, I've driven the Audi around here, and it's a good car, just not through Radion and Eau Rouge.
Yeah, a lot of cars have that issue that they just sometimes let go.
Yeah, and the Aston, you know, in comparison, you can just you can just keep your foot to the floor. But then also, I lack a lot of talent, so that could be a reason as well. Blyer isn't closing the gap that I thought he would do to Crossland at the moment, so I'm coming to eat my words a little bit. I think he's just had an off or something because he's invalidated his current lap, and the gap has kind of opened up ever so slightly as we're looking at Joris Appel, or Apel, I'm really sorry if I get that wrong, for Team Bathurst Esport, car 163. He's under a bit of pressure from an Aston Martin right behind him in P20, and that is currently driven by Asphodel. So it's a nice little gaggle of cars, and here we go, another gaggle of, well, a couple of cars even, but say another gaggle of cars. But what is a gaggle of cars? Well, who knows? I don't know. Car 47, that's Ralph Malunski, currently 23rd. I like that livery though of Yeet Esports. I quite like that. It's got a couple of nice little distinguished lines on it. I like the two-tone as well. Yes, give me a bit of that. I like a bit of two-tone. Do you, Terry?
I'll have to ask them if you can borrow it.
I will.
Yes, I like the mattness. It's something modern about matte cars. A lot of people don't like it. I like it. I like it when it's like matte or not too shimmery. I don't like cars that are too shimmery.
Yeah,
I
agree. I do like a metallic, like road car though, but a racing car.
Yes.
I think, I agree with you. Like the kind of the cars with less shine. But then you can go the other way, can't you, with the cars that are just too bling. So you know, but I love the fact. Right, Blyer is all over Crossland now. Crossland. It's 0.2 back, so I think we're about to see a battle for P3. Just about to hot up as we're looking for the battle for P6. We're on board with Stockinger for WPS Racing Team. I think he just eased off a little bit there. I didn't quite. Blyer is up into P3. Terry, he's made the move past Crossland. So that has happened while we've been watching this.
Yeah, on our screens it looked like Whitehead dipped the brakes a little bit. Or his lights came on. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but Stockinger looking to close it down in the Munich Esports WPS Racing Team number 28, right on the back of the 21, and it looks like Crossland's still battling out for third place position. doesn't want to let it go too quickly, but Stockinger right now is closing down the gap onto Whitehead, and we might see move in the next few sectors, next lap or so, as the WPS Racing Team looks to make its gains onto the number 21 car. Tobias Pfeffer is the kind of buffer between these two battles, so the battle for third place and fourth, and as we are about to see that overtake for third place, I believe. So the BMW driven by Crossland in the charge ahead, and then that is Blair on the inside line and in the number 10. Looking to make it move up the inside. Quite an easy move for the number 10, actually.
Yeah, showing some real pace, Blyer. And just whilst you were talking around that, I was just looking down the leaderboard. So you've got a few cars that are in the 217. So Stostensko in the Honda in the 149, Barrier in the Ferrari car 72, Blyer, who we just watched, who made the overtake for P3, car 10, they're in the 217s. Then you've got Pfeffer, who's currently in P5 in the 217, so I'd imagine they're going to catch up with the 62 BMW driven by Crossland. And then you've got Osterman down in P9, he's in the 217s as well, McCormack in P10. So, they're kind of setting the pace. And actually, Castorino down in P33 is also in the 85 Ferrari is also in the 217s, low to 218. So those guys are kind of setting the pace. So we've got a few that's out of position as we look at Manos Gerardis for Brabham Esports. Great name, Brabham, a name known throughout Formula One, as he's trying to make the move on the #1 Audi. Has he done it? I think he has. Yes, he's made the move. And I can just spot that Bischoff is in the pits in the car 977 Ferrari, Terry.
Yes, so it's a bit early to come in the pits, but I mean, I wonder if it's a case of let's get in before the traffic, because that's the pit traffic's going to be really detrimentally, because with it being a fixed stint timer, all these cars will all come in at the same time, will cause that, you know, big traffic jam going into the pits. Luckily, it's all ghosted in the pits, but still, it's gonna be pretty hard to try and get your right box. With 37 cars on the grid, it's not as bad as it could be. The bar does take, I think, 82 on ACC, but it looks like William Hendrickson there facing the wrong way. The 888 guy is going to have to do probably a 3 or 4 point turn to try and get that car facing the correct way. You can see on the right hand side of your screen, oh no, just going to drive across the racing line instead. I suppose it works if there's no cars coming, and it looks like there wasn't, so the William Hendrickson does get that car rolling again. But yeah, Jacob Osterman currently sat in 8th place, trying to run away from Igor in that number 41, who's been challenging a lot of drivers. Igor's, you know, he started in 7th place position, gained up into 6th, drops it down into 8th. He's currently sat in 8th now. 9th now, actually, not 8th, so lost the position to Osterman by the looks of it. Osterman starting to pull away from him a little bit here and looking to close down the gap onto Stockinger ahead. Does have 2.5 seconds of lap time to gain though, and here we go, here we're going to find Hendrickson, what that incident was in the 888 car. Hendrickson, just taking a bit too much curb there, spinning it, just trying to catch it. Doesn't manage to catch it in the M6. It's interesting to see the M6 back on the grid. I remember a certain BMW driver.
It was an M6 last round, if my memory serves me right. So
was it an M6 last round as well? Okay.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. So I can see that the kind of the top 5, 6 has kind of spread out a little bit. I expect that Pfeffer's going to catch up with Crosslad, because Crosslad's in the 218s and Pfeffer's about a second quicker than him right now, so I think that's kind of inevitable. But Stockinger is all over the back of Whitehead by the looks of it on my screen, but we are looking at Sebastian Aspinall. Again, sorry for the butchering. We're getting a few comments around our pronunciations in chat, so I can't, you know, we are doing our best. The West Competition Racing ADAC team, so car 33. And he's under a little bit of pressure from the Honda behind, and that is currently driven by Prendergast, who, as we touched on earlier on, has fallen back, you know, was a little bit higher up, so not had a great first stint for this race. I don't know if he just hasn't been showing the pace, but his best lap was a 2:18.6. His last lap was a 2:20. So yeah, maybe that might be what it is. Maybe he's just not able at the moment to pull the pace out of that Honda.
Yeah, I think he's had a few invalid laps that's caused him to run a little couple of wide here and there. So yeah, but I guess no, he's still closing it down on the 70 while he's still trying to hold on to Apostle in 17th. Sebastian Postel currently sat in that 17th place, but yeah, Prendergast, I think he started in P11 if I remember correctly, now down it into 18th, but Stockinger still looking to close it down onto Whitehead ahead. As we come into bus stops again, you'll see these cars get closer, and then you'll come into the first turn into the right-hander and then on to the straight, and then you'll see them starting to get the accordion effect and starting to pull away again as we come up through Radion Luke. Wow, a drive-through for the contact between the number 42. The process has been rejected due to the missing camera angles, but that drive-through sticks then on that number 42 by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, there we go. Yeah, you've got to submit everything correctly as per the stewards. You know, they need all the information and the proof if you're going to protest. Stockinger was slightly ever so quicker in the previous lap, but on the previous lap they both did exactly the same lap time, which I thought was amazing. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was like, oh my god, that's really important, like, but that's really fun when they crossed the line and it went. So I can't tell you what the lap times were, but I think they did exactly identical laps. So they are of similar pace. So I'm interested to see if Stockinger gets past Whitehead, if he's able to pull a gap of which between P1 and P2 is now up to 12 seconds. I mean, it isn't unsurmountable, but you know, that's not bad going for the first stint. And Blair will be looking to close back down to barrier. And as I say, they're all around about the same pace. I mean, the gap at the moment is 9 seconds between P2 and P3. We've got the pit window coming up. Some will lose, some will gain time, some may decide to repair any damage that they've got. It's, you know, we won't really know until they leave the pits how this is all gonna. So we're about to enter mad season, aren't we, Terry?
Yeah, so that pit traffic will really come into play here. Now, the interesting thing with ACC, the quicker you join the server, the further up the pitch you get the box. So you'll see some people that join the server really early so they can get the first pit box. It's a little bit easier when you're coming to pit in, so you know where your pit box is and you know you don't have any cars in front of you. But there's also, you know, you could join pit boxes. I think there's enough pits at Spa that everyone will get the pit box for 40 drivers. But Ice Pfeffer in that number 14 car, looking to close it down on the Crossland. I mean, we've seen this fight over and over again, and we saw Crossland lose out a position to Blair. But Pfeffer looking to close down the gap onto Crossland, and you saw that accordion effect come into play as we came through the bus stop chicane. That Pfeffer in the 720S is, you know, he's closing down the gap ever so slightly. His last laps were 218, 217 the lap before, 217 the lap before that. Been doing pretty consistent 217s for quite a while, so it is closing it down onto Crossland, who's currently doing 218s. So the gap started to come down, but there's only around about 10 minutes left on the pits themselves.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on Sustensko at the moment because he's setting the fastest lap at the moment, predicted to hit a 2:16.9, so that'll be interesting. They've just invalidated, or they've just lost some time. Yeah,
McCormack's actually got it now. So 2:16.9 was coming in from McCormack. I think he just he was only in the second sector though. So was Statsensko.
We're getting towards that time where the 2:16s are potentially possible. I mean, looking at the best lap times, you've got your top 11. Most of the top 11, except for Stockinger, have hit a mid to high 2:17. So just showing the pace that we've currently got out there. I mean, that's absolutely phenomenal going. And the fastest lap of the race was set on lap 17 as well by the 149 car. So, you know, we've done a few more since then. I think we're on to lap 25 now.
Yes, we are. So, yeah, 24, 25 laps have been of this race. Well, we can see the 24, they're currently on the 25th. And yeah, 17 laps ago was the fastest, as you were saying, which was around about, let's say, a half a stint. It's about halfway. I'm not going to do the proper maths. My quick maths is usually horrendous. But it's around about halfway. So, yeah, we're about to see all these drivers start to get into the end of the tyre life, pushing as much as they can before their stint ends. Likely will swap drivers. I mean, most of these teams have the required amount of drivers at 3 drivers. So the ones that have to have the penalties that they got at the start of the race. But the 3 driver cars, so you'll be swapping. You'll either be doing stints of 2 or stints of 1, and then swapping every single end of stint time, which is 65-minute stint time, or you'll be doing 2 hours. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out in the cars. I'll tell you what though, McCormack, he's found a good sector 1, but hasn't managed to put it all together. And we're seeing the car starts coming in, so the 71 starts coming into its pits. It's been in there for 10 seconds, so it's got a long trek through the Spa pit lane to get to its box. Most of these will be in the furthest boxes away from the entry to the pit lane, because only 40 cars in this race, and I think it counts for 82, like I said earlier. McCormack currently has predicted to be the fastest lap of the race. Statsenko hasn't been dipping into those 2:16s recently, though. Has been pretty consistent. When he set that 2:17.0, actually did a 2:71.1 before and a 2:17.082 after it. So very consistent with the lap times. But yeah, it started to drop off a little bit in the last, you know, the 22-23 lap range. But yeah, we're starting to see these lap times really start to fly in from all of these drivers there. Julian Fox in that Geeks Energy. We saw him early in the stream, the number 17 car, looking to close it back down onto Prendergast here on your screens for round 3. And that Geeks Energy number 17, it looks like it's picked up a little bit of damage on the front of that car there, Paul.
Yeah, a little bit of damage, but nothing too substantial, I don't think. But I can see that Pfeffer is getting really close now to Crossland for the battle for P4. So around about 0.4 second quicker last time around. So Pfeffer really showing some pace. Crossland not able to match that at the moment in the BMW, but Pfeffer is pitted. So there we go. That's the end of that battle. And let's see, as to your point a moment ago, whether he decides to do a double stint or whether it gets out of the car. But I suspect they will double that. And Osterman in the McLaren, in the 11 in McLaren, is also into the pits. I noticed while you were talking as well, there was a couple other cars have also cleared their pit stops. Car 88's been into the pits. Car 30's also been into the pits as well. So the order will shake up a little bit for the moment. And here we go, more and more are in. So car 6, car 4, the car driven by Hasso, as we know, that have got 25 seconds worth of penalties. So they're going to fall back from P14. And Dory Den in the 222 AMG as well is also into the pits. Here comes Fox, here comes Razzie, here they all come. I think this is it. This is the madness of the pit stops.
Yeah, so you don't really want to carry your stints over here because you don't want to serve the penalties, but you know they're not extending it, which is interesting. You'll see, I think the leader will probably extend it as much as they can, just to keep themselves out of that traffic originally. But you're seeing all of more or less the mid-grid, I would say, start to come into the pitch. You're seeing a couple of the front runners in, but from P28 backwards, they've all served their pits. So anyone ahead that you're seeing coming into the pits now is doing their first pit stop. And then from first to around about 11th place hasn't pitted yet, but they are coming through sector 3 around about now. So it's the question of will that top 10 run their pit stops as long as they can, try and maximize their stint time, because it is a 65-minute stint, or will they just come in this lap and not risk an issue on the final lap? Because technically, I mean, you don't really need to run it right now. They could do. I mean, Statsenko could go, you know what, I want this fastest lap that I'm currently nearly setting. And he is currently nearly setting it. But Barrier coming into the pits here. Has been in the pits for about 3 seconds. And I'll likely expect the rest of these cars to come in. But it looks like McCormack. And that's the 124 and the number... The 124 actually staying out there. That's interesting. So the 124 stays out.
That was the 41 he got past.
All right. Okay. So did manage to get past Igor in the end then. So McCormack up into, I think that was around about, I'm going to go for 6. I'll probably run though.
Okay. So the 14 Unicorns Love car has changed driver. So it's Reicher now who's into the pit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so they haven't double stinted. So they've come out in P12. They were one of the top 10 to pit first. Let's see how this unfolds for them. As I can see that P2's in the pits, P3, P4 are in the pits of the cars. So so this is interesting stuff. Let's see how it happens. And I'm being told it's Bastian Richter. There we go.
Yes, Richter. Yes.
Richter. I'm terrible. I'll remember that for about 5 seconds. And then I was telling someone the other day.
Doing Germanic names. To be honest, I always struggle with Polish names because they have a lot of letters, like they have a lot of pronunciations that don't occur in English. It's not a slight towards any Polish people out there. Just that your names are really hard to pronounce when you look at it from a British perspective.
Yes. Yeah, our language is terrible, basically. Is what we're trying to say.
Yeah. So it only works for British.
Yeah, it doesn't give us any hope with our European counterparts. So, yeah. So, so we can see that Sostensko is still out there, isn't he? So he hasn't pitted yet. So. Last lap was a 2:18. There he is. As I say that, he's into the pits. The race leader is in the pits.
Yeah, McCormack trying to extend it out as well. Just coming in this final sector, so I'm expecting them to come in, and Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41 as well, going to come in at the pits, and then the rest of the 3 that haven't pitted yet are also going to be in the pits. But if you're not in that pit line before that 30-second countdown, it's going to count down to 4:55. Finishes counting down, you're going to get a penalty. So hopefully none of the 2 cars that are in the final sector, as they both come in, there we go, they're going to be all right now, come across the line. They are literally extending it as much as they can into that 65-minute stint there. But yeah, Bischoff is going to be, it looks like he managed to get out away from all the traffic, so that's good for him. Yeah, McCormack followed in by Igor there, the number 41 car in the rear view of McCormack, challenging him even in the pits. So got to make sure that you hit that pit box dead on. Don't miss the pit box, because you'll lose 5 seconds just trying to get your car sorted, trying to get yourself up, and then you basically just don't want to lose that 5 seconds, because that will lose him the position to Igor in the number 41 there.
So yeah, so the number 10 car, which was being driven by Blyer, is now being driven by Matthias Tiskowitz. I'm going to give that a go. Tuskovic, I'm being told, Tuskovic. So he's got Richter behind him. He's only 4 seconds back. So once that these pits unfold, I suspect that our number 10 Ferrari will be back where it was prior to trying to chase down the 72, which is still being driven by Barrier. So Tuskovic, let's see what kind of pace he's got. See, I remembered that one. Look at that. See, did it twice. I'm really proud of myself.
It looks like Statstensko has kept hold of the 149 car, and so has Valentin Barrier in the 72. Yeah. Biskov has kept hold of the 977 as well. Yeah. And Harry Phillips has kept hold of the 96 from there, just scrolling down the list.
Price is now in the 62 car as well, so they've swapped over.
Yes, Price has taken over that car, yes. And Amir Hosseini has taken over the 21 car.
And Shea is in the 28.
Has kept hold of the 124. Let's see, Igor has kept hold of the 41. Must have been enjoying the little battle they had between the 41 and the 124, because they're oh no, the 124 sorry,
in the car.
Just updated.
Yeah, has to go past the first time in line for like the applications that we're using to report back. But if you go on, if you've got ACC running, and you're looking at that particular car, you see it. I don't understand how game development works, so I can't comment on why we get that behaviour. There is a battle hotted up for P17 by the looks of it. We've got Tazvinua Haka in the 33 Aston Martin trying to chase down Fox in the 17 McLaren there. But Rodriguez is right behind Petrochenko as well, as we look at Fox then. Under pressure from the Aston. I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of the Aston Martin. I've always loved it, but you know, the last few years the last year I've been driving the Audi. Bit of a different challenge, but the Aston is, you know, not great off the line, but on the brakes it tends to be pretty strong. I haven't driven it for a while, so I don't know if its characteristics have changed at all, Terry, but you might know more than me.
I've actually driven that car in real life, but yeah, I haven't driven it in ACC lately. Not in the GT3 version. In the most performance one you can get on road version. Yeah,
very nice.
Yes, so it's a great car in real life as well. Great car to drive in real life, but yeah, I don't know what they've changed on the Aston. But it's obviously not the favourite pick. It used to be the favourite pick at Spa, around about 9 months back. But obviously not the favourite pick anymore. So Honda, if you go by this this list, is going to be the best pick for you, or the Ferrari. Like I was saying in the warm up to the race, the Ferrari is touted to be one of the better cars in ACC to pick up right now. It's one of those that you can maybe drive like right from the start to the end. So if you want to learn a car, probably the Ferrari is you're looking out there to pick up a new car.
So that's what often happens after a round of pit stops. Things tend to settle down a little bit. I know we've got a bit of a battle here on our hands for the P16, but things are kind of spread out a little. Oh, what a great move that was! Oh, great defending from Fox. I thought that was really well done. Yeah, great stuff. But he's really under pressure here. And now you often, when you get here, you're like, oh, I'm just going to sit behind you, use the slipstream, but no. Well, yes, he is. Look at he's going to fall in behind now. There's no point trying to get past here because you're only going to give the other person the necessary slipstream. They need to get past down the Camel Straight. Oh, but he left it a bit late to move over. I don't know if that's going to kind of help sort of damage his exit speed. I think it has a little bit. I think that's kind of allowed the McLaren to get away, but here we are. We've got the battle here for P22. This is Siggy Lentz in the Yeet Esports car. We look on the rear wing. I love the red to the right side and the blue to the left. The Mercedes behind in the slipstream pulls out to try and take the inside line. Will they get past the Yeet Esports car? Yes, they will. So that is Hassa in the 111 AMG that we know that, you know, had 25 seconds worth of penalties and is going to have to start making their way back up the order.
Yeah, it's nice to see the Hassa make that move cleanly up into up into 22nd. But we're seeing Siggy trying to keep on at the back, and as you mentioned, the back end of that wing, I've just noticed that the colours merge together, which is great. It's a nice little touch. It doesn't just rapidly change from one to the other. It's got like a little merge in the middle, which is
a blend. I think I'd call it, wouldn't you? Like a blend.
Yeah,
you know,
a blend of red and blue. Yeah, I suppose. Lightning blue and hot red. I don't know what you'd actually call their own colours, but I'm going to go for them too. In that Yeet Esports number 47, blending together on the rear of that wing. It's nice to see the custom liveries that all of the teams have sported, and not just plain black carbon cars. But it's nice to see all of those custom liveries on the screen, and I think that's one beauty about ACC is the amount of custom liveries that people do make, and they look like real racing liveries. It is my credit to all the teams. Like you'd expect them to maybe be on an actual track.
Yeah, and I can see that the battle for P7, Shea is under pressure from Petrichenko, and but not far behind is also Rodriguez. So this is kind of like the kind of closest battle out on track at the moment. So we got Ferrari being chased down by McLaren, being chased down by Ferrari. The next car behind them is 4.5 seconds back, and that's Bykov in the 41 BMW. So yeah, lots of action for these guys at the moment, and some try to, you know, we see a lot of overtaking at the end of Kemmel. I'm still quite surprised we saw an overtake earlier on. I forget the corner name. I think it's Pouon, where, you know, I think you were saying earlier on, it's quite an easy corner to kind of lose speed, but also, you know, if you get it right, you make some fantastic gains. But Petrichenko here, under the rear wing of Shea and the Ferrari and the 28. Here we are right on board now. Is he going to make a move into the bus stop? Let's wait and see. The 28 runs quite wide there. He's taken, I thought he was going to take a bit of a defensive line, but he doesn't. He gives him room on the inside. Petrichenko is late on the brakes, but then that kind of, unfortunately for him, hurts his apex and his exit. So there we are. Fastest lap of the race now is a 2:16.895. That's impressive, Terry, isn't it? By Bischoff.
Yes, it is. But what's even more impressive is I think there's a couple of cars out there that are actually predicted to go faster if they manage to nail all the sectors together. So there's some
with one of those beats stats go by any chance with a predicted 2:16.8.
One of them was, yes, but also Bischoff was actually looking to go even quicker than he currently is right now. So let's have a look at the top speed. So 274 is still the top speed, and it's still on an Audi. So the Audi looks like the fastest on the straights, but the Audi is not. Apparently, the images are actually just their skins on a stock image. They're not on the actual cars. But the 124 is actually a Ferrari. It's not an Audi. So the Ferrari has the fastest top speed at a 274, and then the 888 is then a. I'm trying to find the 888 car. Actually, can't see it on my list. But anyways,
well,
yeah, the 888
might
currently
be
on
cars.
274 as well.
Sorry, I've talked over you then. One of the 888, I think, has dropped. We've lost another car, so we've only got 37 runners. Originally, we started with 41, so I think that's the reason why you can't see that car. And I can't see them on the board on my. I've got the whole list. I can't see them. That they're on.
So
the
it was
track.
actually the BMW M6 that had the 888. So the 888 was the BMW M6. So it's Ferrari and a BMW M6 that have the two top speeds of the track, but the 888 no longer in the race. So that's why I couldn't find it, as you were rightly saying there, Paul. But
you are very welcome, sir. You know?
Petrochenko, he's doing a great job battling onto Shea and keeping away Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez in that 124 Ferrari. He's in a Ferrari sandwich right now. He is in a McLaren, in a Ferrari sandwich, trying to get past the 28. He hasn't been able to find a move, but was given that room, as you rightly pointed out, going into the bus stop chicane. And Petrochenko is, he's keeping it right onto the back of Shea, which is a fantastic little battle that we are seeing for 7th place right now. And Shea, well, he's definitely trying to get the speed out of the corners, trying to keep the pace up. But Petrochenko's just got an answer for every single run that Shea's trying to make. But Rodriguez in that number 124 definitely has some pace as well, and I think we'll start to see Rodriguez start to close down this lap. I think he's just biding his time right now, as Statstensko does take the fastest lap of the race of 2:16.870 away. So it's back up there now, back up at the top of the leaderboard. As you can see the purple marker on the 149 Honda. And it's actually interesting to see that the Honda doesn't have the fastest top speed. So even though the Kemmel Straight is really, really long, a lot of the lap time is in the corners of Spa. So obviously Spa, long lap time, 2 minutes, over 2 minutes in the GT3s, 2:16s currently by Statstensko. And it's nice to see those 2:16s come in a race. Like I said, you're looking like 2:16s really, really low in hot lap conditions, and this is sort of the gap difference. You're around about 5 to 1 whole second. I mean, 0.5 to 1 whole second difference between hot lap pace and real race pace, and especially when you're battling other cars, etc., etc. But we're still seeing Petrochenko look to find any sort of move he can on this Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, and the thing is, once he gets past Shea, or if he gets past Shea, then he has quite the gap to go up to Amir Hosseini in that number 21 ahead, because there's around about 5-second difference between the two. Now we're seeing Julian Fox trying to hold off Felix Tasvinsvar-Hacker in the battle for 17th place position here, and then Pendergast, who's currently 4 seconds away from this battle. He's going to be really happy if Felix and Julian battle this out for the next 42 minutes, because he's going to be able to gain some time, because currently Pendergast is lapping over in those low 218s, and Felix is in the low 218s as well. But I've just noticed a big yellow flag come in, and that is the flag from Maximilian Shea and Petrochenko. So hopefully we'll get a replay of what exactly happened there, but it looks like Shea losing it out badly there, actually dropping down to, I think, 15th place position, it said on the leaderboards there. But Harry Phillips challenging Don Earden for the 222. Thought there was a little bit of contact nearly coming in there as we went into the bus stop. Harry Phillips is just trying to find any sort of move he can, but Don Earden just holding on to that apex, holding on to as much of that curb as he can. And Harry Phillips, back in the battles. Harry Phillips seems to be getting featured a lot on this stream, because he's in every single battle he can get his hands on in the Wild Things Racing team, isn't he, Paul?
Yeah, no, he is definitely been an active racer today. I was keep an eye on the battle which you just mentioned about Shea and losing out, and it looked like Petrochenko had got past, and I wonder if it's contact with Rodriguez behind. I was going to kind of point out, you know, kind of building up to that it looked like Rodriguez has been faster in the Sector 1 compared to the other two drivers, but that's all null and void now because that move's happened. But there we go, Harry Phillips has made the move in, down the Common Straight into the chicane. He's up into P14. He's doing well. He's you know, like you just said, he's been on the stream a lot today because where the action's been, he tends to be not far away, does he?
Yeah, that's it. So he was fighting for P11 for a lot of the time, fighting for P8 and P9. He's currently down in 15th, so he's going to be looking to, well, 14th now, but he's going to be looking to make his way up the grid back into those top 10 fights, I reckon. Did have a couple of drops down the grid, but on his way back up, Felix Dasvinsvahacker in that West Competition Racing ADAC number 33 car, looking to close it down onto Julian Fox in that number 17, who's currently in 17th place position. Lining up perfectly for Julian Fox.
There was a moment where I think one of them had got past and the other one got back past again, so I saw them flash up on my dash. I can see that Hassini is getting closer to Price. He's been here last time round, he was half a second quicker than previous lap, so potentially the battle for P5 as we watch this might be starting to hot up as well. But we tend to see this, we saw this in the previous rounds as well. After a pit stop, it tends to shake things up, and then the next pit stop tends to bring people back together again. So Stensko then, we're currently with the fastest lap of the race, 2:16.682. Terry.
Yeah, fantastic lap from him so far. 2:16.6. I mean, you might see these guys start to drop off sometimes, but Stensko has been he's been nailing the lap times, and he's had a lot of the fastest laps. So here we go. Let's have a look at the number 11 car of Petrochenko trying to get that position. I think this is where that incident came into the chicane. So moved up the inside, did manage to get past the number 28. The 28 getting a better run on the exit on there. Yeah, just not enough room for two cars to get through that little section that they tried to get through there. So the 11 having that incident with the 28 of Maximilian Shea there.
Yeah, I've got to feel a bit bad for Shea there. I think he, you know, he did quite well in defending that and got a bit of a tap round. I feel like he's lost out there, so I wouldn't be surprised if Petrochenko sees himself getting a penalty. But we'll see what the that's obviously just my initial kind of view of that. But we'll see what the stewards say when they review it, if they're anywhere near it yet. So we shall see.
Yeah, so the number 33 trying to close it down onto the number 17 again. I think the as you were saying, penalties have started to calm down a little bit at least. So we're not seeing a lot. So we're not seeing a lot of penalties start to come in. So I think the key thing here is the pit. So the number 14 has pitted on lap 26, 118 seconds. The number 62. Pitting on lap 27 for 120, so a really long pit stops from the 20, the 14 and the 62, and then the 21 only pitted for 107 seconds, so the 21 gained a net of 11 seconds in the first round of the pits there. So fantastic gain from that car to be able to gain a whole 11 seconds. So that just proves just how much time you can gain. So Amir Hosseini in that, taking over that number 21 car, who's currently sat in 6th place position, getting a lot of time just by the pit strategy onto the 62 and the 14 in 4th and 5th place position. So Amir Hosseini Amir Hosseini's team, rather, in the number 21 doing a fantastic job, as we see on number 33. Still battling on to Julian Fox. Hasn't been able to find a way around in that West Competition Racing the AC car. But looking to outbrake around the outside, as you said, he asked him really good on the brakes, then into the inside. Will Felix manage to get it ahead? Does squeeze Julian Fox off there. Julian Fox re-entering the track now, going to be back on the inside line here. And you can just see why he squeezed him off. Didn't want him to have the inside line coming into the first corner of the track. Obviously, rather one of the slower corners of the track, but the McLaren does manage to get it back ahead in the number 17. Actually has the AMG in tail, and up into Oru and Radion. Felix is chasing down now onto a back marker, as well as the fight for 17th place that he found himself in earlier. So he's still in 18th place, hasn't dropped 2 positions, but has now got to deal with that back marker that might be similar pace to him. So you know, the back marker will be wanting to stay ahead for the rest of the race.
Yeah, a bit tricky for the back marker. Sometimes it's quite hard to know what to do in those situations, especially if you feel like you've got the pace. In some cases where it's quite handy if you've got a team manager that can go and talk to the other team and go, look, you know, we've got more pace than you. Is it okay if we get back past? So, but that's kind of, unfortunately, it's kind of then means that the battle's kind of fizzled out. And I can see that Price is quite close to Hassini at the moment out on track, so that's the battle for 5. So I think that's obviously been a move that surely has. I'm pretty sure I said a few minutes ago that Hassini was catching Price, and I think he's made the move, so hopefully we can get that on replay. So now he's going to try and you know, try and catch up with Richter, who to be honest is nearly a second slower than Hassini at the current time at the moment on lap. So, and he's around about a second back. So that gap should come down pretty quickly. And the gap between P1 and P2 stands out around about 13.5 seconds. And then we've got Tiskowitz following in P3 and around about 11.5 seconds back as well. So I think a battle for P4 will be hotting up really shortly.
I really agree. I mean, Hassini gained a lot of time in the pits that time. That was the 21 car that gained a lot of time in that pit. I think 11 seconds, if I remember what I read out correctly. But Isaac Price down into 6th place, as you mentioned, and that whole 11 seconds that he gained would be very, very helpful here. Chris Hartfield, I think this was the car that was on that weird strategy. Well, not weird strategy, but the not normal strategy, because he did pit in the 30. I'm going to go for
about 25 laps ago.
Lap.
Yeah, about 25 laps ago. Yeah,
scrolling away from me, but yeah, the 27th lap. Actually, pitted twice. So the 8th lap and now back in again. So yeah, hopefully they managed to get that car sorted out correctly.
Yeah, so yeah, they pitted on the 8th. Yeah, you're right. They were. Yeah. It was 139 seconds was their pit stop. Just also, you know, we know that 977 car pitted earlier than everyone else. They pitted 16 laps ago, where, you know, the other leaders only, you know, pitted about 6 laps later. So here we go. Here's a replay. Where is this Hassini for the move on Price down the Camel Straight as per normal, takes the inside. And look at that, already passed before he hits the braking zone. So nicely done. And like I say, he's already onto the back of Richter. He's already on him. He's half a second. Well, he was 0.3. It's now 0.5. So the man's got some pace. We know how fast Amir is, don't we? I mean, he's renowned for having some extraordinary pace in that GTWR Go setups car. Easy for me to say. And is he close enough to make a move here, Terry? I think he might be. I think he might be. This is going to be close, Terry.
Yeah, I mean, Hassini is literally right on the back of number 4, and you can just see just how much time that Ferrari gains onto the McLaren there. Might be running different wings, but Hassini making it look rather easy to get up that inside line. We saw again make a very similar move to Isaac Price, and it seems like that Ferrari does have the pace coming down the Camel Straight. It's really, really quick. Is that Ferrari, and it looks like it might be outclassing the McLaren a little bit here, because, well, it's already got himself up into 4th, and let's see if Richter can manage to keep it onto the tail, because the McLaren was always good at following. It was always good at following and keeping inside the aero, but whether the aero changes in the last update for ACC have changed how that McLaren handles, well, we're going to find out with Richter here as he closes down, well, tries to close that down back onto Amir Hassini, who's currently in that number 21 Ferrari.
it's fair to say, Terry, just visually, I think Husseini's already opening up a little bit of a gap. But we look. I mean, you know, we're commentators. We're forever the optimist, and that's what we want to see. We want to see battles out on track. We don't want people running away from it. But I mean, as things stand, Testensko, you know, is faster than Barrier last time round by about half a second. But I mean, it is interesting that Husseini is on the pace of the race leader. You know, last time round doing a 2:17.147 as where the race leader did a 2:17.102. So and the cars ahead are around about half a second slower than Husseini. So if he can keep that pace up, I mean, he's only 4 seconds back from P3. I think, you know, a podium kind of position for them in long, you know, during this stint. I mean, look, it's already 4 hours 30. Where's that last half an hour gone? I mean,
I don't know. It seemed like the pits were only about 10 minutes ago, so I don't know what happened for the last hour, half an hour, like you were saying. But yeah, for some reason, the last 30 minutes have flown by. I think it's one of those that a lot of battles happen in a short period of time between a lot of different cars because they're starting to spread out across the grid now. The time just flies by, and I think even for these drivers in these stints, the amount of battles that are happening on track because the cars are so close, that it's not a slog. It's not a slog at all. It is some hard, close racing, and we've seen the instant start to calm down. So the penalty, you can see that by the penalties that aren't even visible on the board because there isn't really any, which is great to see. So as we see Caracas try to get that Slava Ukraini by BGR car up into 24th, does manage to get it past the Tristan Ballwinkle driven number 8 grid finder car up into 24th place position, and then closing down onto Lentes in the number 47 McLaren as well. It's the battle of McLarens happening for 23rd place position, and Caracas looking to lead it into 23 as he comes into the first corner of the track, up through La Source, down into the dip, and then up the hill, up through Arun Radian, that's had a little bit of change now this year to extend those walls out on the left hand side there, and Caracas trying to keep it right on the back of Lentes, suffer from the McLaren issue that sometimes happens at the top of the grid. I think the BMW also had it going over Radion, and the BMW, the Audi and the McLaren sometimes had a random wiggle at the top of Radion, but it looks like none of that's happened this race, fingers crossed.
Wiggle it just a little bit, as they say. Hackers finally got past Fox while we've been watching this battle, so they're still relatively close out on track. But yeah, Lentz is leading this battle with Caracas, Ballwinkle, but the two sort of McLarens at the head are kind of in a battle of their own, and Ballwinkle in the number 8 McLaren will be hoping that he can join the mix as well. Cini still he's closing the gap down ever so slightly, but last time around the number 10 Ferrari was a little bit quicker, so might not come down as high as predicted, but you know, the seesawing of racing. But Richter is sticking onto the relatively well onto Cini. The gap is around 1.5 seconds at the moment. Shea's got Biscoff in close company as well in the 977 Ferrari. So yeah, some and then you know, oh, Caracas there, sorry, it's just got past Lentz on your screen as well. So and now he's Lentz is under pressure from the number 8 McLaren behind. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the feed, I was looking at the statistics stuff, so completely missed that. Terry. Oh, and Terry's gone for a little bit of a break, so I've just read that message. So there we go. Right, okay, so Biscoff there I'm trying to put the P10 of Shea under pressure, and it is Ferrari versus Ferrari. So we've got 3 Ferraris kind of in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and then we've got another Ferrari in P8, followed by Shea and Biscoff in these Ferraris as well. Honda leading the way. The next Honda is down in P14, driven by Phillips, and we've got a couple of Audis in there. They're battling around P26 and P27. I don't see any other Audis kind of further up the grid at the moment. Hassan's done well to recover. He's currently in P21 after having getting 25 seconds worth of penalties in the 111 AMG, and there we go. Can see that Winkle and Lentz are battling. They've just swapped position back again. Though I wonder if something's happened, because the gap has suddenly opened up between those two as well. So, but here we go. Bischoff is making a move down into the bus stop. A very popular overtaking spot as Spa, as well as the end of Kemmel Straight. And makes the move nicely. Now it's about there. So here we go. We've got a battle here between Shea and Bischoff, up into Radion and Eau Rouge, and on to the Kemmel. And the Unicorns of Love car, the number 14 car, is up into P5 at the moment, past pricing the 62 BMW. So I was going to try and get onto the back of Hosseini, and that gap is slowly opening up. So Richard last time around we did a 2:17.8 and Hosseini's did a 2:17.6, but Sasensko's doing properly low 2:17s, not quite, you know, very close to breaking into the 2:16s, but Bischoff there, you know, as well, doing some great stuff further back in P10 in a 9:77. So I mean, Sasensko keeps being predicted that he's going to do a 2:16 and then loses a bit of time, so he's got it in there in that Honda NXX. But so here we are. Here's a car we haven't seen for a while. Car 49, Thomas Twomey, in the Burst Esports. That is definitely another Honda out on track. Good to see. Not quite sure where these guys are, but they are 6.9 seconds back from Castorino, who's currently in P32. And Hartveld then is not far back from them in 4 seconds. Oh, they've been blue flagged. They've let one of the faster cars past. They would have lost them quite a bit of time, but there's the race leader, Sasensko. Terry, I was just saying that Sasensko is very close to getting to 2:16s, like keeps being predicted, but doesn't quite make it, loses a bit of time. So now he has, so he's done a 2:16.682. There we go. I mean, that is something that's pretty remarkable. But the rest of the guys, I mean, Hosseini setting some decent pace. I think he's going to catch the other two in second and third. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. Hosseini looks really quick out on track, and as you're saying, Sasensko has done some 2:16s. He's done 3 actually. 31, the 31st lap, 32nd lap, and his fastest lap currently is his 33rd lap. But since his 38th lap, so the last like 4 or 5 laps, they've all been 2:17.1000 and 1. So Sasensko is lapping really consistently, and that's the key. That is the key when you're in any sort of endurance race. Is just to lap consistently and just keep it going and going and going. Especially even if you're in first place, you know, you might be 15 seconds ahead, but you know, one incident with a back marker from a miscommunication or anything like that can just happen in racing. It just happens, and Sasensko could lose out on those 15 seconds. So he needs to just make sure he's just powering ahead in that 149 Honda and keeping that Yas Heat team in first place, and then they can pick up the maximum points here for round 3, because they're doing great in that number 149 car. Valentin Barrier currently sat in the number 72, as you were saying, currently sat in second, but you know, the number 10 car is closing down onto the back of him, and Hosseini does have quite the bit of pace as well, because he's currently doing 2:17.0s, 1s, 2s, 2:17.0s as well, and it really is starting to close down onto Sasensko.
Yeah, it's quite something, the pace that Hosseini's putting out there. It's just at the moment, I mean, you know, it's created a gap of 15 seconds. Now 15 seconds isn't a lot, and as we saw, as you quite rightly pointed out, with the pit stop stats, you could lose that in the pit stops, right? So it can all just go, and you don't know what pace his teammates are going to set either, do we? So it's all still to play for. We've got 4 hours and 21 minutes. So we've got around about 21, 22 minutes now until the next round of pit stops to go. And the race leader we know has done back-to-back. We know that Barry has done back-to-back. So they are going to have to change their drivers for the third stint. It's all to play for. And I can see that there's a battle on happening for P12 at the moment. Rezer and Mikel have just swapped places out on track, and there's overtakes happening all over the place at the moment. Here we go. Here's the battle, Terry, for P13.
Yes, Harry Phillips, 10 seconds back from this, but Razaya, who I believe he was battling at some point as well. Razaya currently sat in that number 13, in 13th place rather, in that number 6, and we're running on board with David Mitchell in that Ren Welton esports. I'm pretty sure that there's a V from Germanic languages, and they 71 currently sat in 12th place position. Currently trying to hold him off, but around the outside goes Honda, and around the outside it does. Does he manage to hold on to that inside curb? Yes, it does. Manages to use it to tramline itself around, and no contact coming through the right-hander. So the 71 managed to get ahead beautifully of the Ren Welton Esports number 71 car. Absolutely brilliant racing that we have seen all for the last, well, 1 hour and 40 minutes really, and I'm hoping that we're going to see, well, we're obviously going to see a lot more, because these fights are really tightening up. So the 90 closing it down onto the number 8 and the 47, and as we always say, the dips and troughs that happen with sim racing, that these slowly, gradually start to separate from each other as we go through longer races, and as we start to come towards the end of stints, they all start to close down onto each other. In the Carbon Sim Sport, doing exactly that onto the number 8 grid finder car, as it looks to move away up the inside. Does get a little bit of a contact there with the 47, does get spun around, does not pick up too much damage, I hope, for the number 8 car. It looked like it was a move that didn't quite work out for Tristan Ballwinkle in that number 8 car, but going to drop down behind Narodowski in the Carbon Sim Sport number 90, that's closing it down onto the number 47 now, not the number 8 that we're seeing on the left hand side of your screens right now, because that sector timing board hasn't updated. But once they go through the next one, which should be relatively soon, you'll see the actual battle that we're seeing on the grid. So Michael has actually managed to get himself up into 25th place instead of 26th place, just simply by allowing Tristan Ballwinkle to battle. And Tristan Ballwinkle in that grid finder race number 8 car, dropping itself down into 26th. Only one loss, luckily, only one loss, so not a massive loss for number 8 car. David Mitchell in the Ren Welton Esports number 71, closing it back down onto Rizaya in that number 6. So they've had one battle for this position. Back again goes David Mitchell, just showing himself in the mirrors, just wants to say, hi, I'm here, I'm gonna try and get past you at any single opportunity you give me. It's a little bit slidey just coming off that curve there in the number 71, but still managing to close it down onto the number 6 as we come into the right-hander of Brussels, down through that 180-degree turn basically, and then into No Name, and he's really starting to close down the gap onto the number 6 car here as we come into the last 20 minutes of what will be these guys' stints.
Yeah, last 20 minutes, as you say. I'm also just keeping an eye on the gap between P3 and P4. It's coming down ever so slightly, 2.2 seconds now, but gotta say, I quite like this Ren Welton Esports livery. I guess it's supposed to look like a tiger. I think that might be what that is, but here we go. Michael Nowaski in the Carbon Sim Sport 90 car, trying to make a move there. What's the outside, then becomes the inside, then becomes the outside again. Slots in back behind Lentz there in the Carbon Sim Sport car, and tries to take the inside line there. He's given the room, and as they head towards down No Name, he slots in behind. Oh, is there contact? No, I think it was just a bit of a wobble there. Now he's got the inside. I think he's got the run. There we go. That's the move made. Nicely done. Nicely.
Yeah, managing to finally get that position that he's been hunting for on the back of Lentes there. So managed to get the free position onto Bowinkle because Bowinkle had the incident a couple of laps, rather a lap back, and now Navakovsky up into 24th after getting past Lentes as well. So great little bit of a battling for that 24th place position from Navakovsky in the Carbon Sim Sport number 90 car. So great bit of racing from him who managed to get himself up the grid.
Yeah, that is good going, and it was a nice sort of opportunity, wasn't it? Where sometimes you just gotta be there in order when the driver has a mistake like that, and to make that move. So yeah, and I'm just looking at the steward sheet. There doesn't look like there was any contact. So yeah, it was a bit of a driver error. Probably just ran a little bit wide and lost the grip. I mean, at the end of the day, he is in an Audi. I mean, you know, they are in a well, he's in an Audi Nurburgring, but you know, they're in a McLaren. It's a pretty steady car around here. So must have just run a little bit wide and just unsettled the car just a teeny bit. So but yeah, so Assini hasn't closed down too much more, but I think, you know, still showing that he's got the pace on P3, so that's definitely going to come to us at some point. And also Rodriguez is quite relatively close to Petrochenko, but they're on similar pace looking at the last couple of laps. So again, I think we're heading towards, Terry, the pit stop phase, the second phase now, you know, which will allow us to start the third stint. But it's gonna mix things up again here, isn't it? And I think we're kind of seeing that at the moment, where there's not a lot of battles out on track compared to where we were before the pit stops began.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's also the pit stop stage for the broadcasting booth as well, because we've got James Parfitt joining the commentary booth. Welcome, James.
Welcome. How are we all?
I'm telling you what, I'm heating up in here. The battles are heating up. The heating's come on in my room, so I'm starting to heat up, and it's starting to heat up on track. It's starting to heat up in this commentary booth as well, because there's like 3 of us in here now.
Sorry, you've got heating on?
Yeah, it's automatically come on. Hey.
Oh, okay. I can't say I've put my heating on just yet. I'm not going to lie though, it has been quite chilly today in my house, so and in my little room it is a little bit cold, but I haven't put the heating on.
No, me neither, I must say, James. I'm quite surprised. Maybe that says a lot about Terry, really. I don't know, but
maybe we're just made of sterner stuff, mate. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
Hey, technology, it turned it on for me. I didn't do anything. But yes, Paul will be leaving us for a short while, and I believe he's back towards the end of the race, but James will be here for the rest of the race in one capacity or another, right, James?
I'm here all the way through till the end now, so you've got me for the next, we are 4 hours and 13 minutes.
And just a little bit more when we get to speak to some of the drivers as well. So
yeah, I'll take probably 4 hours 45 by the time we finish talking. But you know, hey, that's why we're here in the end of the day to talk, right? So yeah, I'm here right the way through.
Well, there we go. So back to the track action, and Navakovsky still trying to keep it on to, well, actually managed to get it past Lentes, but now looking to charge down onto Bridport ahead in the 42. It looks like Lentes quite the way back after a couple of laps of trying to keep up with car, and now we're seeing Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez in the 1-2-4 closing it down onto Petrochenko. We've seen these guys battle over and over and over again for the last few laps, but the 1-2-4 trying to get it back onto the 11, and Jura Petrochenko in that McLaren. Let's find out what can happen in the next couple of laps, guys.
I think the interesting thing is going to be he's got to try and, you know, almost stay ahead of Rodriguez if he can along here, and I think if he can stay ahead sort of along the Camel Straight, he's got a good opportunity to keep it ahead for the rest of the lap. But he, you know, he's got 4 tenths at the moment. It's coming down well, you can see it there on your screen, it is dropping quite rapidly, but he didn't make it through, so he's got the opportunity now to try and keep it in front of him for the rest of his track. Maybe Blanchimont have a go, but it's going to be a tight one. It's going to need driver cooperation.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the overtakes coming at the end of the Kemmel Straight or going into bus stop. But surprisingly, Paul, to you and both me, we saw that overtake coming into campus a while back. Not from these two cars, but yeah, we saw that overtake coming into campus, didn't we? It was actually the number 11, just not driven by Petroshenko.
Yeah, it was a solid move, and I you know, that the thing around that corner is if you get it bang on, you can really gain some speed and kind of hang on to it, and it is an unusual place. But I guess if the other car gets that corner exceedingly wrong, then I guess an overtake is possible. We weren't on board to see what really happened. We just sort of caught the coattails really of that. But yeah, I think the problem here with Petroshenko and Rodriguez, they're on similar pace. So even if he does make the move, I don't think Rodriguez is going to maybe gap Petroshenko at all. But just point out the gap between P3 and P4, nearly 1 second.
Yeah, so as you were mentioning, Pace, I've just had a look at Petroshenko's last laps, and he started to fall off a little bit. So he was doing those low 217s, but now he's back into the high 217s. So that's likely what's allowed for Igor D'Oliveira Rodriguez to get himself right on the back of Petroshenko. And now we're seeing David Mitchell in the Ren Welton Esports number 71 trying to hold off Rizaya as well as trying to get past him at the same time. It's a little bit of a back and forth between these two cars as we come through and into Radion, and I believe that's the Ferrari, not of Rizaya, because he's driving the Honda, but the car that had the issue a while back. I can't remember off the top of my head which car it is though.
No,
it's one of the Go Setups ones, but I don't know which one.
Neither can I, mate. I can't remember either.
I'm just going to have a look at which one with the Go Setups car. It's number 21, I believe. The number 21 Ferrari. Which is actually... No, it can't be the number 21, because number 21's a leader. So it possibly could be the back marker leader. Coming through, rather.
Yeah, so
coming through.
The gap between P3 and P4, now under half a second. So the battle for a podium position is really hard to that, which clearly we could see because of the pace that Husseini has been setting since he got in the car, right? And look, visually, look at that. I mean, I think unfortunately it's a matter of time before that P3 is his.
Yeah, so there we go. That's the battle we're seeing. The number 21. I think they were coming through a back marker actually, which is why we saw the other back marker on the screen. I was wondering why the Go Setups car was that far back, and now I know why. It was actually the Amir Hosseini driven. It currently sat in 4th place, and number 21 is closing down at number 10. It's nice to see these Ferraris so close to each other. It is nice to see those Ferraris so close to each other.
It's the car of choice, isn't it, for this one? Here earlier on, there was like 11 Ferraris in the field. I think it's sort of the car to go to for this specific track, and I think it's working well. You know, you've got one in 2nd, one in 3rd, one in 4th, so they are claiming the sort of the table really, and for them to be having a good battle, I think only stems into the fact that the racing, what we're now coming up to 2 hour mark, is obviously going to get hotter and hotter as the 4 hours goes on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there was 11 Ferraris and 11 McLarens as well. It does look like the McLarens are favoured as well as the Ferraris. I don't know whether it was a safe choice for the McLarens or whether who knows why the McLarens and the Ferraris were the two favoured. The McLaren used to be really good, but I think it's dropped off a little bit. We're still seeing them in the top 5 and the top 7, but it looks like the Ferrari being the car of choice has worked out in the favour of the most teams, and then we've got the outliers of the Hondas that are they had some really close high qualifying laps, but I think a couple of the Hondas have had a little couple of troubles here and there. Harry Phillips was running up in the top 10 earlier at the start of the race, but now down into 14th. But we're still seeing Stat Stensko in the 1st place position, obviously in the 149 Honda, but he's had a relatively clean race from lap 1, so it's allowed him to be able to just gap the rest of the cars, and it's up to 17 seconds as we enter what will be the second pit of the race. But it looks like the 977 has come into the pits, so Bischoff has come into the pits in that 977, has driven that car for 2 stints, so very likely will be handing it over unless they're doing something funky with the stint time. But I think there's also a match driving time assigned to this, and yes, there is. So it's very likely that he will hand over the car to his next driver, which whoever that may be. Yes, that's Bischoff in the pits now.
Yeah, so they pitted early last time as well, didn't they? So not surprising that they've come in first for this round as well. So, but I mean, majority of the cars. So here we go. Here's the grid finder car that we are watching here. So going to make a move, I think, at the end of Kemmel Straits. This is the contact that I spotted. At one point, there we go, they had a little bit of a go into, and unfortunately for the grid finder car, they just sort of lose out and lose a couple of, or lose at least one position. They might have lost one other because there was a car right behind them as well, but I think I saw a blue flag, so potentially that was a leader about to lap them. But they've been in the wars today, haven't they? They've had a couple of moments, the number 8.
Yeah, the number 8 it's had a couple of moments, but I think it's kept steady. Just a shame it's in 25th place. I think they did start around that area. Actually, I've just looked. They've gained a lot of positions from where they started. They started in like P20, P35, P30, and then gained on the first few laps up to around about 29th place. And then after that, they slowly worked the way up the grid. Currently sat where they are sat in 25th, which is about the best position that they've been in all race. So. They might have had a little couple of issues, but they've managed to get themselves into a good spot from where they've qualified up into the race. So it'd be nice to see how that progresses over the next 4 hours or so for the number 8 car that's currently starting 25th place position.
It's not like they haven't got time to move up, have they? You know,
no, definitely not.
No, they've got 4 hours, and at the end of the day, anything can happen in an endurance race in general. And I think they've just got to be sensible. You know, they seem like they're just picking up the places where they need to, you're making moves as they go along. And I think by the end of the 4 hours, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the top 20 or even the top 15 by the end. If they can just keep the car on the track and everything runs smoothly with them, there's no issue. There shouldn't be an issue why they can't move up further if they're just sort of making places as they go along.
Yeah, I completely concur with that. I mean, I agree with that. Not concur. I disagree. I regard everything you just said. No, I agree with that. As long as the rest of the drivers on that team do have the same sort of similar pace to Tristan, then I don't see. And to Tristan, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be in the top 20, top 15. We've seen drivers drop right down the grid from being in that top 15. So it seems like that top 15, you know, it's got movers and shakers all the way up and down. So who knows where anyone could end up. But the battle for the top 10 has been pretty consistent in terms of the car numbers that have been in it. Shea starting to drop out of it though. Started in around about P4, but now dropping down into P10 and 11. I don't think they've had any major incidents as far as I remember for the number 28 car. You might be able to find some on the incident sheet, but I don't think from memory they've had any major incidents. So it just looks like they've just dropped positions here and there over the last 2 hours or so. It'd be interesting to see where that number 28 car ends up at the end of the race. Hopefully they'll find themselves a bit more time to close down the gaps that they've lost.
Yeah, so we're looking at Rodriguez, as you say, Petrochenko ahead. So Ferrari versus McLaren, gap around about 0.4. And like I said before, when we were looking at these guys, they are of very similar pace at the moment. I don't know if Rodriguez is able to get past, whether he can break that, but they're both in the 2:17.7s. A couple of more cars have entered the pits, car 6 and car 71. Ethan. So yeah, and I'm sure that the others will start flooding in pretty soon as well. So yeah, time to watch and see what happens through this pit window, guys. And shortly I shall be leaving you to go for my break, and then I'll be back for the final 2 hours of this Spa race.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure commentating with you, Paul, once again. We did the qualifiers. We're back for round 3. It's nice to commentate with you, and it's also nice to hear the fresh voice of James, who's not had to commentate for the last 2 hours. So fresh voice in the booth as well. Yeah,
I'm just saying quietly. I've been watching, you know, just chilling, drinking my coffee, listening to you two. So, hey, it's nice to do round 3. I did round 1, so. Doing round 3 as well. It's always good at the end of the day to jump in the booth and have a chat. You know what I mean?
Have a chat, watch some racing, chill out, and Paul can give us some insights onto on-track behaviours.
Yeah,
that's why we're here. There's always that opinion of what should have happened and what didn't happen.
Yeah,
and then we normally end up getting a DM from the driver saying, excuse me, that wasn't right.
But this is it,
you
right?
only saw it from one angle.
It's an opinion piece, right? So an opinion's an opinion. So and that's, you know, you can only report on what you've witnessed at that particular moment. But I mean, again, as I say, I mean the battles are kind of fizzled out for the moment. The closest battle out of track is for P6, which we were looking a moment ago. We're looking at Mikhail Bykov in the SimWare Pro by VDS car in the BMW. Not many BMWs out on track, James, and you know, not quite the BM-off I think people once thought it was, this car. So
I think the BMW is it's a tough one with the BM because it reminds me of almost Marmite. People either jump in it and love it, or they jump in it and think, no, I can't do this. And they've got to kind of get that regular feel of the Beamer compared to others because it does handle differently. And you know, they've got to try and give it a go. But I think, as you say, the sensible car is maybe the Ferrari, maybe the McLaren. So I think why people have gone for that, really. So it's interesting to see we've got 2 Beamers in the top 10. Can they move up further as the race goes on? It's going to be a tough one, but I think we'll just have to see how they get on, mate. I think, to be honest, as long as they keep it clean, don't make any silly moves or try and put their nose in where they shouldn't, they should be all right. Touch wood.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So you're still at the stages where you won't get the really harsh moves. We see Bykov try to move up the inside of does manage to get it done though, up into 9th place. Does Mikhail Bykov, but just squeezing his way past there. Interesting to see. Let's see what happens as he gets through the rest of the race though. But yeah, we've seen a lot of rubbing in the last hour or so. We haven't seen a lot of major issues, but I believe Paul's going to be leaving us now. So thank you very much, Paul, for joining us for the last 2 hours. And I believe you'll be back later, but I won't be here to say hello. So
I will be back to butcher all the names that I can butcher. Yes. So you know, yeah. But thank you, Terry. It's been good, as you said. It's been good to be back paired with you, and thank you everybody for watching. And I'll James, good luck for the next couple of hours with Terry. I know it's a new partnership, and I'll see you in a couple of hours.
Yes, mate. You take care. Enjoy yourself.
I will do. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Paul. So yeah, it'll be me and James for the next hour and a half or so, and then Paul and James will be back for the final stints of the race. Not the same stints that are happening in the race, because they're 65 minutes. And speaking of stints, most of these drivers will be coming in to serve their mandatory pits in the next around about 2 minutes or so, because anyone that didn't extend their stint last time will be coming up to the stint time in around about 2 minutes, and then anybody that did extend their stints last time will be coming up to the end of the stint time in around about 7 minutes time. So when that clock reaches 3:50, all these drivers should have met their mandatory stint, and I believe we'll be having some highlights around and over the pits starting very, very shortly to recap everyone. And here we go. Let's have those highlights. So this is the start of the race. And we're going to likely see up ahead of the 27 a stationary car on the left-hand side as we come up through our route and ready. And just keep an eye on the left-hand side here as we come over here. And there it is, into the side of the 27. The 27 didn't really have anything to be able to do there. And now on to the aftermath of that incident. You can just see those cars flashing and in the rearview mirror here. Here is the number 18 of the 8th rather of the grid finder getting turned around in a rear punt just at the start of the race as well. And that was around about the end of lap 1. Yes, it was the end of lap 1, and you can just see that that AMG that picked up the damage going into the pits there in the grid finder car. That was what started their downfall, really. Here is Crossland in the number 72 getting passed by Barrier on the there we go, in the 72. There we go, getting a Barrier in that car. Barrier getting himself in the second place position currently. And then we have McCormack in the 124 also making a move around the outside, but getting turned around by the AMG by a minor collision, but did prove costly here. And here's another replay from a different angle from the helicam view. I'm at the 111 onto the 124 of McCormack, and McCormack getting turned around there. And now we see the number 11, no, this is the number 7 rather, of Florian picking up damage. And we'll see a couple of angles of this because he did pick up damage in 2 different places on this lap. So Force on the outside here, picking up the grass and getting turned around, and that number 7 dropping down the grid from that. And then we'll see them again losing the rear of the car, just coming through Launchmont, I believe it was, very, very shortly. Unless we see a different one of the 72. The 72 overtaking around the outside, or at least attempting to overtake around the outside, but now back on to the back end. And then the 888 of the M6, who had the fastest lap, but didn't, well, not the fastest lap, the fastest max speed of the car, but obviously picking up damage, and that was the end of their race actually. So the 888 not managing to complete the race completely. This is the grid finder car, it's back once again, but this time overtaking around the outside. Does manage to get a little bit of a damage, and you can just see what's happened to that number 8 car. And we'll go back to live pictures very, very shortly. And yeah, that's the tail of the tape really for the number 8 car. It's been involved in a couple of incidents, dropped down the grid down to 23rd. It's in the pits now, and we'll find out where that car gets itself up to. There you go, James. You're all caught up. I mean, I know you watched it all already. You're all caught up. The viewers are all caught up. Let's get back to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. 3:53 remaining here from Spa. And I think it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter as it goes on. And the only reason I say that is with any endurance race, you kind of have your start, then you kind of have that lull period in the middle. And then normally, the last 2 hours or an hour and a half, it just goes absolutely crazy, where everybody comes back into reach of each other again. And the gap times that we're seeing now, they just plummet down, and everybody just kind of ends up almost back on track where they were at the beginning.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The key part as well is that fresh drivers will be hopping at the cars now. So for all of those drivers that did do 2 hours, it looks like one car has actually picked up a drive-through penalty for speeding into the pits. That's Osterman in the 11. That's going to really impact them because they're currently sat in P12. But with a drive-through at Spa, it's very costly, isn't it? So they're going to be dropping right down the grid, and it'll be interesting to see where they come out after serving that drive-through. But we're seeing all the rest of the cars coming to the pits, and it'll start getting a little bit clustered there. But yeah, as you're saying, it will get hotter. It might not get hotter on track because it's obviously going further into the night. But in terms of in fight and in battles, as they are switching drivers, and obviously picking up new tyres, new fuel, the gaps will start to close themselves down as they start to average out the pace, so to say, because they'll be spread across different drivers instead of just the one or possibly 2 that they've had into the car already, into the first couple of stints. And in the next 2 minutes, it's very likely we're going to see all of that top 7 go into the pits as well. This is what we saw last time, that the top 10 that are usually in the grid seem to go in really, really quickly, rather really, really late, extending that stint time as much as they can, and the rest of the grid seem to go in early.
I think from the point of view of the leaders, though, they just want to kind of keep out in front, don't they? They don't want to be getting caught up in the pit lane activity, you know. So I think extending is good, and from the guys further down, if you're stuck in a battle constantly and you're behind the same person, it almost pays off to go into the pits to see if you could try the undercut on them, as we see him. Oh, that didn't end well, did it? I think that was Servet and Farve.
Yeah, that was an interesting collision there. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards pick up from that. But that's one of the unicorns of love cars. That's number 4 car that's actually picked up. That's the second one, I believe, the number 14. The number 14 and the number 4, but the number 14 seems to have fared better, but that number 4 is going pretty slowly in that McLaren right now. Not going its usual speed down the Kemble Straight and into the left and then right.
Yeah, I don't. Do you know that it's hard deciding that you want to go too wide up through Eau Rouge and Radion, because you get over the brow of the hill, and unless there's space left there, it's going to end up how that has ended up, and it only takes the car on the inside to drift slightly wide, and that poor car on the outside, they're going to come to contact. You know, you need that how can I put it, that teamwork almost for that brief second to get up through that section of corners, because otherwise it's just not going to work. And it only takes one to drift offline or one to go sliding. And I think that's why you kind of weigh up the options of whether or not it's worth making that move up through Eau Rouge and Radion, because you've got the Kemmel Straight. You can just hold off and tow him all the way down.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's very much risk versus reward in an endurance race, as we see Alaric Ensland in the number 22 Rocket Sim Sport car in the right-hand side there. Looks like he's having a brilliant conversation with the spotter or engineer or something. Doesn't look too happy trying to keep that car away, though, as it looks to make the move up the inside and up on the outside, rather, as we go through here, up through Blanchemont, and the Ferrari getting forced to the outside lining. And great bit of racing here as we see Ensland there trying to hold him off. He isn't too happy about him getting past. Of course, you know, you're a racer. You're not happy about conceding position to any driver, are you, James?
No, not at all. And I think regardless, he's not going to be sitting there looking happy at that moment in time, because he's just he's not upset. You can see him constantly looking as well. This is where they end up. This is Sever's crash, and they go up, they take it too wide early, and then it kind of closes the door, puts him out of sync, and then it's just good night Vienna. You can't run that line, take the wide line through the first part, and then come in on the second part, because it's just not going to happen. You've got to try and, if you can't make the corner, ride the curb out, because turning in, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I've not seen too many times where too wide's gone well up through Eau Rouge and Radion. It's always been better to lift off a little bit, let that car go ahead, and then chase it down coming onto the Kemmel Straight. And Alaric trying to hold off another car here of, I think this is Hartveld's car in the number 38, as it looks to get past. And yeah, there's Hartveld getting him past up into 17th place there. Alaric trying to hold off that car. He's going to be looking to get his head and, you know, just level out the playing field, get himself right on the back of the number 38. I think he's just hopped into the car as well, so a couple of laps ago. So just getting used to the car, getting used to how it feels, and then closing it down onto the rest of the pack that's just overtaken him. The number 71 has picked up a 15-second time penalty for that contact with Favre. Favre? I'm going to go with Favre. James, I think you'll be able to pronounce that one better than me.
Favre, I think it is. I think it's 4 as in 4, not 4 as in the number 4. So, look, this is what I've heard you discuss this all the way through this today. You know, names for us wonderful UK commentators is, you know, don't get me wrong, I try and sound them out in my head and think, okay, it's this, this, and this, and then you put them together and hope you come up with something that's remotely resembles the name, because they are always tough, you know what I mean? Unless you got you know, recently I was sent a video of a driver's name who just recorded the same name for 30 seconds just so I could get it into my head of how you pronounce it.
Yes.
So maybe we need that. We should put that in the rules, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Please send us a YouTube video of 30 seconds long. It's constantly saying your name over and over.
Great idea. Instead of sending liveries in, you should send recordings of your voice in so we can play them over and over. That's a great idea. To be honest, I've had the exact same done to me as well. Especially like I've always had troubles with Polish names and Greek names. It's not a slight towards them. It's just that our language just does not work with Polish or Greek names. We just can't pronounce them like natively. So I've always had Polish people send their names to me, and same with Greeks, because I always have an issue with Greeks. So sorry, any Polish people or any Greek people. It's just me. My tongue doesn't twist the way that they need to pronounce your names. It's my fault.
Do you know that with that, it's got to put an accent on it. Because you need to have that accent, and if your head just doesn't compute the accent, you end up sounding like you're trying to speak French but actually talking English with that extra bit of you know, accent on top, as if you are actually speaking it. But you know, hey, what can we do? We're just there to call the race and to try and get these all right and make sure we don't miss anything. And well, it doesn't always go to plan.
I knew there was another Go Setups car, the number 38 car. So, right, okay. So it's because the number 38 car isn't actually listed as Go Setups in the entry list that I've got. So that's why I couldn't find it before. I knew there was one that was further down the grid than the one that was right at the top. So yeah, that's the Go Setups car. I believe that's had a couple of issues during the race, because currently down in the 16th place. I believe they were a little bit higher. Let me just check from the rest of it. Yeah, so they were in like the top 20 at the start of the race up to around about lap 7. Then they had an issue in lap 7 and 8, which dropped them, and they went into the pits, and they were a bit out in terms of stint strategy now. So that's the number 38 car that I mentioned earlier. It was the Go Setups car, but they're actually not listed as Go Setups in the entry list that I've got, so that's why I couldn't find them.
Yeah, Enslin is having an epic battle behind. They were just too wide going down through Elridge and Radion. I believe, yeah, there it is at the number, was it 68, I believe, they were having a battle with. And they were too wide down through Blanchimont. And I don't think this is going to stop yet. I think, we've just seen this. This didn't work last time. So if they're going to go too wide again, let's see if this one plans out a little bit better as they take it down. They're going to go to... Oh! Kai chopped his nose off at the base of the hill, told him he was definitely not going through on that occasion. And it only now needs Enslin now to set in behind him and try and close on the draft. He's not going to be able to get that move done in Lacombe. I think he's going to have to wait until really Blanchimont. Enslin settled down. You can't go in deep there, mate. You're just going to lose time. I think Enslin's having a bit of a rough time in it. He's lost 2 positions over the last few laps. He's kind of got to get his team behind him and just say to him, settle. Because when we saw him, he didn't look happy either. And I think when you're driving angry, you make mistakes, and he's just got to try and calm himself down now and say, okay, well, I've lost them. Let's get going, see if I can keep on track with them, because he's losing time at the moment, and they've got to try and get hold of him and settle him down a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, yeah, Enslin, as you said, but the thing is, you had the issue of, you saw a couple of laps ago where what happened when cars went through Oru and Radion too wide. So it can either play out in your favour or not play out in your favour. But it looks like the number 10 car there was getting past the back marker of the number 8, I believe it was. Yeah, so the grid finder car just pulling away there. Here's Dylan Platt in the Geeks Energy number 17 car, currently battling for the top 20 as well. The number 17 closing it down onto the 111 ahead. Currently 1.1 seconds back is that number 17 car, but looking to close down the gap. They're all looking to close down the gap all the time, but that's Florian Haas, who I believe has been in the car since the second stint. Florian Haas taking over that car Haas taking over that car in the second stint. So the 111 taking over that in the Mercedes is closing it down onto Ensland, and you know, we've seen that battle over and over again, and let's see if Ensland can get his head into the game, you know, settle himself down, get himself racing again, because that's the worst thing that you get, like when you first get into a car. You don't want to lose positions for your team, do you? That's the key thing. I mean, they started in they went into the pits in 15th, so he's lost around about 3 positions since, but his team made up dropped down to 19th, and you know, they're back into the position that they were in. They started about 11th on the grid, so you know, he doesn't want to let it get to his head, just wants to, you know, settle himself down and get himself racing again, and will be able to make up positions because Ensland does have the pace. He's been around ACC for a while. He's a driver that I've known for quite a while, actually. Has driven since I've started ACC at least, but obviously a lot more skill level going into ACC than me to begin with. But yeah, I took commentating. I need to drive him.
Well, that's
so,
why we sit in the booth, mate. I don't ever claim to say that I could drive, because I just know that physically my diary just does not allow me to have that time. And everybody, like, I speak to loads of people in other leagues and that, and they all say, you just need to put the time in. Put the time into one car. I'm like, yeah, here's my diary. You can slot me in a time. And I'll happily sit in the car for an hour, but we just don't get that time. And I think that's where we see multiple races, and we see multiple series and multiple cars. And we can understand what the drivers are going through, because at the end of the day, sympathy is kind of what we can give them, because apart from commentator's curse, which I still do not physically understand how that happens, but you know, I'm sure that's a conversation for another day. But at the end of the day, we know what they're going through. You know, we talk to them after, we know their stresses, we know what's happened in that car, and we know that Ensland right about now is not going to be happy with himself, and he's got to try and calm that down. And we know here Platt is just going full charge, because he can see, he's got a back marker in the middle, he can see the car in front, he wants to go and catch him, and you can just see, you know, the frustrations are in there. He's just wanting to get past the car in front so he can get on his way, and it's going to be tough for Platt. He's got to try and pick his moments, and I think if he can keep that gap to the car in front of him where he is now, he'll get a nice tow through Kemmel, he can make the move down into Lagoon, and really then move on to Haas in front, because that's where he wants to be, but at the moment he can't get there. So Platt has got to make this move here as soon as he can, keep it within the 2 tenths window, get the draft, pick up the draft and go for it, because otherwise he's going to get more and more frustrated as it goes on as well.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, Platt is right behind, I believe it's the 582. I'm going to go for the 582. It might not be the 582. I'm trying to look for the other Aston on the screen. Does look like he's managed to get it past, but Dylan Platt still in 20th, trying to close it down onto the car ahead of Florian Haas, like you were saying. Yeah, that's it. He just needs to put in consistent lap times. Hopefully, Florian Haas may be a little bit slower, maybe a little bit inconsistent, and Dylan Platt will be able to close it down. As we see, Max Frank in the Yeet Esports number 47 managed to make a move on the number 7 position there. So Max Frank up into 24th. Nice clean move from that guy there. And the number 7 flashing his lights there. Flashing his lights there. I'm going to get past you. I'm going to get back past you. And Florian Bauer in the Ferrari, looking to get on to the rear of the number 47 as we come down through No Name there, now down into the long left-hander. A very quick left, it's deceivingly quick, that corner here going through the left-hander. But here is that top speed graphic. So remember, those cars on the left are just the liveries. It's not the actual car, but Tinko van der Velde in the 124 right now, currently sat in 5th place position with that 274 kilometers an hour. And then the 888, which is actually, I believe, was a BMW M6 with 274 kilometers an hour as well. So the M6, apparently one pro driver was saying that it's rather quick at Spa, but the 888 not having the best of luck in the M6, not managing to pull it through. And then Manovsky still has the fastest lap, but I think he might actually be able to top that. We've currently got a 2:16.682. But I think he's setting that consistent lap times that might be a little bit quicker than those 2:16.682 that he's set that he's currently got set on that car, because he has been lapping around about 2:17.0 after his pit. So that's straight out of the pits. Like, he came out the pits and then straight into the 2:17.0. So pretty much the tires that were that it took him a few laps to get settled. He's in that sort of range where he set at 2:16.8, 2:16.6 last time, as well as a 2:16.8, a 2:16.9. So Malinowski, I reckon, probably want to watch to see if he can go a little bit quicker than his current fastest lap, because it's currently a 2:16.682.
Yeah, as the fuel comes off and the tyres get where they need to be, and it's going to come down. It's just pure physics, isn't it? As the car gets lighter, it goes quicker. So it's going to be coming down anyway as it goes on. But I think we've got Michelle here trying to get up to the back, I believe. We were on there as we just changed over to Haas here as well. Car number 111 in the 111 Merc there. It's interesting to see the Mercedes up in 19th place at the moment. It doesn't really seem to be the favoured car. The Ferrari and the McLaren seem to be that way, but it's interesting to see that Haas can still get hold of that car and say, look, we can do something in this. We're sitting in 19th, we've got 3 hours 35 to go. There's no reason they can't pop that up further.
Yeah, so the reason they're actually sat that low is because they had a 15-second time penalty for a collision with a 96 car that Patrick Steichert in the Honda that was currently sat in 10th place. So that 15-second time penalty has dropped that 111 car down the grid. And I think they also may have had another incident. I'm gonna double check now, but yeah, they did have a collision.
Yeah, that'd be why they're so far down. But he's obviously got Wilger right behind him as well. If Wilger can keep this within that sort of half a second, get it down to 3 or 4 tenths as they're going down the hill, there's no reason why you can't really close up coming down into Lacombe. I think he's got to try and get it within a kind of a range of draft that he's actually picking it up, and can't afford to lose time through that uphill section, because we can see it here, he's not going to get this move done down into Lacombe. He's just not close enough. He's got to try and use Blanchimont and the Kemmel to try and close the gap, and then use the infield to really kind of stick with him. And I think if he doesn't manage to stick with him, he's going to be there constantly behind him for lap after lap after lap. He's got to get that, as they're going around La Source, he's got to get that gap down to about 3 tenths for the draft to really be able to kick him in, and he's got to try and stay with him up the hill, and he just doesn't seem to be able to keep that gap that low. He's lost another tenth here, he's now back out to 7 tenths. So the infield section almost of Spa doesn't kind of favour Wilger as much as it does Haas, and then he looks at closing up towards Blanchimont because obviously the toe again. So it's going to be tricky what Wilger's going to do. He's either going to be pushing to try and close as best he can lap after lap after lap, but he can't afford to keep coming back out and going back in, back out and going back in, because he's just not going to make progress like that. And obviously, he's got to be trying to close that gap up and try and use that draft as best he can, because yeah, we've got 3 hours 33, but he wants to kind of get as far up as he can, so when they come into the pit stops, they're sitting in the right place. It's going to be a tough one for Wilger, but he's just got to kind of get his sort of foot down a little bit and try and keep up to the back of Haas as best he can.
Yeah, we've seen the Ferrari be really, really quick on the straights as well. We haven't really seen it much in the middle sector, for example. But when it comes through Blanchimont, when it comes into coming through our room Radion and onto the Kemmel Straight, we've seen a lot of Ferraris make the move at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It looks like that Ferrari is really, really quick in the toe of the car, like you were saying, and it just needs to make sure that it doesn't lose out too much in sector 2 and for the toe to actually be able to kick in when it comes into the straights, because even if you're in the toe and you're like 5 tenths back, it's a bit hard then to be able to find a actual move without really sending it. And of course, you don't really want to send it. You want to make sure that it's a move that's definitely going to stick. You don't just want to slam your brakes on 50 meters later and hope you're going to make the corner, because that never goes well. But yeah, Wilger just needs to make sure that when he's coming up for Orun Rally, he doesn't let that car disappear. And, you know, like now, Haas is just starting to run away in that AMG. It looks like the AMG turned out really strong recently. It's always a car that's been used, but it's not really been run competitively, I would say. But it looks like it's starting to find its ways up through the grids. Here we go back to Chris Hartveld in the number 38, currently in 14th place. So closing down onto the number 6 of Steve in the Honda ahead, and Hartveld, he's already got the position technically because of that 15-second time penalty, but no one wants to win a race by time penalties. They want to win a race on the track, and a lot of these guys will be looking to do so. And Chris Hartveld in that Go Setups number 38 is looking to do so as we come into the back, and you'll see that Ferrari wants to stick right on the back of that Honda, just like you were mentioning. It's not on the back of an AMG, but it's the back of a Honda as we come into Blanchemont, and we're going to see possibly a move coming into the bus stop. And I think Chris Hartveld might actually be close enough to maybe try and nestle away side by side into Blanchemont. Nope, a little bit too far away as we go into the bus stop though. Chris Hartveld's going to be looking for that, but a Honda does try to keep it in the middle as long as possible, but probably taking the outside line to cover the inside here. Yeah, there we go. So Chris Hartveld's going to be quicker on the accelerator coming out though, and then going to be right on the back end of that Honda as we come into La Source in that first turn, and we're going to find out if Chris Hartveld can keep it right on the rear of that Honda as we come in and up through Orun Radion and then onto the Kemmel Straight, and we're going to find out just how much that tour works in terms of the favour of the Ferrari that's currently sat in 14th place position. And Mitchell, he's not too far behind in that 71. Technically, he's only not, like, he's closer than the battle we were seeing earlier, and we're seeing Chris Hartveld going a little bit wide there. Gets right onto the tail of the Honda to get as much exit speed as possible. There you go. That's just how easy it is with the tour, with the run up, and being able to choose your line up through Orun and Radion.
Yeah, he was in that position. He was in that 2 temps that we said about going around the source. He managed to hold it, and he got the job done really early, to be fair. And we were just talking about it before with Haas and that as well, that the draft, he's got to try and keep it in that window, and Hartveld did that. He kept it in the 2 temps. The problem is now is not the fact that Hartveld's going to get away, because he does look visually quicker and he is going to be making moves forward. It's the, you know, whether or not Fauvre can keep Michel behind him now long enough, because the gap is closed. You can see it behind us there as well. If we go back, we can see the gap that has now come down. That Hartveld's not only opened the gap, he's kind of almost dropped the number 6 into the 71 Ferrari and said, well, there you go, he's all yours, you have a go, because he obviously is losing time.
Yeah, we're going to see a very similar sort of fight on another car that's very good at following cars as well. And it looks like Marcin Svidovic has actually managed to get himself up into 20th here, so that'll update very, very shortly. And then Platt's in 21st behind, currently sat in 20th on the live sectors, but that updates whenever they go through a sector time, and there you go. So Svidovic up into 20th now, Platt in 21st, and Gates on the rear as well in the number 42 in 22nd. And we're seeing Svidovic trying to just run away here after getting that position. Looks like he's managed to do so, but the number 6 has picked up a 15-second time penalty with the number 4. That number 6 car is currently sat in 14th place, so that's a Favre in the number 14th place, and you'll just see that 15-second time penalty get applied to that Honda. So yeah, fighting with Mitchell has a 15-second time penalty, so yeah, it's going to be hard to actually gain the position and keep hold of the position. But number 71 is going to be keeping its run in, and as you were saying earlier, visually running away. So we've seen the lights coming in the rear. It looks like it's getting dark enough to run lights, or they're flashing them that intensely that they're staying on.
Yeah, it's a weird one with lights, because I do love a good discussion about the fact whether or not the drivers should be allowed to flash the other drivers in front to either put them off or distract them, and to me, I don't know. I can't answer whether or not that's a good way, a technique of trying to put somebody off. Me, I prefer them, racing side by side, going up the inside, sending it like we all do. I don't know, the light flashing thing, it's a contentious subject, shall we say.
Yeah, it's one of those that you wonder if it works. I've seen a lot of people flash, and to be honest, people just get annoyed. It's not even in an annoyed as in I'll find a way to lose a position kind of thing. It's more in a annoyed like what's he flashing for, like he's nowhere near me kind of thing. It's like a lot of that. Like fair enough in when it gets dark, because then it is really distracting, because obviously you've got the flashing that actually comes into your cockpit. But most part, I don't think it's too well. I might be proven wrong. There might be someone out there that's going, no, he's chatting absolute. But from what I've seen, it doesn't really work. People just kind of get annoyed after the race and go, what were you doing that for? You were nowhere near, kind of thing. It's not really an in-race tactic from what I've seen. But hey, might be proven wrong, like I said. But there's the Yazhi Honda just flying by the number 6 Honda there. It looks like Haas actually picking up a drive-through penalty there for what will likely be track limits, because we haven't seen the stewards call for that. But yeah, Haas picking up a drive-through penalty. So even though that 1111 was fighting for quite a considerable margin, now have to come into the pits to serve that drive-through, will likely drop into what, 25th place position? Nearly 22nd from what I'm seeing based on the laps, although the laps are a bit funky once you get past 18th and 19th place.
Yeah, and that's a shame, because Haas was doing so well. The only upside for Wilger in front of him is Wilger's now free. He's like, well, I've got past you now. It's your job to try and catch me and get past me. But the time difference and the, should we say, the speed difference of Haas, could he probably do it over the next 3 hours 25? Absolutely, because he was obviously clearly making that difference. He's now just got to put this drive through behind him and say, right, let's get on it again. Let's get the Merc down, let's get it set, and let's go again. Because as you say, he's going to be, was it 23rd, maybe 24th position by the time he's come out, because this is not the favoured pit lane to get a drive-through penalty on. It's so long. The first part is long enough without adding the second part, and then you've got to, the cut-off point for the pit lane isn't until the base of the hill, so you can't even get on the gas then. Where he is now, he's got to go up, he's got to drive carefully, not to make sure he doesn't hit the grass on the left-hand side.
Well,
do that, and it's all gone wrong coming out the pits here at Spa. So there's a lot involved, and he lost a lot of time, and it's a shame. I think
it's a shame, because he's got to lose even more, because I've just been informed that the drive-through was a handed-out drive-through, and he's going to get stopped with a 30-second penalty as well. So yeah, he's going to lose a lot more time in that number 111 car. So it looks like Patrick Steyr car. I don't know what's happened to that car, but that does not look too. Got to keep his steering to the left to go straight. That's definitely not what you want to see in that Wild Things Racing car. They've had a fantastic race as well. It just looks like they've been involved in an incident at some point, which we haven't caught yet. I'm sure we'll get some replay of that at some point. But yeah, Patrick Steyr going to have to bring that car into the pits. Not in the stint time that they wanted to do, but yeah, the Yazhi car is still flying around the track, still in first place, still putting a very sizable gap to Amir Hosseini, who 30-second gap right now.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one, because you wouldn't expect to see that gap kind of where we're at within the timing of the race. 10 to 15 seconds maybe, but he's pulling out 30 seconds, and he's done it over a short period of time. And if he carries on extending this, well, where he will lap on the field, I really wouldn't want to put a guess on where he would end up lapping the amount of people from, because he just seems, Malinowski just seems so much quicker than everybody else, and constant doing low 17s, been into the 16s as well. There's no stopping him, unless it's a self-inflicted incident. I think he's making the right choices with traffic. I think he's got his head in the game, he's got full concentration going on in that Honda, and he's in that place now where, yeah, they need to worry, but do they need to worry? You know, he can relax a little bit. He's not going to let the times drop, obviously, down to late 2:17s, probably a early 18s, but he can now sort of chill out because he's done the hard work early on, which has allowed him to get the gap of where he's at. And I think that's the interesting thing from a leader's point of view, is to being able to hold that constant pace, even though you've not got much of a challenge.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly it. You don't have any cars around you to force you to go faster, but Malinowski, he's a driver that he'll just take it and just go, you know what, I'll just hot lap and that's fine. I'll just do it lap after lap after lap after lap, and that's exactly what he's doing right now, and just getting that gap larger and larger. Because the last time I remember looking at that gap, it was around about 17-20 seconds, and since then, you know, 10 seconds been added on. So definitely working out well for Malinowski. But yeah, a little bit of door rubbing going down for a 13th place position here. Nemesis has taken in the number 68 car, so that was was in that position. So the number 6 and the number 40, the number 68 battling it out here to try and decide which car is going to be in the unlucky for some number 13 position. But Bathurst, here we go, 2 wide up for Road and Radion. Well, that went a lot better than the last time we saw 2 wide up for Road and Radion, although I think Tardis just managed to slip it ahead there going up through there. Now the Honda going to have to chase down the fight onto the back of the 68, but does have that 15-second time penalty to serve when they do come in the pits in around about 20 to 30 minutes time to serve that mandatory pit stop. Let's find out why that 111 got that drive-through penalty then. I think they also got a stop go 30-second penalty as well. Don't know if it was from the same incident, but this is definitely for the first one. So they're going 2 wide through Blanchemont. Does turn the car around. We've also been involved in a few other incidents, I believe, as well. So that's probably what equated down to that drive-through there.
Yeah, and I think that was car number 53, and that was a back marker that he was involved with there. Now we talk about how important it is to make sure you pick your right places and making sure that you don't have that, it's almost that entitlement feel where you turn around and go, well, I'm ahead of you, I should have the place back, so therefore you're a bit more aggressive on back markers. But I don't really feel there was probably a need for that one, unless they, of course, Haas thought he was going to have the room left there to be able to come around that inside left-hander. But clearly it wasn't there, and clearly we need to make a move.
So we mentioned about the top of Radion having issues on the aero stall, and I think you're about to find out just what happened there. So a little bit of the curb on the right hand side there, and yeah, straight into the wall, and that's what happens in 96. So yeah, you can see even the rear view camera having a bit of an issue there. I think that's just a replay, but there you go, there is the 96, and that's what happened to that car. They had a major off at the top of that. That's one place you don't want to lose it, isn't it, James?
Yeah, the problem is you're going uphill, you're coming up over a brow, and your back end's going to be light. It's going to be light anyway, because you're at one point or another, the back tyres are not going to have the full contact at the front due to, it's just, you know, nature. As you go over a crest, it kind of front goes down and back end goes up. But we are seeing a great battle here from Bauer there in the number 20 car. See if he can hold on there. I believe that's Gates behind him.
Yeah, it is. Yep, the number 42 of Gates, Alex Gates, in that McLaren. Trying to just keep on the back of him. It'll be interesting to see if he goes. No, just going to show himself in the mirror. I think that's a better tactic than flashing lights, to be honest. If we're picking racing tactics, I'd go for the show myself in the mirror tactic more than the flashing lights tactic. It usually works out a lot better.
Wide El Rouge Radion tactic, I've got to be honest. From a no-go, even from my own ability, which is nowhere near these drivers, but I definitely would not be going the 2 wide. Sticking your nose out, pulling it back in, great, you know, to see if you can off-put him going up the hill, because it is a tricky section in general. The thing with that, though, is could he have made more progress not pulling out? to shape his nose and sitting in behind him for that toe up the hill, because we saw Gates didn't lose time, didn't make much of a gain down the Camel, and he's now got to try and do it all over again for another half a lap until they hit Blanchimont to try and use the toe again. So it's weighing up, it's like we said earlier on, it's weighing up the risk and reward. Is it worth doing certain things on a racetrack that would lose you time? And Gates decided that he wanted to try and pull out, stick his nose, let him know he's there, but he's lost time in the process because he could have had the draft all the way up the hill. And I think that's kind of where you can sit back and think, just sit there, just use the draft, go up the hill with him. You're in that window of drafting opportunity down into Lacombe, and I think that probably would have paid out more suitable, should we say, for Gates to be able to make that move than it has by coming out of the draft to go back in it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the larger issue on that move was I think he just thinned the line that he was going to run, so he could have run it a little bit wider going through our room ready on, and then took a little bit more of the curve at the top, and then been able to actually close it down onto Bauer, as we've seen from other drivers in the past in this exact race, where they go a little bit wider, manage to swing the car out, carry that speed through. And I think it's just that, as you say, it's actually it's worked out not too great in Alex Gates' favour in the number 42 car right now. Will he be able to close down the gap? I think so. I think as long as he doesn't let Bauer just run away with it here, then the lap times are that much similar that Alex Gates have to reset himself for a couple of laps, get himself sorted, because you just saw there that the line was a little bit wider, but because he did that move, he had to resolve it. Here's Darren King in the number 38 trying to close it down onto the back, and we also see Van der Velde in front of those. So Darren King right on the back of the number 1. This is for position. This is for 27th place position. So I think there was 41 as it started the race. There's 34 currently left in it. Number 96, sadly, after that incident, is down all the way into 34th place. So currently running last in that Honda NSX Evo. After that incident, we saw going up for our room ready on, but it was just in there. Darren King just dropping back a little bit from the number 1 car as we came into La Source, and you see them take very similar lines. So when they're not battling, they don't have to, they don't have to show the mirrors. But Darren King, he just shows just how quick that Ferrari gains coming through and down onto the Camel Straight, that the Audi has to move up to the inside line to try and block the inside, but doesn't really work out too well because Darren King just slots it around the outside and goes, thank you very much, see you later, see you when I come back round. Yeah, there wasn't a lot there that the Audi could do, to be fair. He did everything right. He moved late, he did one move, which I love. I do love to see people just make the one move. Maybe that's because I'm an F1 fan and I don't like seeing people weaving all over the track to try and break the toe, but he made the one move and then he just had no defense. It was just, well, see you later. King just breezed past him. He got within the window that we said about the draft at about 3.5 tenths. He got that done, still had to go around the outside, and he still made the move stick. And it just goes to show that if you make that move, set him up in La Source, get in that gap, you can pass every single time down at Lacombe, as long as obviously you're working together, which obviously Hartmann is kind of sat in the middle of a pack here, not in an ideal position as they try and go 3 wide down Blanchimont past the back marker. So well done to them guys there. There's Hartmann and Patil in the Ferrari, but Patil's now in the prime spot. He's closed up because the back marker was there. He's within the window of about 2 tenths. He's just got to keep it there down through La Source. He's going to be running up the hill. Job done, Terry, by the time he comes to Lacombe. Yeah, that's exactly it. So they've been racing quite consistently. Have the Grid Finder Racing team? They've had the few little incidents that we saw in the highlights reel, but they've slowly made the way back up the grid, and it's great to see. And as you were saying, I like the one move. As we'll see, likely the number 8. But it's interesting that we don't see a lot of drivers making the one move, but then defending to then try and give the racing room, but also just give enough racing room. So that's the thing you often see as well. So they'll make the one move towards the right hand side of the track, for example, on the Camel Straight, and then when they're coming back, when they're coming onto the actual corner, they'll slowly move off and just give around about cars and a bit's worth of room. And I think that's about the most you can get away with in terms of making multiple moves in flashy fingers quotes. Not exactly multiple moves, but still enough to give the racing room. And it's surprising we didn't see that when Darren King actually came to overtake there.
I love the flashy fingers.
Flashy fingers. I couldn't remember the quote unquote. There we go. Quote unquote. There we go.
None of us can see. Just Terry's there in his own broadcast.
Flashy fingers.
Flashy fingers up at the camera that nobody else can see. Go on.
Yes.
You
exactly that.
What's going on there, mate?
I can't do flashy fingers with my mouth, sadly.
No, unfortunately not. But I think that's the thing. You've got to be, the car who's on that inside line is naturally going to want to try and defend the position as best he can. He's going to put the squeeze on him. He's going to want to make the driver behind think twice about it, and any of us do. And as I say, even I try and do that as much as I can get away with. But you've just got to be careful when you're trying to squeeze anybody, because if the driver is there and he's determined, he's coming through. And if he's alongside, he wants to come through. And if he's got his front axle alongside yours, he's definitely coming through. So
100% yes.
Trying to squeeze anybody, you're just going to put yourself into spinning round in circles here. As we can see, Price just cruising around. He's in that kind of, he's got a kind of push forward window, isn't he? He's got to try and, because currently he's solo racing here for Isaac Price. So he's got to try and look at really trying to close up. He's faster than the guys behind, but he's not faster than Van der Velde in front. So whether or not they'll work on a strategy to see if they can get him somewhere, but at the moment he's just in that no man's land window where he's not really putting the pace in to go forward, but he's got enough pace to stay in front, I think.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you see in endurance races, that you tend to get in a sort of bubble, and I think that's what Isaac Price is in right now. He's not really got anyone ahead of him. Well, he has, but it's not really, he's not really chasing him as in he's chasing him in his view. He knows he's chasing him in times, but can't really see him at the moment. We'll probably see him at the end of the straights and stuff, but yeah, you won't see him as you're coming around the corner. So Isaac Price just needs to know his lines, which obviously will. He's a BMW G2 esports driver. So he'll just be lapping after lapping after lap, kind of like Malinowski's had all kind of race, really. Just trying to pull away and close down the car ahead, whereas Malinowski's just trying to just pull away, really. And as you're saying, yeah, Isaac Price is just going to be in his bubble, and Alex Gates looking to close it down onto, I think this is a back marker, because it's not the 47, because that's quite the way away, unless he's gained a lot of time onto that car ahead. But I'm pretty sure that is a back marker of the 124. Yeah, the 1-2. Oh, it's not a back marker. It's actually Tinko Van der Velde, who's actually in 5th place. So he's been lapped by Tinko there up into 20. Yeah, so Tinko's lapped him there. That's what that was.
So if Van der Velde has just made a move and lapped Gates, how far is Malinowski going to get through the grid? Because if that's
yes,
him lapping Gates in 20th, where is Malinowski? How many people has he gone past? Because that's going to be, well, you can guarantee he's going to be in the top 15 to top 10 that he would have lapped.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, where is Malinowski now? Well, he's currently on lap 73, and the lowest car back is the 96 car, who's on 71. So 3 laps ahead of them, and currently up into, I think, 11th place right at the moment. So if you're going to take that, it's going to be, he's going to have lapped the field at least once, but it depends how far ahead they can get ahead of Bassini. But it looks like they're at least going to get, up into, I would say, at least 4th place position in the current gaps in the next few hours.
How disheartening is that going to be for everybody else to see the leader coming past? yeah, you've got to concentrate on your own race, but there's a certain psychological effect from Malinowski that he's putting on people at the moment, because he's not only showing them that he's lapping in the early 217s, he's also showing them, I'm going to go past you, so here's a look at my exhaust pipe. You know what I mean? There's a lot of psychological value that Malinowski is doing at the moment, and he's really showing the field that I'm not here to be messed with. I'm going out to win this race, and I think from Malinowski's point of view, he's done a stellar job. You know, we're back out to 32 seconds, so he hasn't gained a massive amount of time since the last time we looked at the time screen. And as you say, we had that big jump, Terry, where all of a sudden we looked and it was 17, and then 5-10 minutes later it's like 30 seconds. So maybe Malinowski's settled down as well. But from a psychological point of view for Malinowski in there, he's got to be sitting in that car brimming with so much confidence about now that he just feels that he's in a train and that car's on rails, because it's just doing everything he needs to do, and he's lapped up to, I think it's 12th place. So yeah, he's well on his way here, that we could probably call it now and say, as long as that car stays on the black stuff, that team are looking a shoe-in for the win, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't do too well on round 2 at Bathurst, but round 1, the Assetto team did pick up 25 points, so Malinowski is just going to be looking to cement it. I mean, if you're already this far ahead, you know you've only got to keep ahead. You don't really have to worry about anyone really challenging you. There's not been anyone that's been setting lap times as in the really low 316s to close down that gap, and you're gonna need faster lap times than Malinowski to close down that gap, aren't you? I mean, unless whoever hops in the car next, which, I mean, the Assetto team doesn't have drivers that you'd go, oh well, you know, I'll be able to catch up to them, because it's you know, it's Stat Sense are already done it. Malinowski is in the car now, so there's just George Boothby left to take over that car, and well, George Boothby isn't a snail on track, is he? So let's be honest, he's going to be lapping around about the same times as well. So to see them that far ahead, you might as well hand the 25 points to him. I mean, anything can happen in the next 3 hours. It could rain. It could start thunderstorming. We saw the rain in the qualifying. We haven't seen it yet, which is interesting, because it's very highly likely to rain. It just hasn't yet for some reason. I don't know why. The SimRacing gods that control the thunder and the lightning haven't brought it out yet, but we might still see it. There's still 3 hours left in this race. But yeah, Malinowski just flying around the track at the moment and securing 25 points currently so far. Looking at the rest of the standings, the number 14 car that's currently sat in 3rd place, the Unicorns of Love car, currently sat in 4th place in this race. So 3rd place in the standings. They're going to pick up some good points if they finish where they are right now. And then the 124 is currently behind that number 14 car, which currently has 2nd place in the championship standing as well. And then you've got the number 10, which currently sat in 3rd. So it's going to be a big fight at the end of the race to try and get the points back between the 124, the 14, and the 10. But the 149 currently leading this race and picking up some good points if they manage to finish where they are right now.
Yeah, I think there's not much really anybody's going to be able to do about Malinowski. Done. I think Malinowski's he's gone away with it. The problem is now is obviously the Ferrari of the number 10 car, Tiskovic, is trying to chase down Hassini, and he's got a fair gap to try and close down as well. And Hassini's got to be in the car and just thinking, I've got to cement 2nd place. That's it, you know, because there's no other option really for that team. I don't like saying that, you know, Malinowski's won already, but it's looking like a shoo-in, to be fair. But I think from Hassini's point of view, as we can see, the car number 6 there, 15 seconds for contact with the number 4. So that's 4 there, and the number 4 car, who is Sever. Yes. So they've had contact together. As we see, I believe that's probably Haas, isn't it, in the 111, trying to make his move back through the field after his drive-through, and he's got his stop and go.
Yeah, he's already had it. Yeah, so that'll explain why he's all the way down in 32nd. I mean, they weren't that far back after the drive-through, so yeah, that stop-go 30-second penalty for now. But as you said, when we saw the incident, you know, the blue flags issues it's one of those that you still got to respect that it is a driver, it is still a car. You know, it's still on the track. You can't just force your way past and go with the well, I have a blue flag in front of me, so I'm going to get past it kind of thing. At the end of the day, it's got to be well communicated, otherwise someone ends up worse off. And without the well communication,
yeah, the thing is with blue flags, Terry, there's so many different interpretations of them. And I think that's where the confusion comes in, because like Haas did then, got out, you see a car coming up the pits in front of him, he's going to pick up a massive chunk of toe, make it move, there we go. As we saw Haas there move out of the way at the end of Blanchimont. But there's so many other interpretations of a blue flag. And the problem is every race series has different interpretations of this blue flag. You know, you've got the pinnacle of F1, you've got to get out of the way. Touring car for the BTC, their advisory, be aware the driver's coming through.
Yeah.
Or it's faster. So there's no real clear picture to say you've got to move or you haven't. So the driver who's sitting there thinks, well, I'm doing the same lap times. You know, there might be in the middle 217s together. So therefore he feels he might not have to, but he's got to try and facilitate the pass that he might not be able to facilitate because he's that little bit quicker. It's such a varied rule within series itself like that. There's a blue flag got cleared there. There's a blue flag being waved and they've come to contact because it's not kind of adhered to. They're so tricky to interpret and it just... People's drivers' minds of blue flags are so different to what ours are.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, the thing is, like you were saying, there's so much difference between different series, and a lot of these drivers won't be racing in one series. Let's be honest. A lot of these will be racing in 3 or 4 series over a week, and every single blue flag rule is different. Usually they try and follow the same rule.
Sorry, sir, that's actually...
No worries. Yes, that was tight.
That was Haas and Coroshavin there. God, that was actually for position as well. And the problem for Coroshavin is he let the Ferrari through in front, but he needed to make sure that that door was closed for Haas to come through. So Coroshavin was on a full defense there as they went into the bus stop. Anyway, sorry, Terry, you carry on.
No. Yes, so there's a lot of different interpretations of blue flag rule, as you said. So a lot of communities go, right, you've got to give the position I. That's usually to make it easier to be able to understand, you know, what you should do, because a lot of drivers don't know how to react, and you know, it depends on the level of the community or the league or the series that they're running in, and others don't have a rule where you can unlap yourself either. So, you know, learning all of these different rules across all of the different series that you run, and then, you know, you can sometimes get them wrong, but most of the time, from what I've seen, a lot of them are respectful. A lot of them are always respectful. They're all here to do one thing, right? And that's have some great clean racing, because you don't want to hold up a faster car than you. But it's when the cars that are out of position start to get entanglements that the issues start to happen. So yeah, you'll see it here and there, but I think in the most part, blue flags aren't really an issue. It's usually like a standard rule of you don't have to like pull off the track like an F1 car does. You just have to allow the driver to make the move when they want to make the move, kind of thing. It's a two-way communication, but as we see the flashes coming in there, and that's one of the Ferraris there.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Coroshavin has moved out of the way for that Ferrari, and he allowed him through, and then the move got done. Could the Aston Martin of Coroshavin moved out, gave him a little bit more, because they almost come to contact, and that was almost their race done for a simple blue flag maneuver that could it have been adhered to a bit better. And it makes you wonder, and I think this is one of the things, and let us know in chat if we're just completely off the hook, you know, we're just doing our own thing. But it makes you wonder if all series had the same F1 rule of you've got to kind of try and, you know, move out the way and let them go through. Wouldn't the race be easier? Would it be more easier? Because I know in ovals, when I've done oval communities, you don't have to move out of the way because you're constantly picking up the drive, and there's always that chance that something you can get that lap back easily in an oval because there are most of the time, 75% of the time, some massive collisions that allow you to get the lap back. But would the general consensus rule of you need to move out the way, would that make your racing and your rule writing for communities easier?
So without getting into technicalities, we've ran both. I've ran both. Personally, I've ran both. And the don't move out the way it works if everyone is on the same page, all on the same pace, that kind of stuff. But the which allows you to, you know, get your laps back if you're the same sort of pace, because you can sit on the tow, or you can, you know, if the driver behind you isn't considerably quicker, they can't actually find a way past anyways. Whereas if you're pulling out the way, it doesn't allow for people that are further back to have any chance to move over, because you're spending most of your time pulling off the racing line to allow the car behind you to get past. So it's kind of, you've got to kind of think, well, what do I want from my race? And I think it depends on the communities and what they kind of cater for. It depends on the rulings on the laps. Like usually for any like pro level series, they usually use the GT3 rule of, you know, stay on your line, and the faster car will make the move. And if they make a bad one, it's on them, because you're on the racing line, so it's up to them to make a normal overtaking move, just like normal overtaking really, apart from the car ahead's considerably slower usually. But on the other side, if you pull off and you cause a collision with that car, then whose fault is it? It's a lot harder to steward if you're doing it while you have to move off the line, and it's usually in like the amateur communities that you get that kind of stuff, because you don't want the slower car making the wrong decision when trying to keep on the line when a guy that's lapping 2 seconds quicker than comes up behind him. So yeah, you get a bit of both. I think that's why it is. There you go.
One doesn't the other, innit? It could be anything here as well, because you know, everybody can think of one thing or another that would benefit blue flags, or that won't benefit blue flags, and can benefit blue flags, but not sure it's going to benefit blue flags. And you just go around in a massive roundabout, to be fair. As you can see, Van der Velde here is battle for fourth place with Tucky in the number 14 McLaren. He's within that draft window. He's going to be looking at trying to close it down, coming down Kemmel. There is that back marker in the way. That is one of the Aston Martins. I think just gone flashing through at the bottom. So that's going to be an interesting one to see how that one pans out. He manages to keep it sensibly out of the way, but he's now gone in too deep.
What a move that was, right up the inside of that, the inside and around the outside, but then back onto the inside. I think the Ferrari, the McLaren rather, had an issue with that blue flag there. Well, it wasn't really an issue. It was I want to move around here, but the blue flag moved over the inside line, so the McLaren couldn't defend it, and then when it went into the corner, it was a bit out of line. So Tinko just went, you know what, fair enough, I'll just take it then. And that's one of those things that if you move off the line and you're on the outside line, you defend the inside line then from the car that's trying to overtake you. So that's kind of a key position. Whereas if both of them went to the inside line, Tinko wouldn't have got that position. And he would have been where he was still. So yeah, there you go. That's your argument against moving off the racing line, because you end up on the inside line, which would get defended. Well, here we go. Let's have a look at this. So you got the back marker on the inside line there, and you can see Tinko move to the inside line. Now that McLaren is out of position, so Tinko can just go, slot out of the inside, and Toki really defend it. He was already slowed down by the back marker and having to move to the left, and then they have to move to the right, and he was just all out of position. So yeah.
But did it help him running in deep into Lagoon?
No, well, that didn't help either, but I mean, Tinko did force that, so that's exactly why he did run that deep. He had to defend the inside line and try to squeeze Tinko off, like we've discussed earlier, and it just didn't work out for him because he ended up missing the braking point and going a little bit deep anyways. So yeah, Tinko was like, all right, okay, it worked. So that's more effective than flashing your lights in my eyes.
Exactly. Use the back marker to your advantage, blocking the car in front so we can't get past him, and then
exactly.
Out. And that's the thing, isn't it? The whole, you know, you can sit and discuss blue flags for absolutely forever.
Yes.
It is a major talking point across all classes of real life racing, sim racing, it doesn't really matter. You've got the same scenario as well. And poor old Frank there moved out the way for the Beamer there and is unfortunately lost time on Platt in front of him, as that was a battle for 15th and 16th place. But Platt's got to be careful letting that front runner through because he doesn't want to leave the door open.
I was about to say Frank. Frank might have left the room, but he left it in the better place because he left it on the straight, whereas Platt had to leave it on going into the corner because that back marker, I mean, that front runner was just that much quicker than him. He slotted right past, and now Frank running side by side with Platt into No Name, going to be around the outside, going to be able to take all of that curb and then some. No, as you see, all that curb, then some, and then onto the track again they go. Max Frank, after that little back marker, we're going to stop talking about blue flags at some point in this race, I promise. Max Frank has been able to actually gain a position off of that, so that's the flip side of the coin.
Yeah, exactly, and as I say, it's just a contentious topic throughout the whole racing community in general. But Frank not only obviously used the passing car to his advantage, did Vanderbilt use it to pass the car in front. He's used it to pass the car in front and still managed to hold on through the position. So poor old Platt now has moved out of the way for the front runner and unfortunately has lost the place to Frank. So he's going to have to kind of get his head down and think, oh well, that kind of didn't work out, so let's go again and kind of try and keep the gap down within that second window. But I will say one thing though, Frank does look quick in that sports car, so it's going to be tough for Platt to try and stay with him, I think. And oh, well, there you go. That makes it easier. It's Platt in behind. Platt's in behind him as well, haven't they? So they both come in. So there was nothing gained for really either of them. They've kind of just covered each other off, and Platt's going to have to try and come out on the upside and see how he gets on.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of who can get the pit stops correctly, really, because Max Frank's going to be in front of Dylan Platt. So interesting to see what they do in terms of driver swaps, strategies, and all that kind of pit stop tactics that's going to happen. But Malinowski, is this the end of Malinowski's stint then, as George Boothby's going to take over it? Well, there's just under 3 hours left on the race. They're probably going to extend the stints right out into the 2:45s. We've had a third pit. Well, this is the third pit stop coming right up, and we've seen some already come in. Pfeffer's already come in. We're seeing Max Frank and Platt come in. Joris Pull in the 163s come in. Clemens, Hartman's come in for their pit. But Hosseini's come in the number 21, one of the front runners, actually. You don't usually see the front runners coming in this early in the top 5, the top 10, but Hosseini's going to be in nice and, well, early in terms of extending stints. But yeah, Malinowski going to stay out a little bit longer. You'll probably see him stay out as long as he possibly can up until that stint timer starts to tick down to the last 3 minutes or so, because you don't want to extend. You don't want to extend too much and pick up a penalty, because that is disastrous to the rest. I mean, just want to point one thing out. Malinowski is 42 seconds ahead now, so he's getting another 12 seconds on the front runner on the second place position. But obviously Hosseini in the pits already, so they're probably going to be looking to take second place, if not find a position if the number 149 car makes a mistake. But right now it doesn't look likely for the 149, but I don't want that commentator's curse to come in, because that team will hate me forever. So
yeah, let's go change something quick.
Cars.
It's just so difficult to look past the Yaz Heat team today. I think we try and not say it, as you say. We were talking about it, what doesn't seem very long ago, of it staying at 32, and then it jumps up again.
Yes.
I think when we said about Hosseini going into the pits, I don't think there was much for him to gain by extending it. He had that clear window. He had a 10-second gap to the car behind. It made more sense to go in now and get it done. Yeah. Obviously, they don't have access to what we can see timing and where he's going to come out and what position he's going to be in and all that sort of jazz. But at the end
they might do, actually. A lot of the teams do still run the tools that we use, so they'll probably be able to see them stints. And if they do have if they do have that pit wall guide, the dude in the pits, whatever he's called. I couldn't remember the name of them for a second. The spotter or the team captain or the team manager, they'll probably be looking out, and the engineers will be going, well, actually, if you come in now, you'll be out in nice fresh traffic. So they'll probably go, all right, okay, I might as well come in now because we've already got the stint time in the bank. Technically, we've already gained 10 minutes from extending the first 2, so we're all right. Unless they're looking to get a different strategy at the end of the race, maybe a shorter stint at the end of the race, but I can't really see it working. But hey, they're engineers, and they'll probably have, a lot of these pro teams will have paid engineers. They're probably working real life racing that know a lot more than me when it comes to pit stop strategies across a 6-hour race.
Yeah, when we look at the teams that are involved in this, and there's obviously going to be somebody in the background crunching numbers and saying, right, let's come in now because we're going to do this, we're going to do that. As we see Hartmann under a little bit of pressure from Coroshavin now in the Aston Martin, so he's going to be chasing down. So that's going to be coming into a battle very, very shortly if Coroshavin is going to use the draft to close up, which he does, coming down into the bus stop. So they are going to have people in there, and they probably will have access to what we've got, and they do relatively know where they're going to come out. It's just obviously to make the right decision, because you don't want to make a wrong decision. And we've seen how bad that can pan out in real life racing for certain teams. But no, go there, Terry. No, I'm not mentioning it. I'm not saying
There's a lot of them on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. I've gone round it. Shush. Squeeze that one under the carpet.
I'm done. That's it. Don't want to upset anyone.
Joe, I can't even remember where I was going now. That's it.
Something about pit stops.
Yeah, so they've got to have the people in there, so they've got to make the right choice and know where they're going to come out, and they've got to get the gap and the time where they need to. And I think for Hassini, it made sense to go in early. He wasn't really going anywhere, wasn't really making a big impression on Malinowski, and the guy behind him as well wasn't really catching him up. So for Hassini's point of view, right choice.
Yes, I agree. If you came out in fresh traffic, completely correct choice. I mean, like you're saying, there's no reason to extend it. If you're just looking to make sure you get some clean laps in, you want to be in clean air, don't you? Or at least behind a car that you know that you can follow to gain some tour, maybe not have to actually battle it and maybe just follow it through. But Etinko currently sat in P2. These guys haven't pitted yet. The top 5 haven't pitted. Isaac Price and Stockinger are in the pits though, as we're seeing that the grid finder car getting a lot of screen time for a couple of issues, but now they're on the screen battling. I didn't want to get any curses out. I think I've done enough of it before I leave.
Terry pulling the plug and sitting on the fence there and not pulling his compliment of conversation where he was actually going with that. But yeah, Hartmann here, Clemens Hartmann is under a bit of pressure from Coroshavin, so it'll be interesting to see what the Aston Martin can do. We have not really expected big things. They're not really the car of choice, so from that point of view, can Hartmann hold them? Of course, it's going to be a tough one. As we see both Aston Martins there of Gigi as well behind him as well. So there's a double Aston Martin chasing down Hartmann in the McLaren. But Hartmann looks like he's kind of got this, he's kind of almost got the measure, isn't he? He kind of knows where he's going to put the car. He makes his move, doesn't allow him through, but it's whether or not he can hold him now going up to up through Elridge and Radion. He's got half a second, might be all right. I don't know if Coroshavin's going to pick up enough of the draft to really make an impact at the end, at the end into Lacombe. However, Gigi is only 3 tenths back, so he might make they might make a move forward.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like the way that Hartmann's been driving since they picked back up that number 8 car is just credit to the mindset that these guys are in. That they are looking to continue racing as they are, and they've been racing for it's one of those things that you might not be looking to take first place or like top 3 where those top 3 are battling, and it's a completely different strategy. So it's great to see that the number 8 is continuing the race, even though they've had the issues they've had. So they've managed to keep themselves in the race, which is exactly what they've done. And there we go. There is the number 21 that's currently sat in 4th place. Currently sat in, has done their pits. Luke Whitehead has taken the car. Currently sat in 4th, 40 odd seconds back from the top of the grid, but I'm sure that'll go when these guys come out the pits of Tinko and Igor, and we're going to see that 21 right on the back of, and George Boothby has taken over the 149. So at 149, it's going to be looking to steam ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, do you ever just sit back and for this poor field who have now been lapped everywhere up until 8th place, and then George Boothby gets in the car? And you just sit back. Okay, well, let's just do what we can do, but see where we end up, I think, after that. And yeah, such a strong lineup. I just can't see past them today, barring any, obviously, technical failures, internet failures.
You're doing it. You're doing what I did.
I know. Anyway, Terry, on to the Luke Whitehead there from GTWR. God,
it's one of those things, you don't want to say it, but you kind of got to say it. I mean, it's one of those things that because if you say it and it happens, then you'll always be looked at as the person that cursed them. But Luke Whitehead, there we go. So all the pits have settled down now. Luke Whitehead in 2nd, Max Fort, in 3rd place in that number 10 Ferrari, and then the McLaren of Tobias Pfeffer, and McCormack has actually taken back over the 124 as well. So Tobias Pfeffer and McCormack are in that car either in the 2nd stint or the 1st stint, I remember correctly, between the 14 and the 124. Then we got Robbie Stapleford in the number 62 in 6th, and Dinla Cherepenin in 7th right now in the 41. So Stapleford is back in the car, and if I remember correctly, no, it wasn't Stapleford that was in the car in the first couple of stints. So Robbie Stapleford in the BMW G2 Esports number 62 now, trying to close it down onto Cormac. And I'll tell you what, it's not that far apart in the top 4, 5 and 6. Pfeffer is only around about 1 second ahead of McCormack, and then around about 10 seconds behind is Stapleford. So if Stapleford can keep it close and clean and consistent all the way up until Pfeffer and McCormack have settled their disputes in the car and figured out who wants to be in 4th place position, then Stapleford might actually have a chance of getting into that position.
Yeah, I think they're all going to come towards the end of the race. That they're all going to end up really bunched up together, and I think we could be in for an epic battle towards the end, and there is Stapleford flashing Haas there to try and let him through. I believe, is it still Haas in the car on the 111?
It is actually Banky. Yeah, Banky.
Car. So obviously, Stapleford's trying to flash there and she's trying to say, look, I am here, please make this easy for me, before we go into another 10-minute conversation about blue flags. But I think these guys up front are all going to be coming into contact round about the last hour. They'll get the pit stop out of the way, they might get one more in, and then you'll probably see Pfeffer, McCormack, Stapleford, the team in general will be all together on track. And it's like we've said earlier with endurance, you kind of had that lull and then all of a sudden the rush in the last hour, and I think that's what we're going to see here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And just want to say welcome to Dan to the commentary booth, another new voice in the commentary booth for round 3 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo.
Hello. I've been dragged from the stewards room into the commentary booth, and it's going to be awesome. How are you got to
change hats.
Yeah, I'll change hat. I'm glad to take the stewarding hat off after the first hour. Anyway, these guys were using cars with pinball bouncers as they were going around the track for the first 40 minutes. But it has settled down for the past couple of hours at least, and we're getting some good quality racing out of these guys.
Yeah, I completely agree. And sadly, I won't be able to watch it for the next 2 hours and 37 minutes, but it'll be interesting to see what the result is in the end. Does it rain? I don't know.
I hope it does.
Does it rain? George Boothby might not be hoping for that. Luke Wayhead might be, but I'll tell you what, this has been an absolutely brilliant around about 2 hours and what is it? It's been over 3 hours now. Wow, that time has flown by. But Anne, I'll hand over to you. James, I'll hand over to you, and I will see you guys around. And thank you to all the viewers for listening to me. And I will hopefully be back in the future.
Thank you very much, Terry. James, how you doing?
I'm alright, mate, not too bad at all. Just enjoyed a great evening of racing. We've had loads of interesting conversations. I'm sure you've probably got an input on Dan as well. So, you know, we could be here for another 2 hours, 36 minutes discussing all types of wonderful blue flag solutions, but none of them will probably actually work or get taken on board, to be honest, mate. It's one of them scenarios, isn't it? But we are looking at Swinderick here in 17th place, the number 90 car in the Audi. It's got Enslin in front. We did have a little bit of a touch on a conversation about Enslin earlier on. He lost a couple of positions, team trying to settle him back down. You know, he's kind of got to do that, Dan, really, hasn't he? Because otherwise he's going to kind of, it could just fall apart, really, within the last couple of hours for him.
Yeah, he certainly can. I mean, definitely talking to some of these guys during the race and their teammates. Enslin's definitely one that is hoping for rain. I've seen him doing the rain dance a few times in the Discord text chat, hoping for it to come. Like I said, we've still got 2.5 hours for it to pop along. But yeah, Swinderick and the Carbon Sim Sport guys doing a real solid job just to sort of to keep in this battle. And touching on what you were mentioning about blue flags earlier on, when we do the drivers briefing with these guys, we note down that these guys, most of these guys, if not all of these guys, are the best of the best. They've been around, they've been on track now with each other for at least the best part of 6 this season, the majority of them anyway, in a multitude of different series. And we don't want to chuck too many penalties at them for all sorts of stuff related to blue flags, but we do still find that there is still some feed disparity between the drivers in the cars.
Yeah, it's like me and Terry were talking, you know, people's mental interpretation of blue flags is a massive difference anyway, as we've just seen Swinderick there get past Enslin, who didn't again look too happy when we brought him up in the bottom right hand corner there on your screen. So Enslin has now unfortunately lost another position, but I'm sure he's looking at getting his head back in the game and try and make that car go forward rather than the sliding backwards, which it does shame to see, but does seem to be happening at the moment. I think that's the thing, Dan, unless the blue flags are specified in the rule book right at the beginning of the season, says, right, this is it, this is concrete, this is black and white, this is what you've got to follow. There's always that driver interpretation of whether or not we can hold this off, whether or not I can defend here, whether or not I can still try and stay in front of this car. And it is, as I said, you know, when we were talking to Terry about it, would it be easier if everybody had the same F1 rules? You've got to get out of the way. Don't know.
Yeah.
Would it work?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a conversation we've seen across a multitude of different series, and you've got to sort of look at the kind of the guys that are out on track, also their knowledge of racing, and sometimes when you've got them going. I mean, the rules in the rulebook state they are allowed to race in this series anyway. They are allowed to race for position, but if they're a lap down, they are entitled to try and get a lap back. Like for example, maybe you've got not to pick on anyone in particular, but maybe you've got a Boothby in a car. Maybe they've had an incident at the start of the race, and they're trying to get laps back on, say, someone like Darren King, who maybe they might be a little bit faster than. They are entitled to go for those laps back. And likewise, the blue flag guys are entitled to race, because we've all had it. We've all had an incident where we've expected to do really, really well. We maybe caught up at the start. We saw 5 or 6 cars caught up on the top of Radion and through the S's in the first lap, and they're going to be recovering. So they're going to have to try and get their laps back, and they don't want to just keep jumping out the way and losing more and more and more time. So it is sort of a happy medium, and like you're saying, a bit of that interpretation of the rules. I mean, putting my stewarding back hat on for a little while, we've had a few that we need to look at. especially around a couple of the cars, such as 563, has been flying through with some of the other guys out on track, and is holding down track position with some of the guys in the top 20s, and they're sitting back in 37th. Now that causes a few issues. The guys higher up the order get a bit frustrated. Why is this car fighting me? But really, just let that 563 go and stick in their toe, especially down the long straights we've got here through Blanchemont and down the Kemmel Straight. It's going to help you all out, and that comes to compromise. 6-hour race. Yes, it's a 6-hour sprint race. We call them endurances, but they're not. Let's be honest. Everyone's going flat out for the whole thing. But it's just like you were saying earlier on. It's just what sort of compromises do these guys want to make between performance right now? We see it a bit like we see. We've got Ensign on the screen here, and we see him dropping a little bit further back. But actually, he may be able to stay closer if he just forgets some of the mistakes he may have made, and now focuses on what's coming up. Okay, cool. I'm a little bit slower than my teammates, but let's try and keep it within a couple of seconds of the car in front. So when I give the car over to the teammate in the pit stop, they have a chance of getting us the position back and getting those really important points that will help towards the payouts at the end of the season.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself there, Dan. Actually, I don't know, I probably couldn't have said it better myself, because our commentators, so many commentators having conversations regarding blue flags and everything else. So many have got different personalities and different. Just you could be here all day. You get us all.
It does help when the commentator is the one that wrote the rule book.
Well, exactly. But then that's the thing, though, isn't it? You know, we can. If you got all the commentators here who do this series into one room, probably we wouldn't agree, because we'd have so many.
I mean, we are certainly as bad as the drivers in some sense, where and everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but it's all about consistency at the end of the day. We alongside this series, we look after a multitude of different series, and we try and keep the rules as similar, because sometimes I feel sorry for the drivers in the car. They race across so many different series, so many different communities, so many different challenges, and so many different organisers that all have their, like you're saying, James, their own opinion on what the rules should be, and ultimately it's the drivers that have got to adapt. But yeah, I feel these drivers are doing a really good job at reacting to what's in front of them. And as we see the 33 of, oh, here we go, Mike Yao has stitched me up with a great name as the first one. I've got Tazvin's the hacker.
Yeah, just go to the hacker bit.
Just go to the hacker bit. Yeah. Well, they got the, Felix, I suppose that helps as well. But it was on the back of Darren King. Alright, I've got Mike Yao in my ear. It's been a long time since I've been in the commentary booth. I'm here covering off while someone's still on their lunch break. The rust is coming out. I've just got to shave the rust off the edges. But yeah, Felix then in the West Competition Racing Aston Martin, throwing down with the Go setup Ferrari of Darren King.
Yeah, they're having it be closer and closer. If we can keep it within that 2 tenths window that we have been talking about, where the draft really comes into effect through La Source and going up through El Rouge and Radion, he will be able to and should be able to make that move into Lagum. Now, it's whether or not what is King going to do. Is he going to force him on the outside and lose the inside for the second part of Lagum? Or is he going to be looking at taking the outside to try and get the inside? The problem is, it's like anything. The outside becomes the inside, becomes the outside. So it's like a roundabout, really. It's
Felix taking the wide line.
Yeah, direct route up the hill on it from there. We don't worry about turning left or right. We can just go straight. But unfortunately for him, though, it's kind of jeopardised him going down here, because where we thought he was closer, he's not now, is he? Because he lost a lot of time going straight on there. But I think this is the thing with making a decision on whether or not you're going to defend that, because as we say, you might have the outside for Lagoon, but you got the inside for the second bit, and then you've got the outside for the run down into Ravage. So it really is a trade-off. You know, you've just got to kind of rely on hopefully you can carry enough speed through it all.
Yeah, it certainly is the trade-off of where do you push, where do you concede, and the big thing that we've always seen at Spa is how the cars are set up as well. Like a few of the guys are mentioning, and they may be getting optimistic because the sun clouds have the sun has disappeared from behind the clouds on the old weather prediction, and it's now just cloudy. So we may get a little touch of rain towards the end of the race, but a lot of these cars are set up for the wet. The practice servers over the past couple of weeks in between the rounds, prolifically probably more wet than dry. So these guys are coming to the race expecting it to be wet. It's Spa, like we don't really know what the weather's like when we're there in real life, so these guys can't predict. But yeah, as you were saying, it's whether you attack or you defend. And the important thing with a car setup is, are you set up for the straights or are you set up for sector 2? And that's another compromise that the driver's going to have to make.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's one of the hardest things, is trying to get a setup right, because Spa in real life, it could be raining here and it could be sunny down at the other end of Rivage, so you know, you can end up with it all, and it's trying to find a balance, isn't it? Hacker definitely found a balance through the bus stop there. He got a lot more speed over King in front. He's making a move into La Source early. The problem is King going to concede the position, now slotting behind him and use his draft. And that could be Hacker, unfortunately, losing that position back again. He's got the 2/10 draft as King coming up through. They're just entering onto the base of the hill now before they go rushing up to El Rouge and Radion. And here comes King. You can just see the top of his window. He's moving left and right. He wants to find a position. He came out a little bit early for me. I wouldn't have come out that early. Slotting behind and then use him again. He's being squeezed. He's being squeezed. The road's running out. Whoa.
Yeah, I think the number one Audi played a bit of devil's advocate in that. They seem to have a really big issue going up Eau Rouge and Radion, and were stuck in the pit exit along the side of the road with the yellow flag, and that's what sort of caused Darren King there to move out to the left a little bit, just in case that Audi rejoined, and then therefore, like you say, lose the toe on Felix, and just ultimately couldn't get the move done now. But Darren, very similar to Enselin, needs to have a little rethink now. Go, cool, we've lost this position. We see the rear coming out through the left-hander there. I would name the corner, but I'm terrible at corner names and totally unprepared for commentary. So Pouon, there we go. So we saw the back come out. So just again, mental reset. 2.5 hours to go. A solid third of it as well. And you may have a driver in reserve that's good to get that position back later on in the race.
Yeah, I reckon if we got a chopper cam replay on that one, there is a considerable amount of squeezing going on from Hacker in front, coming as far left as he was physically allowed, and King just saw the door closing on him, and it was there. Hacker was definitely not holding the handle to keep the door open, let's put it that way. He made a prime effort of shutting that door as best as he could, and he probably squeezed him going down Kemmel there. And I think from Darren King's point of view, though, Dan, I think that was kind of the right move, because even if you followed the trajectory of both cars, the door was closing on him. It would have left him with the grass one side or contact the other. So backing off and going again, you know, regrouping and going again over the next couple of laps is probably going to do Darren King some good. He will allow him to get the car to the end, because I don't think that car would have got to the end if it was on the grass or into Hacker's Aston Martin.
No, certainly not. And I mean, that is where experience pays dividends. I mean, Darren King has been around. There we go. We've got the replay as I mentioned, and then we're going to see Felix is well within his right just to let him know, and he's left a car width. But as you mentioned, James, any further for Darren, and he would have either met grass or contact. But I mean, King has been around since I begun sim racing a few years ago. That he's probably seen that situation time and time again, and just thought, do you know what? Don't need it right now. Just drop in, let them know we're there. Get on the flashers, maybe potentially, just to let them know. Please don't do that again. I'd like the right-hand panels of my 488 Evo, and crack back on with the race. As we've seen, he's tucked in behind Felix now. Let's just get through to the end of the stint and into the pit stop. Talking of pit stops, though, we do see that the 28 car of Stockinger is in the pits. Had a little bit of an issue going up Eau Rouge, similar to that number one Audi, and technically these guys, King's got his position back with that 28 falling down the order now.
Yeah, exactly, and we have discussed the lightness of the car's back end when you go over the crest, and here we are, as if by magic. There we are going to see what happened as it comes down. Yeah, straight down the base of the hill. We're going to start going left, then we're going to try and keep right as best we can. Up over the hill, over the curb. Oh, catches the curb too much and around he goes, and into the barrier on the right hand side. So that's not going to do that car any favours at all there, Dan. They've just got to kind of get back and try and recover as best they can.
Exactly, yeah, and we saw on the end of that replay, we saw Felix and King coming up and over the crest. They would have had the yellow flags. King now jumping into the pits before Hacker as well. So hopefully we're looking to see that they could do some sort of undercut. Maybe like we mentioned earlier, the Kings wanting to get a new set of boots on the car, or a new driver in the car, one that can hopefully tackle that 33 car towards the last 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the important thing for King now. He's got to get it in. If they are putting a new driver in, get him in, get him settled in that car. Get King out into the car itself, out into the best fresh air as you can, and see what can be sort of almost brought forward from the pit stop, because we have discussed the pit lane. It is so long, and it just feels like an absolute age when you're cruising along on your pit lane limiter and you're just plodding down the pit lane, as if you're on a mobility scooter going down the road. Do you know what I mean? It takes an absolute age, and unfortunately, as we see there, Max from Triton Racing going straight on at the top of the hill as well. But that's where the time's lost, and King's got to play it sensibly, hasn't he? He's made the decision to try the undercut. It wasn't, lost a position to Hacker. Hacker put the squeeze on and didn't really allow him to come through. And now he's going to be looking at trying to jump him back again, as we can see McCormack here from the Williams Esports guys as well. And that is that the 14th of November behind him?
No, it looks like the 90, the carbon. It looks like they've just put a lap on Swiderick in the number 90, I believe, the carbon sim sport car. Yeah, so they're again getting places up, getting space in between themselves and Feffer. That gap's up to 3 seconds now, and that 14 car didn't qualify very well, so they've had a great job. We know the Unicorns of Love are having a steady season with us here in the SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy, and the car that was previously on the screen, the number 10 for Triton Racing, putting in a stellar performance for the overall championship, taking the win last time out of Bathurst and putting themselves here on the podium at Spa. Joris Apple then in the 163 Team Ballast car, couple of seconds off the back of Durandis.
Yeah, there's a little freeway pocket in front there. Oh, they're in the wall! It's in the barrier! They were side by side as you went round Rivage. They would have followed him down into No Name, and I can guarantee there's been contact on the right hand side and into the barrier, so that is unfortunate there as well. I have to keep an eye on who was involved in that one, and as soon as we can get the replay we'll have a look through. But yeah,
it looked to be the 563 and the 88, both battling for position, so it wouldn't really help Apple out. It wasn't Gerardus in the 42 ahead of him. It was a couple of guys that are a lap down on them. Just looking at the stewarding sheet on. I've got the little advantage of having that open on another monitor. So I can see that it was those two that are involved. But yeah, those two are battling out for position before they ended up in the wall. Robbie Stapleford then in the G2 esports car. Fantastic job in qualifying from them. Saw them take massive advantage of the changing weather conditions. James, I don't think you were around for qualifying, but the drivers had and I'll just refresh the memories of the guys that are just tuning into the stream. We had very tricky qualifying. Started off wet with guys getting somewhat of an advantage if they were out onto that very last lap of the stint, and we saw with a minute to go the Wild Things team were on pole. By the end of the session they were in 12th because it got to the point where they were just setting in super laps, and the G2 esports car, I believe it was Robbie actually that did that lap time, I believe started them out on the front row. So good to see they're still running in 6th, keeping relatively out of trouble, not seeing the 62 too much on the stewarding sheet this evening, but they're about 9-10 seconds away from P5 at the moment.
Yeah, we see it on your screen. Car 977 has got a drive through And just before that, there was a 15-second penalty for car number 35. That is George G for contact with 565, which is Koroshavin. And that's what we saw at the end of No Name. We just caught the end of it as the cars went round as we were travelling on there as well. And here we go. Here is the replay. See them come through. Koroshavin there in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes.
From my point of view, that doesn't look good.
That's definitely. We've been racing for 4 hours. We may have had a little bit of I call it a brain fart. I'm going to say a brain fart and sound professional. A little bit of a mistake there that saw them catch the side of the 88 and ultimately put a spoiler onto their race. But see how the stewards handle that and what they seem to offer the 563. But it definitely looks down the lines of getting a major instant penalty. So Lucas Macchia then in pit position 20, right on the back of Julian Fox. Julian, again, another driver hoping for rain early on during the race today. Looking along the left-hand side as they head into the bus stop. Who's going to get them on the anchors the latest? Fox holds it out, but as you mentioned earlier, the outside becomes the inside becomes the outside, and the 85 car is through and moves themselves up into 19th position. Now this is going to do wonders for them as the 17 actually having a little look before they come into turn 1 decides that, I'll tell you what, we'll tuck in, we'll sit up Eau Rouge Radion and we'll have a nice juicy bit of that toe as we go down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, he's 1/10 back currently. He's on the left hand side between 19th and 20th, and the gap is going to be hopefully closing as we see the on-rushing Fox in the McLaren. Takes a little bit wide. Unfortunately, it was a little bit bumpy over the top of Radion there before they run onto the Kemmel. I don't think he's going to get him on this time around. I think he lost a bit of time bumping over the top left curb there too much, and unfortunately put him a little bit offline. Probably had to lift, try and get the car straight again before and let it settle before it goes off into yonder of a barrier somewhere. And we've seen that a couple of times here as well as we drop down to Rossi in 31st place in the Mercedes. Got blue
it's all getting a little bit tight, and Max behind him in P3 says, please let me get through before you carry on throwing pitchforks at each other. And it is that number 1 recovering Audi, but Max seems to slot in behind. So Brucey doing a wonderful job of identifying the issue behind him and allowing that car to come through. The number 1 Audi as well moving over to the left, and it allows to crack back on through, and so Brucey now can start to eye up a potential move on the number 1 Audi.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing we were talking about earlier, is not only for Sarusi was he racing there as well, which is now looking at losing that position. He's now just got a slightly behind, but that was the hardest thing as well, wasn't he? He tried to make them, allowed the move there for Max to get through, but he also was trying to close the door on Sarusi behind him. So it was kind of a keying up on what was going to be the best way of dealing with that situation. And poor old Philippat there kind of wasn't the best way of dealing with the situation because he couldn't get the door closed quick enough on Sarusi behind him. So it didn't really pan out well, should we say, for Philippat there, who also looks like it has lost another position. No, that's the Williams Esports car coming through to lap them. So it didn't really pan out for him there, Dan, did he? Because he tried to make the right thing that we've discussed, moving and allowing the room, but he couldn't get the door closed. It was almost like Sarusi knew what he was going to do, so therefore he used the Max in front to kind of slot him behind him, and then there was just nowhere for him to go. Philippat couldn't close the door because Sarusi was there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, heads up driving there from Sarusi, letting the P3 Triton racing car come through at the start of Blanchimont, and then just taking advantage, like you mentioned, of the mistakes from the car behind for Philippak. And the gap now with the Williams Esports car coming through is at 1.2 seconds, because we saw Sarusi really intelligent, letting them go through on the right-hander, and allowing the car to progress and allowing Sarusi just to get heads on down and get racing. But this short little cameo of myself in the commentary box is coming to an end, going to welcome Paul Glover back. Thank you very much for joining us back, Paul. James, thank you very much for your company. And I'm going to hand back over to you guys and jump back in the stewards room for the rest of the race.
Enjoy there, Dan, as well. So we welcome Paul Glover back into the box with us. Paul, how are you doing? How is everything?
Yeah, everything's good, thank you. I've had some food. I watched a little bit of television. I also had the stream on in the background, so keeping a bit of I just saw the accident a moment ago, so as I was getting back and ready. How's the last 2 hours been?
It's been good, to be fair. There's been action. We've had some wonderful discussions. We've had some few incidents. We've had some overtakes, should we say, and then, you know, it's all been an action-packed 2 hours, which you kind of wouldn't expect. As we can see here, Matteo going through on the sports team and then goes in deep. Is he going to manage to hold on? He's got the inside line. Can he come back through again as they're running down into La Source? Now, a beneficiary, I wouldn't try and make the move, but they are racing drivers and we are in the com box. Oh, slight little door contact there as well, and that's the sports team going to settle in behind for the run down to Eau Rouge and Radion down into Lacoon, Paul, which is where we've said ideally you kind of want to make a move.
Yeah, oh, for real. I mean, you want to be in the slipstream here because you know, sometimes you can make that move into turn one, but the thing is, you know immediately you're giving the upper hand to the other car, unless you know that your car is extremely quick down in a straight line. You kind of just want to sit there and use that as an advantage. I mean, it's good to see the likes of McCormack in the 124 are still up there. I mean, just sort of 0.5 a second behind P3, setting lap times, which last time round was a second and a half quicker. So maybe car 10, the Ferrari there, they're the championship leaders, has clearly had a moment on his previous lap. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed with the weather, James. I was hoping for rain. We got it in qualifying, and I love tricky conditions as a driver. And I'm sorry that everybody had to, you know, have Dan Terry in the commentary booth. I'm really sorry about that. I mean, it's, you know, no one wants to put that on anybody. But where's the rain? Where's the rain? I mean, where is it?
Is that what we're bargaining on there, Paul? Was you in the background when you was on your break, dancing around, praying for rain, doing a rain dance with smoke signals? Because it is Spa, you know, me and Dan touched on it, and we said about it could be raining here and it could be sunny the other side. You know, it is Spa in general, and even in real life motor racing, it is raining pretty much most of the time, as you can see. But what do you think? Do you think we're going to get it?
No.
You don't think? Do you think we're going to stay dry?
Yeah, I think it will stay. I think it will stay dry, mate. I'd love to be wrong, but I guess that's the ACC algorithm, isn't it? Look, 563, 15-second penalty for contact with car 88. I did spot while I was kind of getting ready to come back that 977 driven by Bowser at the moment got a drive-through. Was that? Do we know if that was track violations or was that a steward's decision?
I believe it was track violations. I didn't see anything for the steward's decision, but I will say one thing. Poor old Coroshavin in 563 has not had a good few laps. There's been a couple of contacts involved with other drivers as well. Car number 35, which is the other Aston Martin of George G. They were coming into contact as well, going through no names. So poor old Coroshavin has not had a good, probably about the last 15 minutes. So probably one to forget, to be fair, Paul, and I think that's the thing.
Well, I mean, I can see that since I've left and come back, that we're down to 35 teams remaining. We started with 41. So we haven't lost, you know, too many. But McCormack in P4 in the 124 Ferraris is definitely one of the drivers setting the pace at the moment, and he was when he was previously in the car in his earlier stint as well. But him and Boothby, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, I caught you saying that 149, that's a ridiculous team. You might as well, everyone else might just park up.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's what me and Terry touched on, and we said, like, from a psychological point of view.
Oh
for
God, here we go.
everybody
Yeah.
else, Yassi has really set the pace. You know,
Yeah.
everybody up to 8. You know,
Yeah.
Malinowski's still got the fastest lap, 2:16.682.
Yeah.
They might as well stop. You know, forget the last 2 hours. But then it's the problem of endurance, because we've seen backmarkers have incidents with cars going forward. You know, on the score, top is your top speeds currently as well. That's car 1, 2, 4 there. That's McCormack in the Williams Esports team, currently 274, tied with car number 888 there as well. Both of them on.
I mean, that hasn't changed. I mean, that's been like that. But I mean, they set their fastest lap on lap 33. So and we're now what? We're up to lap 100. We're on a lap 100.
Yeah.
So it's going to get colder. It's not going to get Baltic, but with the colder air temperature, which is going to go. I mean, the air temperature is now 16 degrees. Track temperature 19. We may see some times breaking. I mean, we got 2 hours and 6 minutes left. When did these guys? So I can see that the leaders pitted 16 laps ago. I'm guessing 977 came in for their pit. Yeah, they did. Yeah, 24 laps ago they pitted.
Yeah.
So keep it up with that trend of being one of the first teams to pit.
Yeah, it's a trade-off, isn't it? Because me and Dan were talking, and me and Terry were talking about Hosseini, who also went into the pits as well, because there was no real gain. He wasn't making impressions on Malinowski. You know, the gap's now out of 41 seconds, who was in the car currently. Boothby's in there now, of course. And he wasn't losing time to the car behind. So from his point of view, it was beneficial for him to go into the pits when he did. Looking at trying to, you know, just maintain position, I think would have been what they were kind of thinking, I suppose, for Hosseini, just maintaining positions as best he can. So, you know, it's a trade-off, isn't it? I think with the pits on what you're going to gain, what you're going to not gain. And, you know, I think people have made the right decisions as well, as we see Max here as well, currently now in P4. He's just been overtaken by McCormack. We did touch on it earlier. The gap had come down, I think it was less than half a second. And then now, obviously, as you can see, he's now through. And that's got to Max's... from Max's point of view, though, he's just got to try and stay close, hasn't he, really? The Williams Esports team with McCormack looks quick. Constantly in the 217s at the moment, doing high 217.8s, but that could be due to traffic. Max behind 218.5s. There's a big speed difference.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I mean, with Max, it's saying that he's doing a predicted 217, and so here we go. Here's the overtake for P2. I mean, the same as before. McCormack's pretty strong here down the Kemmel. Gets alongside, takes the inside. I mean, you know, one could say, oh, a little bit of contact there as he tries to hang in, but fortunately, it doesn't really come to much. And McCormack is on his way. I mean, we've seen that a lot. I mean, you could say, well, if you're the defending car, why are you not moving over to take that inside line? But then we've seen it before, where the car that then is attacking goes on the outside, and then there is actually a coming together. So maybe drivers think, well, it's a safer option to stick it on the left, and I don't really know. Like,
McCormack stick it in deep though, because he cut that. Could he have tightened up that entry to give Max that chance to take that line that he was on? Because he was on the outside line, which, as we know, becomes the inside. Yes, it becomes the outside for the run down to Rivage. But could McCormack have given him more room? Because there was contact, and it didn't seem to be like the racing car's length room left. You know, if we had
possibly. Yeah, possibly. I think you could argue that he kind of potentially missed his apex a little bit. I mean, as I've said in previous broadcasts, it takes two to tango, right? And I think that's what people forget a lot of the time, especially those, or not forget, but people who are new to racing don't understand that when you get in a sim rig, or whether it be real life racing, in order for you to make an overtake on another car, you need the other driver to play ball. that's important. And you get a lot of new drivers to new communities and sim racing who get really annoyed at other drivers because something's happened, but they're not giving the other drivers the respect that they deserve in order for that move to potentially happen. Now, that's not to say that the move is going to happen, because if you know, just because you're giving them room doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to make that overtake. Or as we see, that was heart in mouth moment there. But the driver took avoided action, which is good to see. So yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? But also, I think I've done it before, where you're down the Kemmel, you're in someone's slipstream, and you forget you've got a few more kilometers per hour on that speedo, and you've just probably got to brake a little bit earlier because you've got that overdrive, and you don't. So and then that's what happens. You miss that. But because you're there, you're scared. You know, depending on the other driver, they may also mess up as well. So it's good to make that apex, just in case the other driver makes a mistake, because they're feeling the pressure from you. So George G for Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue is into the pits, James.
Yeah, he was involved in a little bit of contact earlier on. Probably not a bad decision to be jumping into the pits now as well. There wasn't really a lot he was going to be gaining by trying to close right the way up and run Hartman for another lap. I think it just made sense to bring him in now, as I say, involved earlier on in some contact that happened literally where we just were around No Name with car number 563. So from George G's point of view, it kind of made more sense to go into the pits as we jump on board with Julian Fox, who has trying to chase down Gerardis there in car number 42, also in a McLaren. The McLarens are coming through a bit stronger than what we saw earlier, because the Ferrari seems to be kind of dominating it, they seem to be coming through a bit stronger this time around, guys. If you have missed any of the action here, we are going to bring you up the highlights right about now, as if on cue. And here we go. So this has been the highlights from the race start there, guys. As well as you can see the race start going down the hill. We are going to have an accident at the top of El Rouge and Radion, as we do see cars coming into contact here as well. And just about now, there it is. And unfortunately, we had some contact with that. The 21 car there, who unfortunately didn't recover from that one. So that was off the race start within the first few minutes of the race kicking underway. As we can see here, we got car number 8 going through the bus stop, and unfortunately comes into contact as well, and has now had to sit there, and that was dropping the car all the way down the order. So unfortunately for car number 8, he was dropped all the way down after sitting there waiting, and that's going to be taking for ages. We see most of the passes going along the Camel Straight here. We can see another one on a nice simple overtake going up the inside there as well. Job done. The virtual drivers TX there making the move through Lacombe, and this is the Williams Esports car over the. And unfortunately, they have been spun around there through contact earlier on with the Merc of the 111 car as well. This is also going down. It's car number 96 heading down the hill through El Rouge and Radion with the 111 car. Unfortunately, it's been involved in some, incidents as we go along through the race, and unfortunately has dropped them down the order. Coming up through El Rouge and Radion, and lose it all on their own over the top of the hill. And managing to keep up as we're going down the Kemmel Straight now. Going to be looking at making a move on the right hand side, and they will be through by the end of their coming down. That is over the contact, and that wasn't good, was it? Unfortunately for them down the Kemmel Straight. So unfortunately Kemmel Straight has provided its spear frills and spills for the drivers. That's car number 7. So that's them being unfortunately off on the down the straight of the Kemmel. So the race has been action packed here all the way through the field. We're running down Blanchimont now, catches the curb on the inside, goes off, and unfortunately manages to hold it, just manages to hold it as well. An excellent recovery for them guys. So well done for holding on to the car there, because that is a tricky one. 111 again, they're going in to Fanier around the backside of the circuit, trying to go free wide into Lagoon, not always going to work, and unfortunately that is the 96 car goes around. Was involved in another incident after that as well, and does unfortunately end up putting them out of the race. They did have a collision at the top of El Rouge, and Radion car went light and unfortunately into the barrier, so that wasn't good. Here as we see the 888 car getting a little bit squarely out of control, don't overcorrection, and unfortunately put the nose deep into the barrier. So that has been some of the highlights that have been happening here, as we can see more on the screen. Traveling down into the bus stop, and is through, goes in a little bit deep. Unfortunately, we've seen that a couple of times, and unfortunately tags the car in front, and they go round as well. So that is it. Unfortunately for them, that was the number 8 car involved in that one as well, and 28 cars, sorry, on the screen. So it's been quite an action-packed first few hours. We are into the last 2 hours, and we see eSports here under attack from the grid finder car. They are going into Lacombe, contact door Rowan, and around goes the grid finder car. Too much on the gas, manages to hold it, but loses a couple of positions in the process for them, and they are currently trying to fight their way back through. So Alaric Enslin here from Rocket Sim Sport on the outside of the run down to El Rouge and Radion. This was just a discussion right at that point as me and Terry were talking and going too wide through El Rouge and Radion. Didn't always work out for some, and it worked out there for Hamlin. So he is through, done and dusted. So that's another move, getting the 111 car here as well. Trying to going down, Blanchimont contact with the 53, and around he goes. So unfortunately for them, they have been involved in some incidents this afternoon. So unfortunately for the 111, that's not been good. As we go on board, running down on the nose, running down Blanchimont, down through El Rouge and Radion now. And we're going up over the hill, looking at trying to make that move through. Did we make it? What do we think? Did we make it? Did we not? How do we go for the Go Setups car as they're coming up to try and make that move now on the right hand side? Goes left, goes right, little bit of a wiggle, goes into Lacombe, and the Go Setups cars makes the movement nice and clean and goes complete through without any problems at all. Is with the grid finder car here up through El Rouge and Radion. We go down through Camel. We've got closing car behind. Let's have a selection. What do we think? Did they make it? Did they not? Grid finder on the right hand side, running down into Lacombe, and through they go. Unfortunately, another position lost for them. Go Setups here for Darren King. Again, running down the Camel straight. There's one of the Aston Martins in front of us currently at the moment. Going down into Lacombe we go, and 2:24 on the clock. And there, Darren King in the Go Setups cars go running through now, down through revised down, coming down into No Name. So that's Darren King from the Go Setups car on to Blanchimont. Chasing down the Aston Martin in front, overspeed coming down into the bus stop. See it now closing up there as well, and we see here this was the Koroshavin incident that we saw earlier on, and unfortunately tagged into No Name, and around they go. That did unfortunately result in them as well getting a penalty, so that is involved in the car. Not 88 car there as well for Koroshavin. It's been involved in a little bit few more incidents really than he should. This is the Williams eSports car of McCormack making the pass but down through Camel straight of Max in front of us there as well. We're going to be looking at using the inside line, which we do. We overshoot. This is what we were talking about earlier on. Did he overshoot too far, therefore resulting in the oncoming contact? We won't know, and we can put our opinions in, but that has been the highlights so far there, Paul, and it's been quite a few action-packed, but that was the last McCormick incident we were talking about as we go up with Boothby here. That's coming up to the back of one of the Aston Martins in front of us.
Did he overshoot it? Paul, what do you reckon? Yeah, it's hard as we said, and I think I'd have to look at the onboard really to know and forming a proper opinion. You know, judging it by just watching a bit of video twice isn't really gonna scare. I've done stewarding before, right? And it's hard. People, I mean, you know, I'm not saying any of the drivers here do. So max speed now, so 274 remains for car 124. Then we got car 88, 888, 274. Car 563 at 273, car 21 at 273, and car 28 at 272. They haven't moved in quite some time. It would be nice if somebody could do a 275 just to spice things up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I've done stewarding, and I've mentioned this before. It's a challenge, and I got to the point where if I can't form an opinion after watching all the replays that we have available, then I just go racing instant. And sometimes you just, unfortunately, someone loses out, but there's no malicious intent, and you have to kind of look, well, that car did that and that car did this, and then that meant that happened. You know, if it's down to one car doing one thing, then you know it's easier to apportion the blame. And I know, you know, like today's stewards, you know, if one of them can't decide, they'll call the other one up saying, can you have a look and give me your opinion on it? And that's what I would do when I was stewarding, is just say, look, I need someone else's opinion sometimes. But yeah, I mean, watching those 6.5 minutes back there, I mean, considering we'd had just over 4 hours and we've got just under 2 hours remaining, I mean, all things considered, there wasn't too much carnage. I mean, the odd collision here, but we didn't have a massive 30 car pile up or anything. So I think on that alone, we'll give it the big thumbs up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing as well, and we can normally judge by how many cars we've got left at the end. We're currently sitting on 35 cars out of the 41.
41,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so we've only lost 6 cars, where most endurance series, you can say that you're looking at probably 10 to 15 cars out by now, because as we say, Corsa incident he had, that could have led to them going out as well. So tiredness is going to kick in, and the drivers, you know, have obviously changed. We've got Boothby in the car for Yaz. He's taken over from Malinowski. Still absolutely smashing in the low 217s currently, with a gap of about 53 seconds. Lapped everybody up to 8th place. Where can, if your other teams, I suppose we're looking at it this way, if your other teams, you can't do a lot about Yaz Heat, can you? There's nothing you can do. They're just exceptionally quick.
They're supersonic, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're supersonic.
We call them.
I mean, you're looking now. I mean, we know McCormack's quick, but he's 3 tenths off what Boothby's able to do. Their best lap time for car 124 is hundreds of a second slower. I mean, it's nothing in it really, but it's just the consistency that the Yaz Heat team are able to show, and it's phenomenal, just consistent pace. And I think, and I've talked about this before, I'm not a quick race as a driver, right? I'm not a quick sim racer, but you ask Dan, I mean, Dan knows this, right? I'll qualify really at the back, like top 20, maybe in some ways top 30. But if it's an endurance race or if it's a longer race, I'll get either in or near the top 10, because I'm consistent. I'm not, you know, and looking at these guys, like, I mean, like, it's phenomenal. I mean, looking at Boothby's times, he even goes past back markers. It's since lap, yeah, I mean, since he got in the car, I don't know when he got in, but looking at lap 80, I'm guessing he got in the car around about lap 84, 85, because I can see some slow lap times there, like a 3 minute. But since he's constantly been in the 217s, and even once hit the 216s, but he invalidated that lap, so he wasn't given the lap time. But it still wasn't as quick as their fastest lap. But it's ridiculous consistency, and keeping your nose clean and staying out of trouble. But one thing I was hoping on is like car 10, which is currently driven by Max. I was hoping that they would close that gap up, but I don't think they quite got the pace on the 124 at the moment. I mean, the gap is only 4 seconds. I mean, that could all be thrown away in a pit stop. And well, I said that earlier on about a 15-second gap. I mean, some of my pit stops are absolutely horrendous. But I mean, look, I mean, last time round, McCormack did a 2:17.1 and Max did a 2:17.2.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking small margins, aren't we? And I've noticed a few teams have been pitting. Well, the number 1 Audi has just caused a yellow flag. That's now gone. But yeah, I mean, we're at that point now, and I heard you say earlier on as Max goes into the pits, I mean, these guys are leading the championship. I heard you say earlier on about the fact that after the final pit, it tends to bring everybody together, and you're right, and that's what I said in one of my first stints, is that the pit stops seem to shake it up, and then the pit stops seem to shake it back again. Yeah. I don't quite know how that works. I need someone to explain to me.
I can't explain it to you, mate. I'm just past experiences. For some reason, you get the lull in the middle. It's kind of almost like an F1 race, isn't it? You got the mad start, then you got the 25 laps.
Yeah.
Where everybody goes to sleep after eating your Sunday dinner, and then well, you do, don't you? And then you wake up at the end, and then you go, oh yeah, he's going to win. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, or if you're like me, sometimes you sleep through the whole thing. But yeah.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You got to weigh out the pros and cons of watching the 25 laps or sitting eating Sunday dinner, falling asleep on the sofa. But I mean, I don't know why endurance races does it. And I've covered 24-hour races and 12 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, and they all do the same thing. They all just have the first 2 hours is crazy. Everybody's jostling for positions. Next 2 hours or say, if we're going into a 6-hour race, you have this lull period, and then the last hour and a half, all of a sudden they're just all together, and I don't know why. I can't sit here and say, Paul, this is exceptionally, this is what's going to happen, this is happening, but it's just how it happens, and it's one of them inexplainable anomalies that we have in sim racing, like the commentator's curse, when we can never actually control the car of the driver or use my Jedi mind powers to make him go off at that specific point I'm talking about him. But we've got that as well, so I honestly, mate, I could not give you a solid answer why that happened.
Yeah, but you just filled about 15 minutes of airtime telling me that you can't tell me why, so that, that's good enough.
Well, hey, I don't waffle on for England,
So can I? So Max has completed his pit stop, so he's now slotted down into. Oh, just as I hit my microphone, I need to stop doing that. So he's now down in P6. So a relatively early stop on the grand scheme of things. I mean, looking back, I can see we know what kind of incidents 111's been involved in. I can see that they've had 6 pit stops for the race, which is the highest amount, is where all the other teams are kind of sitting around 5 or 4, and the leaders, as you can understand, the top 4 are currently on 3 pit stops, and McCormack is flying at the moment. He's on a good lap, but it's still only early on in that lap, and he's up on his current time. But I get the feeling that he's not as strong as at certain points where the Honda is, and we've definitely seen that the Honda isn't as quick down the Kemmel, but it's obviously getting time elsewhere. It has to be for it to be still ahead. And to be fair, I mean, looking at the times recently, George Boothby, he is quicker in Sector 1 most of the time, and then Sector 3 Sector 2 he tends to be slower. So, but then Sector 5 he picks it up again. So McCormack tends to be stronger in Sector 2, which problem there is there's not as many overtaking points as in Sector 1 and Sector 3.
Yeah, he's just got a 54-second gap to try and close up, and
that's a big gap.
It's huge, mate. Massive for this stage of the race that they've managed to pull out. And if you're not, so go with McCormack's last time of a 2:17.4. We're going on to Boothby's of a 2:17.9. So he's pulled out what would be half a second, but we can put that down to anything, couldn't we? We can put
Yeah.
traffic or running slightly wide, whatever. And then the rest of the time, Boothby's back on it again. Low 2:17s, early, somewhat late 2:16. And McCormack's just not getting near that pace. And when you're just constantly seeing the gap increase and increase and increase, and you're driving to your absolute limit that McCormack is doing in that Williams Esports Ferrari, and you're still not gaining on Boothby, who is just so consistent. I could not be this consistent for this period of time. I've tried endurance races and I've ended up in a wall, and I'm just not consistent. But then I suppose that's why we're set up.
I'm consistently slow.
Yeah, but you're consistently, at least you're on the track.
Yeah, I tend to keep it on the black stuff. When I first started, I struggled with that part. Just to point out, Max is no longer in car number 10, so it's Blair now, which I probably just pronounced that wrong. It's been 2 hours since I've said that name, and I'm going to probably get told I've said that wrong. But yes, so he's in the car now, so different driver, and we'll see how these pit stops unfold.
There's going to be a rush going on, isn't there, currently as well? You see here, Robbie Stapleford for the BMW G2 Esports team. It's so tough. Like, you want to sit back and say Stapleford's chasing down McCormack. McCormack is trying to chase down Boothby, but nobody's kind of really making an impact on each other from what we're looking at. There's still 53 seconds, as we said. There's another 28 or 26 behind that, and there's another 21 behind that, and there seems to be a big spread at the front that you're not often used to seeing. You're used to seeing a few obviously jostling backwards and forwards, Paul, on pit stops, and somebody will take it and then they'll pit and go behind them, and then they're only 6 or 7 seconds behind. But we've got some huge gaps throughout the field at the moment. We say about them coming together, but I'm just not quite sure what groups are going to come together unless you look at the 6, 7, maybe Blair and Richter might be near each other, and then further down the order, you got Apostle in 12th, Rupert in 13th, Bischoff in 14th. They might end up being near each other and close on track, but other than that, you can't see where they're all going to meet.
Yeah, you just gotta, as Robbie Stapleford enters the pits, and as we touched on with car 47 drive-through. Gonna guess that's for track limits. So I said I'd like to point out, I did say this pretty early on, that we're going to see some of this, because it is easy to get drive-throughs here if you don't lift off, because it's so easy to run wide in certain points. So yeah, car 47 currently driven by Frank has a drive-through though. Or they've been showered by Dan Terry, so maybe. Yeah.
Who knows? But and the problem with the drive-through is it's not just a simple drive-through on the other side.
No,
it's
not here. It's not,
or anything like that. It's massive. It's a massive pit lane here from where we are on the endurance pits, round the back side of the circuit as we head down the hill. That's where we're at. We go in at the bus stop, we'll toodle along. I think I put it into the terms earlier on. It's like obviously poodling down a high street in a mobility scooter when you're going into the pits. You know what I mean? It takes that long as you drop down the hill and you're not really going anywhere, and they lose so much time. So that drive-through is not only costing the drive-through, but it's everything else that's in the mix with that.
Yeah, so right, just trying to work out what is going on.
Come back, track limits. Dan's come back and said track limits on that one. So we're on board with car number 15. That's Barrier from the Virtual Drivers by TX3.
Oh, race leader's in the pits, mate.
Race leader is in the pits. That's Boothby in the pits. George Boothby in the pits currently at the moment.
So,
pit time's going to be further than 53 seconds, surely.
well, yes. I mean, Robbie Stapleford's pit stop was 104.5 seconds. Bladger was 109.2 seconds. This is overall, so this is like by the time they enter the pit stop and leave the pits.
So the whole pit lane time.
Yeah, the whole allotted time. So it'll be interesting that because George is leaving, he's already up to 100 seconds, according to what I'm looking at. So 90. Hold on. So he 100, according to my screen here, 107. Stationary for 34 seconds, but that doesn't seem quite right. I'm going to load it again. Yeah, 107.2 in total. Yeah, so slightly faster than the 10 car. So let's see what McCormack and his team. I think McCormack's done 2 stints now, so I'm expecting once the car leaves the pits, hits the first time, and I will see a different driver. As we've got a battle here. For Sven Hettich in Unicorns of Love, car number 4, all the way down in P27. Oh.
Yeah, but the thing is, we haven't really seen much of them.
No.
It's not like we've seen a constant, oh, there they are again, there they are again, there they are again. We've not really seen much of it.
Fortunately, 14's faring better, the brother or sister car, however you want to call it. There they go. Look, right on screen. It's like somebody's listening to us.
Yeah. You could just say cousin, mate, and then you don't have to.
Yeah.
Oh, there is obviously fair.
I don't know, yeah, but that opens up all kinds of cans of worms. So
yeah, we just,
okay. Easy. 109 seconds for car 125. Van der Veld's now in the car. He's fast. Van der Veld.
Yeah, Timo's been in earlier on. We did see him do a stint earlier on as well. But yeah, this is Van der Veld has taken.
Hold on.
Car 124. Oh, hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. No, I just realised I'm being an idiot. Ignore me.
Oh, okay.
Ignore me. I thought the gap had come down, but.
That's why they fitted, didn't they?
Well, Miato, I guess, in car 21s.
Are they got a pit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
So as well, and what's worse for them guys, Boothby's now out of the car, and Malinowski's back in it. So.
Oh, he's not fast at all, is he?
No. It's almost like, you know, you take off your £100 million striker and you put on your £200 million striker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey up, guys. This is our bench. It's worth more than your team, and this our £200 million player can probably buy your legs. I don't know, I'm waffling on here because Malinowski is now taken over the car, and Tinko Van der Velde for the Williams Esports team has jumped in theirs as well. So there has been some driver swaps. We'll give it a minute, let everything settle down, and minor pulls at time and screens to settle in to tell us who has changed and what has been going on at the moment. But my question is, did Boothby, pit at the same time as McCormack? Were they on the same lap?
Oh, I can tell you that. So let me load up the screens. Hold on a second. So Malinowski's team pitted on lap 112. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they both pitted on the same lap.
Because when you look at it, you turn around and go, yeah, there's 107 seconds, and there was only a 53-second gap. You kind of highlight and think, oh, well, actually, they should be in front if they went an extra lap. But obviously, if they pitted on the same, there was no gain. So we think car number 21 is Mayado, and they've still got to pit, I think, haven't they, as well?
No, they pitted 8 laps ago.
Oh, so they took that early, so they've done the undercut, and that's allowed them to go through into second place. Can they hold it with Timo van der Velde, Tinko van der Velde closing though? We will see as time goes on. He's flashing his lights, trying to get past. The back marker is currently in front of him as well. Got a bit of a mission. We did have this long discussion about blue flags, and oh blimey, we could be here again for the last hour and a half talking about them, but we won't. As you can see there, that was nicely moved over there as well. So that was the Honda of the Unicorns of Love.
What, Sarda, let's go back to the blue flags thing, because it's always interesting.
Oh, okay.
Thing is that people do forget that GT racing isn't the same as Formula One, right? So.
Yeah, but this is what we were touching on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I. So we see a lot going on there as well. That is car.
What are they doing back down there? 14.
That's barrier for the virtual drivers by TX3 currently in 14th place.
Yeah, but they were way up the order earlier on when I left. What happened?
Again, nothing, mate. I don't think there was anything specific for me to sit back and go, they've had an incident. Not that I can think of. However, they are in close combat with the 68 car currently as well. But nothing specific.
Okay, so yeah, Malinowski is he's on for a decent lap time at the moment. Let's see if he can keep it, but he's potentially going to set a new lap time. And Tinko van der Velde and Blyer all immediately straight onto the pace. You know, they're predicted to do 2:16s. So let's just see what happens when they cross the line, because there's a long way of the lap to go. Van der Velde is 6.5 seconds behind Miato. Miato, according to the predictor I'm looking at, is on for a 2:17. So I don't think they quite got the pace to stay where they are. I could be wrong, but I expect that gap to start to come down. It's good to see Crossland back in the BMW. He did their first stint. I think it was him, or he did their second stint. But he had a good session. But again, he wasn't quite. There's clearly, like, I would say that the likes of Malowinski and Van der Velde and Blyer and Reicher are kind of Premiership. Right, it's the way that I'm going to explain it. And Crossland's kind of in the Championship, maybe top, bottom of the Prem. There's just a little bit of a gap, and he just hasn't quite got that speed that those top guys are really showing today, and they've been mightily impressive. And that isn't me, being disrespectful to Crossland. It's just kind of way that I wanted to explain it. So yeah, these guys are fast, man. I mean, they are impressive. I mean, I'm lucky to do a 2:18, 2:19 round here. That's fast for me. I'm normally in a 2:20, something like that, I'm pretty sure. What about you, James?
I'm round about the 2:20s. If I'm in any GT car, it'll be in the Merc anyway, in general. I don't know why, my driving style matches what the Merc give me. Everything else I kind of seem slower in. 2:20, 2:19 if I'm in a GT3. If I'm just blasting round in a little radical or something, I might be in the 2:14s or lower, but in a GT3, yeah, I'm not on anywhere near this pace. Nowhere near. If I've got any time to drive at all, to be fair.
Yeah, life, hey? Life gets in the way.
Life,
yeah.
Diary, it doesn't make it a lot of time, does it? So we see here Hetic chasing down in the Unicorns of Love car in 24th position. Is that Frank in front of him there as well? I believe it is chasing down. No, that's not Frank. Car number 10. No, that's further up the order. That's
Blyer. That's Blyer up there.
Blyer yeah, so I couldn't see the number there. So Hetic there is in 24th place. Frank's behind him. This is about 2.4 seconds, so he's not going to want to be. He's going to try and move forward as best he can, but it's a tough one when you're in 24th and you've got an hour and 28 minutes to go, isn't it? You know what I mean? It is a tough one. But going back to what we were saying, when you said about the blue flags thing, what we said earlier on is, wouldn't it be easier to have the same blue flags as F1? Because then everybody knows what they got to do. Whereas now, before you jump in and tell me no, whereas now, as we said to Dan earlier on, the interpretation of it across every driver, across every series, across every community league that they do, is all different. So nobody's really sure, because there's no overall interpretation. So would it be easier if we turn around and said, you've all got to follow the F1 rules and jump out of the way?
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? If it was just,
I had everybody agree with me before as quickly as you just did.
if it was consistent, I guess what we need to understand really is the context as to why it's different to Formula One. Because we're just seeing the outcome as we're on screen. We've got the fastest lap by Malinowski, 2:16.682. I'm expecting that to be broken in the last hour. I mean, we're fastly heading towards that with an hour and 27 minutes. But going back to the blue flags point, I've never understood why it's different. I don't. Oh, here we go. New fastest lap in 2:16.615. Better update that bit now. Yeah, graphic. Yeah, car 124. There it is. Told you it was going to be beaten. And I think they'll come down even more. And I told you this guy's fast as well. So
yeah,
yeah, but I'd like to understand the context of why it's different. I think everybody just sees the outcome and necessarily doesn't understand the context as to why it's different. The thing in Formula One is there's a bit of snobbery from some drivers, like why is he not getting out of my way kind of thing sometimes.
Yeah, but we talked about this earlier though as well. Racing G's just put in YouTube chat as well. Easier doesn't mean better, right? No, it doesn't. We understand that. But we had that chat earlier on, and we were talking about, is there a certain amount of entitlement as well in sim racing from the person trying to do the overtaking?
Yeah, there is. There is certainly, and if you're a second and a half behind me, you start flashing me, I'm going to make it harder for you to get past me.
I probably won't get a second and a half near you, mate. But
I know, because the thing is, right? If you're flashing me, I know you're there, mate. Like, I've got my delta up, I've got my live timing. I know you're there. I don't need you to think that I'm now. If you're sat behind me and I've not let you pass in a lap, then yeah, flash me. But don't. I really like Jardier. I really like his streams. I've talked to him. He's a really nice guy. But he flashes really early. That would really annoy me. But
yeah, I've had that as well in an endurance race where I've seen a guy literally consistently flash.
Yeah.
And sometimes it wasn't even to get past the back marker. It was to try and put off the person in front, which drives me insanely crazy at the same time.
Yeah, but maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe I just need to go, and just zen out, and maybe that's what maybe they're doing it to get that reaction. I don't know, but there's a battle for P10 by the looks of it on at the moment. Currently close together. If we can pick up on that battle, that would be absolutely amazing.
It would.
It's there. We look at that like magic. It's like we flicked a switch.
Yeah, we're heading around at no name now. We're on the nose of the West Competition Racing ADAC car here, car number 11, chasing down Bischoff in the Ferrari, heading around Buon currently, the left-hander. He's got to get closer than this, and he's going to have to use Blanchimon to try and get close. We talked about the free temp draft window. You've got to kind of really be in there to really make an effort. If you're sort of 4 or 5 at the source, the chances of you picking it up going down Camel were quite, limited, should we say, but that's not going to help either, unfortunately. So Sebastian Apostel there, they've rolled the West Competition Racing car running wide in Paul Ferrer at the bottom, and unfortunately he's dropped in further back. So that close battle that we thought we were going to get running down into the bus stop pool has not materialised.
Yeah, commentator's curse, I think, spotting something, and that gap's now up to 1.2 seconds, and that's how quickly things can turn around in any form of motorsport or any other form of sport, right? It's it can just go from one side of the coin to the other side of the coin, and also the fact doesn't help that when we highlight something and it just looks like it's the commentators' curse. I kind of get the feeling that he's got the pace to close that back up. He's closed it once, he'll close it again, right?
Yeah, it's going to take a couple of laps, I think, to try and get that 1.2 back, isn't he? He's drifting slightly away at the moment, so he's going to do it. Apostel's going to have to try and have a good old go and put his foot down to see how he gets on. Currently, not a good time, but obviously we saw him lose a bit of pace there for the 2.19.5 over Bischoff on the 2.17.6. So it cost him that 1.3, 1.4 that we were talking
Can I just draw your attention to the screen that I'm sharing with you?
Yeah.
30 minutes. Guess what's coming? Not me, it's rain.
Rain in 30 minutes, says that the weather forecast.
For the last stint, that's gonna be mad. Right, now that's gonna spice things up just a little bit, isn't it?
Predicted. We'll say predicted in 30 minutes. You know, we sound like an F1.
And we've got so that. Hey. So that I'm genuinely really excited by this. So that is around the pit window.
Yeah, just after the pit window, just round about that point.
So if you are the cars that pitted early, you are in a bit of a sticky situation here. So because if you're the cars that you're pitted 26, I mean we've got some that pitted 16 laps ago, 15 laps ago. I don't, man, that's a bit of a challenge for you, because you are not going to last, and you potentially have to pit, put slicks on, and then pit not soon after for wets. Now we don't know what the rain is going to do. It might only rain for a short period, then dry up again, or it might completely absolutely bucket it down.
But from a driver's perspective, that's where it's obviously going to bring in a different dimension into the racing.
Yes.
Because we may sit there and say you're going to get rain in 30 minutes, but then we're going to also sit back and say, well, you might only get it for about 5-10 minutes anyway. So you don't know if it's going to shower or if we're going to, as you say, it's going to absolutely chuck it down on their head. So it's a bit of an unpredictability of what's going to happen, because we are going to be around about that pit stops as well. So do you take the chance with slicks, or do you take the chance with rain? Obviously, we've just announced it's on its way. That's obviously going to get translated across the team.
Yeah. As we watch Aaron Keane, he gets he's gone drifting today. Thing is, if you try and put your wets on when it's dry, they're just going to overheat.
But then you go puddle hunting.
But this might not be raining at that point.
Stick your hand out the window and squirt it with a water gun.
You know this is virtual, right?
I don't know.
I
don't know. I'm just saying, what would you do though?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, and I'm really pleased I don't have to make that decision. All we could do is talk about it and speculate. But I can tell you that Van der Velde is catching P2. If you look at the screen that I'm sharing with you, you will see the lap times for Van der Velde since he got in the car.
Yeah, they've been on 2.16s.
Yeah, and then you look at the lap times that Miato's doing.
Yeah, it's mid 2.17s, around about that.
Yeah.
Which is what we predicted that he kind of would catch him though, because we did say the gap was out at about, I think it was 7.5 seconds, and then we looked again and it was down again through 6.5.
Yeah.
You know, Van der Velde is obviously closing 3.2. He's pulling out round about.
Oh, car 7 is round. Sorry to cut over you. Car 7 is round on the Kemmel. That's Dennis Latz for Koana Gaming. They've had some incidents tonight. Again, I don't know if they've been involved with contact. Doesn't look like anything's come up on the steward sheet, so I'm guessing not. So it might have been on their own, and I'm sure.
They held it out of the wall as well, because it doesn't look like there's any physical damage unless it's gone in and love tapped.
He's in the back. He's on the back of the car.
Yeah. So we'll see if we can get a replay of that one for you guys. and see what happened there for two Kawana Gaming at the top of, well, on the Camel. See what happened with that one. We've got this kind of lull in the action currently as well. There are people with gaps all over the place, and we have talked about the front four. Closest battle, we've got Van der Velde is closing down Miato at the moment, and here is that replay from Kawana Gaming going over the top of El Rouge, and Radion takes it too much curb, and around it goes, and did he tap the wall?
Yeah, he did. I think the camera kind of lost him, didn't it? But
yeah, we lost him a little bit.
I'm pretty sure he did. I think because he definitely got rear damage on that car. So yeah, I'm afraid so.
Under control. There's no wing damage. We haven't got any vertical pointed wings or bend in it. So if it has, he's gone and done the bumper there as well. But currently we are in that lull period where we come into the last pit stops. We did mention earlier on we have got rain approaching around about 15 minutes remaining on the timer above. So in about 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, we have got rain on its way. We were discussing earlier about whether or not tyre choice. Are the drivers now going to predict the rain and say we're going to go on to wets, or are they going to stay on slicks and then have to pit again? It's going to be a decision that I'm glad I don't have to make. Paul's glad he doesn't have to make. But somebody somewhere has got to make that decision in the teams, like for Malinowski and Van der Velde. I'm not quite sure what they're going to do, and we don't know, do we?
Yeah. The Kawana Gaming car is into the pits, so I'm guessing to take on some repairs after that. But again, I mean the gap now between second and third, but like it's around about 2 seconds now. So coming down all the time, which, as we say, we predicted that, and I'd imagine that Blyer will also catch him as well. I mean, he's 6.2 seconds back behind Van der Velde, so it's a quick little bit of maths, around about 9 seconds back in total. So I'm guessing he will catch that car as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Van der Velde's going to be in contact very shortly. I think we're going to be looking within the next few laps. He's pulled out another half a second over the last lap time. So if he carries on like that, predictably half a second a lap, 1, 2, 3, 4 laps maybe, Van der Velde is going to be on the back of Mayado, if not sooner. Depends on what the traffic situation is and how Mayado's lap times compared to Van der Velde. But Van der Velde is flying in car 124, the Williams Esports car there, as we are sat on with Dominic Blyer from the Triton Racing team in 4th place. Just kind of gone about their business, really. Sitting in 4th comfortably, I suppose you could look at it, with 9-second gap behind to Richter. In that own little no man's land, that bubble, aren't they, really?
Yeah, and that often kind of happens, doesn't it, from time to time? You just got to remain focused. I don't know about you, but what I tend to do is I tend to put music on when I'm racing, like in the background, and then I ask people not to talk to me, and I focus on my entry and my exits. And you know, if someone talks to me at the wrong moment, here we go. We've got Alex Gates. Good to see a man wearing gloves like myself. I get sweaty hands when I'm racing, so. You know, it's not to feel like a racing driver, it's just to stop my hands from sweating all over the wheel. So
yeah, in long endurance races I would quite happily use a pair of gloves, but if I'm doing a short 40-minute race, I'm not overly worried about wearing gloves. As you say, it doesn't make me feel like I'm going to go any quicker. So, you know, I can put a helmet on as well while I'm at it, and a race suit, and see if that helps, but I don't know.
Well, it'll help you to sweat.
Yeah. But do you drive in shoes, or are you a shoe man or a sock man or barefoot?
A shoe man.
Are you?
Yeah, my feet can't deal with it. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I have more feeling through bare feet, so I drive barefooted.
Oh, wait, man, whatever works for you, man.
Hey,
Like,
that's exactly
I
that's
think
right.
I think we're very quick to judge others in in this day and age. But if whatever works for you, if you don't like wearing gloves, don't wear gloves. If you like wearing gloves, wear gloves. If you like wearing something in your feet, wear something in your feet. If you don't, you don't. Like, don't. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that somebody else can't. Like, do what works for you, right?
Absolutely. Find whatever makes you think or makes you go fast.
Or yeah, not even go fast, but like whatever helps you to overcome a challenge, right? So whether that be really sweaty hands, you know.
Is that a thing of yours, is it?
Well, when I'm racing, it is. Oh, car 6 has got a drive-through.
Oh, yeah, track limits.
Yeah, Honda. Oh, it's going to go further back.
Oh no, contact.
Oh, blimey! Look at that.
It's Frank contact with Manea there as well, and we're looking at Shea.
Yeah, Shea. Yeah, Maximilian Shea. Yeah.
Yeah, climbing all over the back of Gates currently. This is the battle down for 19th on track, or 18th and 19th, I should say. Shea's been closing up over the last few corners, made the gap work down in Blanchimont, and is currently right up behind him as we're going through El Rouge and Radion. It's whether or not he can keep within that window. He's a little bit further out than I think he probably wants to be going up here, so I don't think this is going to be the move down Kemmel. I think this is going to have to wait a little bit further on until he gets into that 3/10 window where the draft is really effective, and currently he hasn't got that gap, so therefore he cannot make the overtake. So there we go. Nearly into the last hour, 11 minutes before we reach the hour, 15 to 20 before we reach the rain. 15 to 20 before we reach pit stops.
Yes. So, there's another drive-through. Car 88 has got a drive-through as well. I'm not. Okay. See that there. Right. Yeah. So we gotta wait for. I'm guessing. Well, I'm not seeing on the steward sheet, so I'm guessing that is for track limits. That one 8, and they're in the pits already, and so is car 6 clearing their drive-throughs. So lots of information coming at us and trying to. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to get a replay, I think, of why car 6 had that moment. Van der Velde is 2.1 to 2.2 behind P2 now. So that's slowly closing down. The gap between 3rd and 4th isn't, but we know that because Blyer is, still within the same amount of distance between Van der Velde, he's also catching P2. So he's on to Blyer, car 10, the championship leaders are on for, it's a great battle on stream here, isn't it?
Yeah, Shea there really is putting Gates under pressure. I think he's definitely probably sweating in them gloves he's got on his hands right about now, I'll tell you that much, because he is under all heaps of pressure. And Shea has got the 2:10, 3:10 window that we are talking about round La Source as he comes down into El Rouge and Radion shortly. And I think this could be a move into Lagoon. He's flashing, which annoys both of us in the booth, but we'll get over that. We'll look past the flashing as they come down the Kemmel now. The gap is closing all the way down. Where's he going to go? He's going to go to the right. He left it very late. But as we said earlier on, the inside becomes the outside, becomes the inside again. So Shea Gates has still got the option. They're going to...
I thought we were about to see a repeat there of somebody touching someone else's rear quarter because they didn't leave each other enough room. But because right, so here we go. Here's what happened to number 6 to get that drive-through penalty, I believe, is what we're being shown. Here we go, round the back of the circuit. We're following the 88 car, I think that is ahead of us. Yeah, I think it must be. There must be contact at some point. So 88 holds its, sorry, the 8 even. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, and there's also, right.
second lot. Unicorns are loving the grid finder car, I believe.
Yeah, so there we go. The grid finder car's had a bit of a beating today at certain points, and either by itself or by someone else's volition. So yeah, not had the best of rounds, unfortunately, for them. Van der Velde continues to bring that gap down as we look at the race leader, the Gas Heat car, 149. They just been, honestly, just another level. And I kind of, I mean, I know we've had this before, like Unicorns of Love, I think in round 1 we're on another level and just, you know, just took the race win, and they were at Bathurst. They started in pole. We were thinking, oh, car 111 has got to drive through. They're in, I think they got that for speed in the pit lane. Maybe, I don't know, but they were in the pits and then got a drive through. So I don't know. That might just be my mind playing tricks on me.
No, they were just pulling off on the right hand side there as we were on board with Malinowski. They were going off onto the right hand side. But I suppose for them, unfortunately, for that drive through, not only they got the drive through, we've also got the pit window coming up, so they're going to lose another chunk of time as well, which is now why they're all the way, Banky is all the way down in 30th place currently as well. And they did have a drive through earlier on, and then not that, they also had a stop and go. 30 seconds stop and go, but they got a drive through and a stop and go, so they dropped down to 25th with the drive through. And then they dropped down to about 33rd with the stop and go. And now Banky's got another drive through, and they've obviously got to 30th because we've obviously got cars that dropped out.
Well, I mean, they've had a very, very eventful race tonight.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think they probably need to have a rethink and look and kind of refocus on what they're going to do for the next round.
What would you think of that, though? We're not expecting, you know, driver briefings. You might get, you know, the likes of Yazheed, Williams Esports and some of the other top teams. But if you've just joined the series as a group of lads, put together a team, you haven't got the resources of all these teams, you know, are you expecting, though, Paul, would you expect a mass driver debrief after from them, or are they just going to turn around and be like, meh? Well,
no, I'm not like it's not. It doesn't cost money to have a conversation amongst yourselves, does it?
No,
right?
it doesn't.
Like self-reflect, right? I mean, as I've got older, I mean, people look at me and think I'm only 21, but I'm not, you know. And but in all seriousness, I mean, it's a lot old. As you get older, I mean, I'm still an idiot at times. Anybody would tell you that. I'm a big kid, but as I've got older, I've also kind of started to appreciate how you could self-reflect and how you can achieve something or do something better, right? And in my line of work, I'm always looking for things of how, okay, we've done that, we messed up, that wasn't great. How do we do it better next time and not repeat that mistake, right? And that's what you need to do is just have an honest conversation with your teammates. Put your hand up, say, look, I've made a mistake. I need to do something different next time, because they've been involved in a lot of incidents, and I'm sure there'll be other teams that are also involved in a lot of incidents. But it's in your power to change that. It's a bit like I say, right? Like at the start of a race, if you're always on the attack and you're putting yourself into precarious situations, the chances are you're the one that's you're gonna constantly have problems at the start of a race, right? Because you're putting your nose in where you probably shouldn't be, as we're watching Samuel Rax at the moment for Kawana.
Mate, this is for position over the 96 Honda there of Healy. They got close together a few times. We're coming in to the back around Franier before we go into Paul Ferrer. Double right handle in on the Blanchimont. Oh, there's Paul in the background there as well. Are you going?
No. I've just been told there's not going to be any rain, but I can still see rain in 10 minutes. So I'm like, oh no, I want rain. Listen, can I just go back to what I was saying? Sorry, I know there's actually the thing is, right, I think you don't need to be a Williams Esports, right? I mean, you're not going to have an engineer, but it doesn't take you an engineer to say, hey, look, you know, like, you need to be, when you're doing X, you need to be a bit more careful or think about the long gamers. Oh, we see a little bit of contact between these two.
Made it through. Like Kyalami Gaming did make it through over here. That is the battle down for 25th and 26th place there as well. So
the 96 Honda was running higher up earlier on as well, so they've had a bit of a tormentous kind of second half of the race. But yeah, like, you know, like just think about some of the things that you do. I mean, when I did my first ever real kind of online league, I was terrible, right? But I was able to adjust and make adjustments to how I drove, and some of that comes with experience as well, right? And I think we can't forget that. I don't know how. I mean, while some of these guys are fast, I mean, I've raced against people that consider themselves hot lappers. You get them in a race situation, and they are terrible. Right, because all they do hot laps is they just go, and they might be quick over one lap, but actually do they have the consistencies of like the guys we're seeing for Yas Heat? Are they able to judge a situation in front of them? But then there are other people that whenever I'm following a car, can't brake at the same braking point. You have to brake a little bit earlier, right? If you're quicker than that car, you'll still get past them. There's no point pushing too hard where you're going to make a mistake. But yeah, I mean, why can't these guys get together and have a chat and break it down? I mean,
not everybody likes criticism.
But it's not criticism. It's if you put it in that kind of terminology, immediately it comes with a negative connotation, right? So
hold on. I didn't quite mean it like as if they can't take criticism, but some people can't handle other people telling them that they're doing something wrong, because that's they all think that, you know, everybody thinks that, I'm not saying everyone, but people come together and think that they're doing the best that they can do, but they don't.
Yeah.
But whereas if you had a team manager in the middle saying, right, you're going to talk, then I'm going to talk, it's a bit different to three lads.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right, I'll give you that, but at the same time, if you're taking this competition seriously, you've got to put your ego to one side.
Yeah, I agree, and that's, I think,
again, I know a lot of these guys, you know, I know some of them aren't, so, you know, that also does come with age, it comes with maturity, and it also comes with life experience, and also it comes with race experience as well.
Yeah, so
right?
I do that with pretty much anything I do. Like if I'm in a race and I've had a bad one, I'll watch the replay back and figure out.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had those moments where I've gone, oh, that blooming idiot, blah, 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 and then, you know, and actually I've looked it back and gone, oh, actually that's on me. You know, in the heat of the moment, I try really hard now to not have those like ranty moments, and I just go quiet now and just try and focus on getting back the position that I've just lost, or I get angry at myself for making a mistake. You know, I get as angry at myself that I do at anybody else causing me harm, and then just kind of quietly just sort of vent now rather than try and vocally vent, because that doesn't do any, you know, nobody wants to hear that.
I think that's the thing, you know, as you say, I do that with pretty much anything I do. I do it with whether I'm racing, I do it with a broadcast, and I'll sit and watch the broadcast back and think what I can and cannot do. But as you say, you know, we're probably older than these super quick youngsters driving. Unless somebody's going to message me in chat and go, there's a driver at the age of 57 or something.
I know of a guy that's in his 70s.
Yeah, no, fair point to him. You know, as we can see a freeway going on here.
Yes.
Oh, this is going to turn out from Team Ballast Esports.
Does he get a flag for car 71 out there, though? I don't know what's happened to them.
Yeah, Gridfinder again is locked in the action. Will they come out the right side of the action? Only time will tell. As these guys are taking it free wide. We've got a Kyalami Gaming on your right. Gridfinder in on the left. And in the middle is car number 163 there in the mix as well. That's Kalauska.
Oh, there's a car that's went off the back there. I don't know if you spotted that, but I think that was 38. Yeah, 38 is off. It's got quite a bit of damage at the front of their car.
Go back. Oh, I thought Kyalami Gaming, they were going to come to contact as well, and then they managed to make it through. So that got a little
driving.
A little
good
bit.
Driving.
Yeah, they managed to make it through.
That's brilliant driving. Can't wait to see what people think about my running in chat when I go in there. Oh no, commentator curse. Yeah, of course, there's always commentator's curse. Okay, so Blyer, he's definitely making headway now. He's brought that gap down between him and Van der Velde to 2.2 seconds. So, I don't know how that's been achieved, so I'm going to have a look and see if I can spot like a bad lap. But I mean, Van der Velde, to be fair, has dropped. I think it's dropped back a little bit of Van der Velde, of Miato even. Apologies.
Yeah, this is the replay we were talking about from those setups here. Ended up in the background. We can see the freeway battle from Kawana, Team Ballast, and Grid Finder.
So we've got to keep an eye on the Honda in front, apparently.
Yep.
So
left-hander. Oh, whoa! He Tokyo drifted the last left-hander of Blanchimont before that car just unfortunately took. Well, can you say he took evasive action? Because otherwise they would have made contact, but then would have
potentially,
a little bit easier than going into the nose deep into a barrier at 270 odd kilometers an hour.
Yeah. So Van der Velde is in the pits.
He hasn't really made the moves we thought he was going to make over Miato. We talked about him a few laps ago.
Well, I think he brought the gap down in a great way. You know.
No, I'm not putting the guy down. I'm just saying when we were moving forward and saying about it was dropping at a rate of knots, and then over the last, he's not gone, is he? His last what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be interesting now because you know how I said about the weather and what you would do. So in about approximately 10 minutes, the weather report is saying rain, right? So we've got our weather radar like we do on F1 and we're watching it, we're watching the blue all over the map. But then in 30 minutes, it will then dry up. So is it towards the end of the race? Is it going to stop raining?
And we're going to have pit stops in about the next.
Well, yeah, but I think the thing is we got to remember is that the air temperature is now 14 degrees, the track temperature is 16, so it's clearly not going to dry up as quickly. It might be damp at the end of the race, or it might be proper wet. We don't know, but I mean it's not going to be. Doesn't look like it's going to be heavy rain. So it's going to be. Yeah, I mean this is the spice of life, isn't it? I mean I mean this is what we came here for, right?
Absolutely, and it is Spa, so it was obvious we were going to get it at some point as well. Blyer up in 3rd place currently at the moment. So he's made some moves through the order.
We know when we were talking about flashing lights, somebody put in Twitch chat, if you watch some of the in real life racing, some drivers flash every 10 seconds. And they're right, they do. But, you know, I'm not a real life race driver. I haven't grown up with being flashed.
No, me neither.
And obviously people asking, you know, same guys asking what, or women, I don't know. They are also flashing in real life. Why shouldn't we flash also? You know, like, yeah, yeah, okay, all right, it's a fair point. I just don't. I could have an opinion though that I don't like it. Doesn't mean I can't stop you. I can't stop you from doing it. But I can have an opinion. I don't like certain things. I don't like salmon, for instance. You know.
Do you not like salmon?
No.
No, I don't like salmon. I'm not a big lover of salmon. I haven't told the missus this when she cooks me salmon dinner, so I have to sit there and eat it. But I'm not a big lover of salmon.
Dad's probably pulling his hair out at the moment, thinking, why are they talking about salmon? Here's the rain. It's here.
Out
of nowhere, here's the rain. Right.
Round about the pit stops as well. We are literally on the pit stop window. Can McCormick capitalise and go straight in and be one of the first drivers onto the rain tyres here tonight? Because we've only got 54 minutes. We knew it was coming. What is he going to do? Can he go straight in and get off them dries? He's going round again.
It's not going to be It's not going to be wet yet. It's too early to put the wets on.
You're going to make a move, ain't you? You know.
Yeah, but But
yeah.
they're just going to overheat, James.
Oh.
Oh, look at this. I mean, I'm watching Car 38 trying to get with Gridfire. They're all battling again. Yeah, that's in what's going to be tricky conditions to start us off. When did McCormack get the fastest lap? I know that was the 124. That was his swapped car, isn't he? Sorry, it's not McCormack himself. It's his car. So he did. They on lap 116. Ignore me. I forgot. He's in 124 who took the fast lap before. That was what was called a brain fart, as what Dan Terry would call it. So.
Yes, he did call it earlier. That was, to be fair. Van der Velde there with a 2:16.615. I know we're saying they don't need him straight away, and I can see Dan typing as well, telling me that they don't need it straight away. But it's just about the preemptiveness of it all, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, there are some cars in now, so it'll be interesting to see whether they put wets on. But the problem is if you put them on too early, and you're right. But I mean, there are moments where once you pit, by the time you come out, you're going to need, because the pit lane's so long, you are going to need wets, right? But it's about trying to get that right. You don't want to go too early, and you don't want to go too late, and that is very hard. We see it in real life racing. We saw it with Lando Norris last season, just sticking on the slicks a little bit too long in F1, and then he had, spin gate.
He just committed to it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He should have been in ages ago.
He didn't listen to his team, bless him.
No, he didn't listen to anyone.
And it came to, but Yas Heat's going round once more.
I don't know if that's the right choice.
The thing is, no one knows, right? That's the problem. Sometimes it is a bit of a gamble. But they've got a minute. They're a minute ahead of P2, which is currently Blyer. So, what did 124 put on? They've got wets on because they haven't got the colour on the wheel. They've gone with wets. They put them on.
Yeah, I would have taken that chance as well.
Yeah.
I think.
So, what I would do is just keep an eye on McCormack's lap times, and Malinsky did a 2:25 last time round. What did McCormack do? A 2:27.
So clearly going around again wasn't the right move.
Potentially it might come to bait, but are they going to lose a minute?
No, they're not, are they? Let's be real. Unless
they have a moment and a puddle suddenly appears, but it's not raining hard enough for that to potentially happening, right?
Yeah, we're going to get tyre information. Will be with us shortly, guys, as well. So we will bring you all that information when.
I want to get that information. Where do I get that information? I want that information. Right. On my app to have that information.
I'll just wait until it's given. Because I'm patient. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah. So, okay. Riker's in the pits. Or Richter? Forget every time. Richter. See? I should make a note of that. Richter.
Left on the left-hand side. In Vanier already. Oh, it's another squirrely moment. I think that track, the time for wets is now. And I did discuss it earlier on. There are cars sliding around. Miano from GTWR Go setups there as well. Richter is in the pits. Unicorn of Love. I think the time for wets is now. He's got his cousin car behind him at the same time. And this is Miano on the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh, predicted lap time for Malinsky is 2:31.
Yep.
For McCormack, it's 2:26.
Needs to get through. Leave him alone. Oh, needs the pit lane entry.
There he is. He's in. He's in.
Needed in. Whether or not he left it too late, only time will tell.
Blyer's on for 2:26 as well. So they've pitted at the right time. Those guys. Yes, Heat's left it too long.
Yep.
But like I say, they got a lot of time to play with. So
I think he would have done that on the 2:25 that he had previously. I think that was possibly the wrong call, and they needed to get that.
Oh, that gap is coming down. 48 seconds, 47 seconds. 46. Oh, it's like a ticking time bomb. But they won't. Yeah. They will literally just be tight. So it'll just be they'll just be stationary for 30 seconds.
Yeah, but it's whether how far is Blyer back? Dominic Blyer.
43 seconds.
And he's coming down Blanchimont now. He's going around the left-hander under the bridge. They're not even stopped yet.
No.
He's got to run the end of La Source.
But he's going to have a short exit though, because he's all the way around the other side.
Yeah, but he's still got to get him on, and he's not even stopped. Blyer's coming into the bus stop.
Wow. Oh. So
Blyer's he ain't stopped.
this is Apex. Yeah.
Oh,
he's in.
So he was driving that pace and he wasn't in the pit. So the next one would be Miato, who also hasn't pitted either. So really, we're looking at the pit lane, people.
What?
What
is going on? Why?
He has. Oh, he has. Miato.
Supply had a pitted.
No.
Oh.
Blyer did not pit. Miato has. He's coming now. He's in Bagné before we go round Paul Ferrer.
So Miato's a 50 odd seconds back. McCormack's 18 seconds back from him.
Yeah, no, yes.
So yes, he are the lead of the race.
Yeah, they're still going to be safe.
Oh, I thought Blyer had I thought they pitted. Oh, damn it.
No, so
I thought we were going to get like a last minute kind of. Oh, they've still got to actually pit. Oh, blimey. Okay, Pfeffer is on the back of McCormack though. There's a battle for P4 that's hotting up. Unicorns of Love, car 14.
They have pitted. They were going in earlier on.
Yes, they have pitted, yes. 108 seconds their pit stop was.
Has McCormack pit?
Yes, because he wasn't in the car. Remember, they swapped driver because I had that confusing moment about them setting the fastest lap.
Oh, yes.
I had that brain fart moment.
Yeah. Was it, wasn't he? So this is actually a battle for position from Tobias Pfeffer in the Unicorns of Love. McLaren trying to make the move on the inside of the Williams Esports. Ferrari into La Source. Sit there, you put him off. He's put off, he ran a little bit wide. Is Pfeffer going to get this job done at the end? Lacoum seems a lot closer now. Gaps down to below coming up to below 1/10. McCormack looks a little bit out of sync at the moment. Running down now, down Camel. He's dropped back a little bit on a poor entrance into El Rouge Madion, and he's not going to get it this time around. I don't believe he is going to successfully make this move. It would be a big old send if he sent it back from there.
But I don't think we're going to get a new fastest lap of the race.
No, but then again, we said we haven't got long brain, haven't we?
Supposed to stop in 30 minutes.
Yeah. So that will leave us a 15-minute window where it all could just go completely wrong again.
Yeah, it could go a little bit bananas again. Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out, guys, as well. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere as we're entering into the last 45 minutes. If you are on YouTube and you're not subscribed, hit the thumbs up, turn on the bells. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button as well, because you're not going to want to miss any of the action that's been brought to you from this great series here today with myself, James Parfitt, and Paul Glover in the booth, bringing you all the action for the last 44 minutes.
Let's be honest, you want to hear more of our voices, so yeah. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button on the old Twitcheroo.
Absolutely.
Pfeffer then, was making some gains.
Still making gains.
He's kind of fallen back just a little teeny bit. McCormack's definitely got some pace, but they've got some back markers coming up ahead, so they can play a part, and Pfeffer's got to hope that they can use those to his advantage. But yeah,
Pfeffer went in hot there, didn't he? He went in deep as anything on that one.
People are wondering whether Unicorns of Love or Car 14 is running a setup more towards the rain. I guess it's hard to know.
We did talk about that earlier on, actually. We did say whether or not we were going to get a middle balance of rain, more opted towards rain, or we're going to be that balanced rain to dry that's more suited for both. Again, we're not in the car, so we can't really specify on what they've done.
Oh, he's a lot closer now. He's in the slipstream down the Kemmel, but there's a back marker as well that gets out of the way, but I don't think he's able to.
Can't go right.
Kind of use him as a bit of a blocker.
Yeah, he couldn't go to the right because that back marker would have been there, but the back marker went right and went left. That kind of gave the Williams Esports team a toe down Kemmel straight, keeping them ahead of Unicorns of Love for this one, this specific lap at least. Whether or not they're going to get that again if this back marker moves, I suppose, coming round.
There's a few more back markers ahead. Is that car 72 ahead of? No, that's 68 ahead, but there's 72. And even car 10 is just round the corner as well, not far away, only 6 seconds up the road. So, and that's P3, that's Blyer. Okay, so we're getting a bit of information here from race control. Rain to stop in about 10 minutes, so we predict that the teams will stick the wets out to the end and go puddle hunting for the remainder of the race. Okay, so it's not 30 minutes, he's right, it is now 10, it's changing, so...
But that's what we said, they're going to have to go puddle hunting, which is what we expected when I said to you they've got to look at coming in early. This is not going to help McCormick or Pfeffer here. Two back markers in the way, one has made themselves quite comfortably out the way. There's one car that is not making it easy in an area like now. He could have made that easy, and
that's car 68, so they're currently in P12.
Yeah, that could have there could have been a lift, couldn't there?
Yeah,
there could have been a lift down Blanchimont,
because what you're doing, right, is because you're not doing that. That's exactly what's going to happen, right? Because you're antagonising.
Yep.
You're annoying the car that wants to get past, right?
Yeah,
and they're going to take more and more risk, and then there was contact there. So here we go. McCormack is now under pressure from Pfeffer. This is what we saw last time. The gap is even smaller than last time. He's in the slipstream of McCormack. Let's see if he's able to pull out and make a move. I don't think he can.
No, he's not. The problem is he's coming up through El Rouge Madion. He loses a lot of time under that McLaren. For whatever reason, that McLaren does not cope with that little section of track. Yes, there's now more back markers in front that can play a part. See, there you go. Follow his one. Jump out on the run down into Rivage. Just move to the side. It makes it easy.
A bit more information coming our way. So car 21 has benefited pretty well. The gap that they have between themselves and car 10 has gone from 2 seconds to 14. And also car 14 has also benefited catching up car 124, as what we're witnessing on screen at the moment.
Yeah, this is the battle for 4th and 5th. We've got McCormack in the Williams Esports team. And we got Pfeffer from Unicorn of Love in the Ferrari and McLaren, respectively, to both of these cars. We did predict that these two cars were the strongest cars to be using at Spa currently at the moment as well, unlike some of the unfavourable cars. However, we do have a Honda out in first place under the Yaz Heat team on the hands currently of Malinowski, who, as we know, is no slouch, speeding along somewhere off a different planet as a driver compared to the rest of the field. And now we've got the same battle going on as they're coming down Blanchimont with another back marker in front of them.
So it's McLaren versus Ferrari, and then ahead of these two, it's another two Ferraris. Been a very popular choice for this round, and between rounds, you know, the teams can change car. Yep. So it does mean you can sometimes get a lot of a certain car on track, but it also means that you stop the complaints from teams that drive, you know, cars need bopping and whatnot if you give them free rein with regards to which car they can choose. So here we go again.
Yeah, watch out through El Rouge and Radion. The Unicorns of Love car does not like it for whatever reason, and doesn't manage to hold the gap. There you go, on that second entry.
Oh yeah.
He drops back on that second entry, and he doesn't withhold the gap. Now, obviously, the Williams Esports team is benefiting from the draft from the back market in front as well. So that's also not going to help the Unicorns of Love car. There's not going to be that move that he's able to make. Now, the question is, the Unicorns of Love car has got to go through with him. He's got to go through. You've got to go through, otherwise you're going to lose too much time.
I thought the car 72 didn't make that easy there.
There's so much more that we can see that things they should do to compared to what they do to Paul, and it all gets frustrating, especially for me up in the booth when he could have just lifted off the straight and allowed them through before I go on a 10-minute rant. But you know what I mean? Come on.
I can see that Lucas Burke is now in the 22 car, the Honda, and he's putting Shea under pressure. That's for P16, P17. My live timing has got them in a very strange order at the moment. It's got 8.
Flickering around a bit.
Yeah. But something's happening somewhere.
Yeah, I'm questioning it quite a lot at the moment because I don't think anything is correct currently, but I'm just waiting for it all to pan out and quiet down, and then we will catch up with everything that's going on. The times on the left-hand side are doing the same thing, so they're not really going to bring you the information we're trying to gather at the moment as well. So we've got the interval gaps between cars at the moment, and as you say, some haven't got times and some have. So we'll just try and bring you all the action as we can. See Dom Healy, Wild Things Racing here as well in 27th in the Honda, chasing down Grid Finders Hartman. You can see the spray on the windscreen makes it literally near impossible. Hartman has gone over to the right-hand side of track. He's left a little bit of a gap. Surely Healy's not going to go for that. As they come down into Lagoon, they're going to be too wide. Now can Healy ride it round the outside? I thought he was going and he didn't. And it's tucked in back again round the exit of Lagoon on the run down into Ravage now. Healy is looking racy, Paul. I think this is going to be, if Gridfinder don't take that inside line, I think Dom Healy from Wild Things Racing there is going to literally lick a stamp, put it in that corner, mate, and he's going to post it and send it like crazy.
Yeah, no, indeed, and he just got a little bit on the curve there. I think I unsettled his car. I'm still keeping an eye on the McCormack and Pfeiffer battle, and a moment ago McCormack into the bus stop just got a little bit squiggly, and you know, potentially nearly lost it, but managed to catch the Ferrari and keep it facing the right way. So good for him that he didn't throw it away. So just to bring in kind of update on the gap. So the gap between first and second is around about 57 to a minute. Blyer then he's 14 to 15 seconds back in P3 from Miato, who's in P2. McCormack, that we did have on the stream a moment ago, he's 6 seconds back from Blyer in P3, and Pfeffer is literally on the bumper under the rear wing of McCormack, then followed by Stapleford, who's about 16 to 17 seconds back from them, and Orgorogov, who's in car 41, he's 21 seconds further back there. Rogers, he's in a McLaren car 11, he's 22 seconds back, and then Edda is nearly a minute back from P8, and then Tazvinska Haka in Aston Martin in the top 10. Have that. Car 33, he's 5.5 seconds back from P9. So the field is pretty spread out at the moment. The rain has come. It's caused a bit of disruption to people's strategies. We've got 34 minutes of the race remaining. It's now stopped raining. It's interesting what's going to happen next, because are they going to stick with the wets? Are they going to start to overheat? Are they going to have to start finding the wet patch? It is colder than it was earlier on, James. In the next 34 minutes, we're going to find out.
I think, to be fair, it stopped. The only advantages is with Spa is there's different lines that you can take through each corner per car. So I think to have all of a sudden you're not going to get an F1 dry line because there's so many different lines around here. So will they go puddle hunting? I think it's going to be questionable. I don't know if they're going to be able to ride this out for 33 minutes.
I don't think so either, James. I agree with you. It's already, the track's gone to damp already.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to ride this out for 33 minutes. I don't think if they did, it'll be a brave man. Maybe Yaz Heat might have a go. We saw them coming late into the pits for the rain. Are they going to be late changing over? Is there a possibility that they could lose it by not going in at the right point? But as you say, it's drying out. You know, it's still got its window wipers on. Obviously, the spray coming from the car in front, so it shows you that there is still spray coming off. So it's going to be a tough one for these. I think we're really going to get a better idea, I think, within the next 10 minutes, whether or not these cars are going to make that change. And I think it'll only be if McCormack spins or loses it or gets a big slide on, I think we'll be able to tell whether or not the tyres are going to last. I think they're going to tell us what they're going to do, because I personally don't think they can ride out 32 minutes.
Well, no, I don't think of it. With the volume of cars we've got on track, those, you know, the wet tyres are built to disperse rain, right? And that's what they're going to do. And we saw in qualifying how quickly the line started to appear. Now, as I've already mentioned, it is colder. You know, it's 6:42 p.m. You know, in game time. So the track temperature and the air temperature are a lot closer together now. So it's not going to clear up as much. But with 33 cars still on track, I'm expecting a line to form, maybe potentially within the next few laps. And I wouldn't be surprised with 10 minutes to go. Some teams have got some difficult calls to make. Pfeffer is right on the back of McCormack. He's ridiculous. He's 0.1, 0.2, and he's fast around here. But as you rightly said, James, going through Radion and Orange, he's going to make a move on the inside into the bus stop. He hits the apex. McCormack gives him the room. There's a little bit of contact on the rear quarter. Now he's on the outside. But McCormack's round. McCormack is round. Unbelievable. Is he going to get away? Yes. And away he goes.
He kept the position from Stapleford. Unfortunately, Stapleford could not capitalise on the fact that we've just seen McCormack from Williams Esports go round at the bus stop after contact with Pfeffer.
Was there further contact? I couldn't quite work it out if there was further contact or whether he just had a moment by himself. As we look at Luca Burke in the Sim Rocket Racing, once raced for race department, I believe, as well in a SRO series. In the Lamborghini, he quite likes the Lambo, if I remember rightly. Yeah. So being told he lost it, McCormack lost it himself, and I think that's probably because he was on a tighter line, put the power down in these tricky conditions, and the rear wanted to come around and say hello. So yeah, you know, it wasn't on the traditional racing line, you see, and that's what happens if you don't adjust, you know, what you do with the throttle as you come out of the corner. Really unfortunate of him. He's had a solid race, but you know, his loss is Pfeffer's gain.
Do you think he could have? Do you think he went into that mindset of, oh, I don't want to lose this position, even though he had the run of La Source, he had the run of El Rouge Radio de Camel? Do you think that the rush of blood got to his head and he turned around and kind of just went, I can't lose it?
Here we go. Here's a replay. So this is what we're going to see. So Unicorn's Love on the right hand side. There is a tap there. Unicorn's Love does go a bit deep, and yeah, he's on the curb, maybe.
Yeah, it looked like it's weird, didn't it?
Yeah, maybe it's on the curb. So, I mean, to be fair, I mean, you know, like, he didn't really do, I mean, he gave Unicorns of Love enough room, and to be fair, it was right to do it because Unicorns of Love, Pfeffer, did miss his braking point. And I said that earlier on as well, like, sometimes you forget, like, you're behind another car, your line is slightly different, you have to adjust your, you know, where you're braking.
Yeah. Going into Lacoon, didn't we? And I said to you then, was it the point that he ran in a little bit deep? Has it kind of swung? Unfortunately, we're not really going to tell where the car itself is unless we can get a chopper view over the top to see where he's positioned that car, whether or not he was on the curb. At the moment, he's hit the accelerator, and we are, don't get me wrong, we are saying the track is drying out, but the curbs are not going to be drying out as quick as the track is due to the fact that they don't ride the curbs. So if it's accelerated on a big curb and it's a wet curb as well, he definitely sent that car round. So
okay, well this story's got a new chapter now. The chapter is Pfeffer's going to catch Blyer at the current rate. So now that he's got past McCormack, he's now into the 2:26s. That was 2 seconds quicker than Blyer last time round.
Right, so there we go. We've got chapters being written. The story is being written.
Rewritten? I don't know. Yeah, chapters being created. I don't know.
Don't be pedantic. I was going off on a spiel then. And
sorry.
Can I go back to what I was saying now?
You can.
Thank you. So we got chapters being created, even though they're written, but we won't tell Paul that. We're going to have more chapters than a Harry Potter novel, I'll tell you that much. There you go, now you can talk. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, someone's saying in chat, you know, it should be a penalty to Pfeffer, but honestly, I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree with that opinion. And if I'm one of these people that Dan would tell you that if I think someone deserves a penalty, someone deserves a penalty. So here's another view of it. So here we go.
What's that there? What's his rear left?
Yeah, it's the curb. It's the curb. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, the play joke. Pfeffer ran into his line. Should be penalty comes in. No, definitely not.
Yeah.
No penalty, I don't think.
If McCormack had been spun for that first entry, you know, then you might go, you know what? Yeah, that does warrant a penalty for Pfeffer, but there wasn't. You know, and sometimes rubbing is racing, and like you said, McCormack made a very similar mistake in his race earlier on when he was trying to get past someone. So
yeah, he did it to somebody else into Lacombe. I can't remember who he did it to, but he ran in deep into Lacombe.
Exactly. So
it cut his nose off as well. So it's kind of a, you know, we sit back and say racing incident. Some people will sit back and say it's karma. Others will sit back and just be like, well, you know, that's it. It is now how McCormack deals with that himself. He's managed to hold the gap to Sick for Stapleford. He's got like 9 seconds gap, so he's managed to hold on to that. He managed to get the cars, didn't lose any positions, so he's got to really kind of just put his head down and see what he can do. But how is Pfeffer doing over Blyer? We're currently down to about 4.7 seconds.
Yeah, so last time round, Pfeffer did a 2:27.3 and Blyer did a 2:27.7.
Yeah, so 4 attempts pulled out again.
Yeah, not the 2 seconds that we saw previously.
Yeah, because they were massive, weren't they? They were like 2 seconds long.
Yeah. I see that the Earl of Ipswich is in the Twitch chat, and he's being observant as always. It appears to be wet. Well, yes, it stopped raining about 5 minutes ago now, probably.
Yep, and we are expecting a dry line to start materialising. Whether or not we'll get the drivers going in to the pits to get their dry tyres on, or whether or not they're, as we've all put it here in to today's broadcast, whether or not they're going to go puddle hunting, basically. So who knows? I don't really know. Are they going to be Peppa Pig searching for puddles, or are they going to go and get their dry tyres on? Who knows? But we're in for a cracking ending, and we've only got 25 minutes left of it here tonight. So guys, if you're not here, if you are watching on Twitch, please hit that follow button. If you are watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, turn on the bells for notifications, and give the video, the broadcast, a big old thumbs up as well. So we have predicted rain in 30. We've only got 24 minutes left, so we might not see any more rain before the end of the race. Okay, so we're going to be now, this is it. It's going to be what they're going to have done to them over this period of time, and whether or not they're going to get that dry line that's going to allow them to go and put on slicks there as well. We think we're going to be talking about pitting. Teams are talking about pitting within the next 5 to 10 minutes. We'll have to keep an eye out on that one as well, because we have predicted, and me and Paul have said, that they may not make it, and I've got a funny feeling some teams are going to have to pit. So we think they are going to have to pit, which could really shake things up. Stapleford BMW G2 Esports here in the BMW. Currently trying to chase down McCormack from Williams Esports car number 124. McCormack did go off He's just passed Yeezy Sports there behind him as well in that lovely two-tone livery that we've so much come to love here on the broadcast today as well. So yeah, just he's managed to, Robbie Stapleford there is got past the car without any dramas. So yeah, that's the story so far. Stay tuned, because you're not going to want to miss any of this action. Paul, 23 minutes. We've got a prediction. The sun's out. The track's dry in. 5 to 10 minutes for pit stops. You're going to get interested in the last probably 15 minutes then.
Yeah, isn't that interesting as Pfeffer takes a bit more time out of Blyer as well, and but I think he's just had some kind of moment. He's got there's a slow Mercedes there on the Kemmel. Didn't quite catch who that was. 88 that was. Didn't quite see what happened there. Yeah, I mean, you know, we go.
Where's he going?
I don't know.
Track goes right and then left.
Car 7 has a drive-through. So power. That's unfortunate. So yeah. So it's going to be interesting, right? So the track is currently damp. Look, I mean, as I predicted, I think these guys are going to need to come in for dries. I mean, it still looks pretty light out considering the time. Obviously, it's the time of year. I'm just comparing it to now, obviously being September. It's getting that little bit darker, a little bit earlier now already. And these guys are going to have decisions to make. I can see a little bit of spray still coming off the back at certain parts of the circuit. And as I'm keeping an eye on McCormack, and Stapleford is around about 10 seconds behind him. Pfeffer is losing time to Blyer at the moment, and quite some rate as well. He was, and now it's just come down. I don't know. But yes, Blyer to Miato, that's 13 seconds. So I don't know. Let's just see how this plays out, really, James. I don't know what to expect right now. Max lap speed, 274 for Williams Esports. That's car 124. Racefield on the same with on car 888. Koala Gaming, car 7274. And then Team Ballast Esports A, car 563 with 273. And that's the same for GTWR Go Setups, car number 21.
You get a 275. Just needed a 275.
It'd be nice just to kind of like, just sort of have a little, you know, spice it up a little bit.
We're hitting 274 constantly there as well. Earl of Ipswich in Twitch chat. Can't pot there. As I say that in my best Somerset accent. Can't pot there, sir.
Yeah.
Said that a few times on the broadcast as well, man.
Yeah. As I look at the Yassi and he's missed
the tyres.
I don't know. I mean, look,
he ain't made a drama for the last whole race, mate. The whole team hasn't.
No.
If you have one drama, I'm going to put it down to, is he losing tyres already?
Don't know. I mean, look, the track is looking dry already, isn't it? But I mean, there is a dry line and it's damp either side of that line. It's really hard to know, in all honesty, James. Thing is that they've got such, they don't have to move first, right? Because they've got such, I think
he's going round, he's puddle hunting, mate.
He is puddle hunting, yeah, he is. Yeah, but then a lot I saw cars doing that a lap or two ago. So, but they're going to have to come in for tries. They're going to have to at some point. And I did say I reckon 15 to 10 minutes. It might even be a little bit sooner than that. But are we going to start seeing cars diving in? The thing is, once you see one, I think you'll get a domino effect.
The problem is though, if they leave it, because they left it, Yazheat left it late on their wets, right? We said they left it late. If they leave it late again on the dries, mate, they could be right under the cosh with people on dry tyres. Yeah, you know, they've got 1 minute and 4 up the road, but it only takes, if he's lost it going down into the bus stop, it's only a chance he could lose it again completely on his own. And the car behind Miado might go in and put on dries a lot sooner. I think we're under agreement that they're not going to make the end, but I just, do you want to be that kind of person that dives first? Because you've got to make a decision, right? And
Well,
you'll only know.
I mean, you're the man that when it started raining was trying to tell people to go in and take a risk, and now you're being a bit more cautious.
No, they would have done. I reckon if they'd have gone in, right, which was only, I like to point out, right, because I wrote this down. It was only 2 laps when I said about them going in they all started piling into the pits.
Okay.
Okay. So it was only 2 laps when I said that I think they need to start going in just after it rained, and you were like, it's not wet enough, and I was like, well, I think it might be, and then they all started going in only 2 laps later, and yes, he left it late there. P4 has got a drive-through. Fefa has got
Fefa, no!
Yeah, for track limits.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah, they've got a drive-through for track limits. So poor old Fefa there from Unicorns of Love is going to be losing that 4th place, possibly the 5th to Stapleford as well. I don't think he's going to lose it to...
Oh, we've got a car in the pits, car 41.
Yeah,
Igor. Yeah, for dries. He's going in for dries. So there we go. So this is the first car to blink.
Yeah.
And so I will keep an eye on their lap times and compare it to the race leader. But I reckon we'll now see other cars going, you know what, if they've got in, we're coming in too.
Mate, the thing is as well, if he goes out on that, if he goes round this one and then goes out on his next one and does a low lap time, they're going to rush.
Oh, yes.
You've got
it's a bit like when you watch, an underdog Formula 1 team being the first to go, and all the big teams are sitting there watching the lap times. Like absolutely goes, here he goes, he's out. So he might struggle for the first lap. He's got to get the temperature tyres up. I mean, as we know, the track temperature is way down on where it first started. This is always a tricky bit here, is you coming out of the pits. But he's
dry line, straight on the dry line. Look,
straight on.
He's got to run that line. He's got to be almost as if he's on a Sky Electric, and he ain't going.
He's got drive-through for speed in the pit lane, though.
Oh no! No!
Right.
Well, that ain't good.
So car 33's in for dries.
That ain't good, is it? That just killed all of our drama.
That killed all the hype, didn't it? That killed all the hype.
Literally, right as we were talking about it.
Yeah. So car 33 came in. They were P10. They're now P12, but they're dropping down the order while they're in the pits. Of course, that's gonna happen. They're in the trusty Aston Martin.
Rolling along in 12th place. I know we've got me play joke in YouTube. Fefa penalised himself after all. So there you go. He did penalise himself, yes. But he, I don't know. We're waiting for the next jumpers, really, aren't we? Hacker's in. He's going to be taking dries. We can't really get a gauge from Igor because he's got a drive through.
It depends if he comes in straight away or whether he decides to.
Is it going to make a difference for him, though?
I don't know.
How long is it 3 laps? He's got to take it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's within 3 laps. So he might go. Look at the line.
Or he's a bit tricky around the back of the circuit for him. That's where it's wettest at the moment.
Yeah, but they're chasing the line. Triton Racing will chase that wet line through Blanchimont. To try.
Right, he's going straight in to clear the drive-through.
He's got to.
So.
What is everybody else? You cannot go for 14 minutes. They're going again.
Well, he has to. Hours in, so the Kawana race gaming are in for dry tyres as well.
There's Fefa going on.
Fefa's going to clear his.
Yeah. Is he taking his drive through?
Well, I'm No, it's still on there. He's got clearing it now. He's clearing it now. This is what this is.
He's clearing that now, but then he didn't pit before, did he? To get dry tyres?
So I've been told that the guys on the dry are setting the same times as the wet in sector 2. So that's the crossover now. So dry has got to be the way. But I think sector 3 is where the problem is. So
on that section.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where the challenge is going to be. Where's the race leader? He's round the back. He's round the back of the circuit. He's coming up to the bus stop chicane.
Williams Esports chased puddles down Kemmel.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Oh yeah. So the race leader continues again. He's sticking to the wets.
I don't know if that's right.
No, I don't think. Well, I mean the gap is going up though. I mean it's not coming down.
Yeah, but if Mayato's still on wet tyres as well, it's not going to go down, is it?
No,
I think Mayato make that move now. I think Mayato needs to make that move now before. If he's not at the bus stop yet, which I don't think he is, I think.
No, he's not. He's round at forget his name. Hold on a second. He's round at the camp. He's now on to Kerfull. Now he's on to Blanchemont.
Yeah. So if I was him, I'd dive in now, knowing that the Lely's gone round again. I would dive in round. Dry guys said.
Nothing to lose. Well, he's got second place to lose, to be fair. But
say do not expect them to pit. I don't think they can keep going. It looked like Robbie Stableford here was almost crawling to try and get that car round Lacombe.
There's a yellow flag. Car 88 is round again.
Gagliardini.
Call him Luca. It's easier. Yeah.
I've got to put myself out there with 11 minutes remaining just to give it a good old try.
So we're being told by sources they reckon P1's going to stay on the wets, and I think they're probably right because they've got the pace. But it's the people that are kind of in the mix, third, fourth, fifth. I mean, the problem is like, are you going to gain 10 seconds a lap if you go and pit on the dries right now? There's still a bit of spray around. The track is now greasy.
Don't forget though, Miato
not quite dry yet.
Miato was doing 217. If Malinowski's still going round at a 226, they're only going to get what, 5 laps, 6 laps? Can they they're not going to pull in 65 seconds in 6 laps. No. But they can go 10 seconds quicker, so they might get it to 50. But they've got to make that decision soon. I think you leave it any later, you've missed the opportunity of even trying to make a dent on the 65 seconds that are already out there.
47 and 8 are in the pits. They've got nothing to lose. They might as well take the option. So here we go. This is a replay. Yeah, of the 88 car. Oh, that's unfortunate. So that's 38 that unfortunately got collected there. No, it turned up in the steward's sheet. So, interesting. Okay, so Olgarokinov he's on a lap now. So he's had a couple of bad laps because he's got his drive through.
What's the
race leader's doing 226s. I'm going to see what the race leader does in comparison.
What's his predicted? Have we got a predicted for
yeah, there isn't much difference in speed at the moment between him and the race leader. So the race leader was still quicker than him in sector 1. So predicted is, where is he? He's there, he's 13th. Predicted speed at 2 minutes 30, and the race leader's doing 226s.
Yeah, what's McClare doing down in 14th? Because he's another one that went in, didn't he?
Okay, let's have a look. That's popping up. So he did a 228 last time round. So again, not going any faster than the race leader. Predicted lap this time round. 221. Oh, interesting.
So he's 7 seconds quicker than the leader.
Yeah, predicted at the moment. Yeah.
So he's on a predicted 2:21. So he's going to be over the last few minutes.
He might gain some places elsewhere.
Yeah, he's only 80 seconds behind Igor, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, McCormack's causing a yellow flag. P4. I think he's got going again. Didn't quite see what happened. So,
right side.
and it's right, you know, on Kemmel as well.
So coming up over the gap as we see Patel in 12th here as well, having a interesting battle with Wuchek in front of him again, puddle hunting down the right hand side of Kemmel Straight because these are not pitted, so therefore they're still on the wet tyres with 8 minutes remaining.
Oh, here's McCormack losing it. Yeah. Just luckily caught it. Great bit of driving to keep that going in the right direction. Fantastic stuff. So it's moment. I mean, literally, that yellow flag was like a moment. I mean, you know, good eyes from me.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing like playing your own trumpet live on stream.
I've got one behind me in a case. Do you want me to,
if you don't mind, yeah, if you don't mind.
I'll play you a tune.
This is interesting because obviously you've got wet tyres on. You want to make the move, and if they're hunting down the puddles, one of you's got to come off those to make the move, right?
And there's quite a lot of dry line through Fagnier there as well. As these guys head down into Paul Ferrer, they're going to be looking at trying to get into the wet if they can. It's not much of it, but it is kind of there, guys. You can see the visual dry line here on Spa. So we've got these drivers on. If you have only just joined us, they are on most of the drivers are on wet tyres. Because of the fact that we had that flurry of about 20 minutes, 25 minutes of rain that did soak the track. We are now into the last 6.5 minutes. We've got a dry line approaching. You can see it visually on the circuit. The drivers are trying to hang this out. So they are all going puddle hunting on this Spa circuit, which is why it leaves Patil in a difficult situation because he's got to be able to try and make the move. And the only way he can make that move is by going on to the dry from the wet. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can hold this tyre or if they're going to burn it out on that dry line, trying to get past the front with Wuchek there as well. So keep an eye on this one as we head down through El Rouge. On the base of the hill, we're going up now. Over we go, up through Rally and on to Camel. One of them's got to either defend or the other one's got to drive. Patil has got to go dry. Try and make this move. You can see him hugging the right hand side. There's not much of a spray coming at us at the moment. He's closer, he's closer, he's closer. He cannot make the move. The Audi in front comes out. And I thought Patil was going to go into the back of him there, Paul. He just can't take the chance coming off that wet line, can he?
No, it's a challenge for sure for David Patel. I don't know what you're gonna do, and you know, a good final position with 5 minutes to go. Do you take that risk, or do you settle for your position? But these guys are racing drivers. They want every position that they can get, and this is really the only battle out there that's worth looking at the moment. You know, there's quite a few gaps, and I think those who have come in for the slicks, it hasn't really made that much of a difference.
No, because McClare's not really setting the timing tower alight currently, is he?
No.
There is Igor in front. Igor went quicker than the leader last time round by about 2 seconds. We're expecting McClare to start going a little bit faster as well. Overall, the only thing they really can do is possibly look at trying to gain places to go forward, but the gap just looks like it's an unclaimable gap that they're going to manage to get ahead. We will keep an eye on their times, but we have only got 4 minutes, which gives us about 2 laps here at the famous Spa-Francorchamps circuit. up in the forests of Belgium. Had that main facelift this year as well, and man, it did get confirmed that it will be on at next season's F1 calendar. Nice brightly coloured parts they've added to it now. They've just got some zigzags.
It's good to see some gravel back where it belongs. So just a worthy note, car 68. So that is your Slava Ukraini by BGR team, currently being driven by Tadaz. They're taking back-to-back wins for the qualifiers, and for the championship they are P1 85, P2 will be 41. Sorry, they are P1 even. 85 will be P2 and 41 will be P3 for the qualifiers. So if it stays how it is right now, we've got 3 minutes to go. I could have just given it all a kiss of death.
You could have done.
Could have done. Yeah. The commentator's curse.
That we have no control over, but somehow we make people spin.
Yes, that. Yeah.
I'm not sure how that happens.
No. 68 is Beaver Grease Racing officially, by the way, I'm being told. I just read what was on the screen in front of me.
Looking at this battle for Batil, I cannot see any way round the Audi of Wojciech in front of him. However, I am seeing the leader either slowing down here because he's been under pressure from this back marker, and pretty much up to everybody up to, where are we got, 7?
Is that the Kialami Racing guys? Yeah, it is, car 7. Yeah.
So everybody up till about 7th has been lapped anyway, and Kialami Racing are trying to take...
Don't touch him, don't touch him, don't touch him, don't touch him, please. Please don't.
Do you not...
What?
Blimey, do you not think though, from the Kialami game, you know, their point of view, as Dan was in with me earlier, he said if they're quicker, they have the right to go for a move.
Yeah, they do, but then.
I know, they've got to make it cleanly. The problem is for their ego, making a move over the leader is a big boost for them, but I don't like the idea of them actually making that move over a team that clearly has dominated today's race.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to the car number 7, but they haven't had exactly a clean race today. No. So seeing them behind the race leader like that makes me a little bit nervous.
And that isn't disrespectful, guys. We're here just to call it as we see it, and that's how we have seen it with myself and Paul and Terry in the booth, and Dan popped his as well. We are just calling the action as we see it here up in the booth, and that is one of the things that we have seen today. Kialami have been involved in some incidents, so therefore the nerves are rattling up here in the box.
So leaders on the final lap, so that's worth keeping an eye out on with 41 seconds to go. But there's also a couple of battles, so between 12th and 13th at the moment, 11th, 12th and 13th is hotting up for the last lap.
Yeah, this is the battle down in 31st and the 32nd. No, the 32nd. No, that is an Aston Martin. That is not a Mercedes.
Yeah. So
that's a lap. That's a car being lapped there. That's Dom Healy being lapped by one of the Aston Martin. I do wonder if that is McClare, car number 33, who is the other driver on dries that went into the pits with Igor as well.
Igor's just been overtaken by the BMW. Hold on, the Audi. I'm confused. Well, the live timing is telling me, but somebody got past somebody.
That's some point on the circuit.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
There's an Audi involved. There we go. It's updated now. So the BMW is now ahead of the Audi. The Audi's currently struggling, but he's being chased down by Pertile in the Ferrari, or Pertile.
So that is the battle there as well. Pertile is still up behind Igor in the Audi, still not making moves. He cannot get off the wet line that is on the late move. He's defended too late. Oh, look at that! That was a no good.
That was a late defensive move.
Yeah.
I think.
That was
So,
more reactive
yeah.
than proactive. I've got to put it that way. And if I was Patil, I would be not looking at. Well, I don't know if I'd let him back through. That was late.
So, right, we're here on the leader. Then he's on the final lap into the bus stop chicane for the final time today. 6 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. Here we go. Malaninski, he comes across the line and takes the checker flag and wins round 3 at the Spa-Francorchamps.
All done and dusted, and I've got to be honest, they literally deserved it from halfway through the race as well. This is still the battle with Patil and Igor here as well. There was that late defensive move that was more reactive than proactive. I've got to put it that way. Igor is in front, and it did not let him through. Wuchek there as well made the late defensive move. As we see Miyato coming round as well, is going to take second place today. Good drive by them though. They did what they needed to do, didn't they? They moved up through the field, moved up into that second place, and once they got there, they kind of cemented it and held on to it.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due. I didn't have them pegged as one of the top finishers, but I mean, where did they started quite. I don't know where they started. I'm trying to find them on the initial. They started P12, so that's good. That's some good gains, gaining 10 positions, so that's decent.
Yeah, Dominic Blur comes across the line for Triton Racing in third place.
They should be pleased. They should be pleased with that. And McCormack then is also coming around the final corner to cross the line and take fourth. Eventful race for him. Still solid. Solid finish. Their team shows some decent pace at certain points.
Last stop dive.
And
There he
also
goes. There he goes. Stop the car.
Stapleford just finishing ahead of those guys just on the track as well. But yeah, a good battle by these by Pertile and Lutzkacek. It's good. Decent racing.
A last one dive there, mate. Got to be honest.
Yeah. So some fantastic racing, wouldn't you say, there, James, to kind of bring it all to a final close, right? Is some fantastic stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw the kind of pinnacle of what a team could do within an endurance race. I think at the end of the day, the guys at Yassi dominated all the way through, and I think we called it earlier on. We did say that they could just end it, they could just wrap it up, and it would be, stop the race. It's done with 2.5 hours left. And I think at the end of the day, they could have done really, but they just absolutely dominated today. That team is so strong. They're drivers all the way through. There's not one driver that you'd sit back and think, oh, that could lose some time. They're just meaty all the way through it.
Yeah, just another level, as we've already said, and we've used superlatives to describe them many times, and we're kind of running out of them really, and it just goes to show that they are the team to beat when they're on their best, like they were today. They kept their nose clean as well. They got ahead of the race. They took P1 and they never lost it from then on. So yeah, fantastic stuff. And as where as it starts raining now at the end of the race, that some of their competitors weren't as fortunate. Had some moments where there was contact, had their own moments where things didn't go quite so well, like Pfeffer getting the speeding in the pit lane and things like that, and which, to be fair, I mean, he was in P4 when he got that. Still finished a very healthy P6 championship leader on the bottom podium step, so it keeps them in the mix, doesn't it? So yeah, some great stuff.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well as the fact that obviously McCormack had that spin that we saw in that battle with Pfeffer, and he still managed to hold on to the fourth place. And I think it just goes to show that they, they've got that resilience to be able to perceive with what's going on, and I think that's probably the good side of what we've seen of driving, as well as somewhat questionable side on some things, on silly mistakes, on decisions and things like that people could have made, should have made, could have made. Who knows? It's all, the end of it is 6 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, also, I mean, it's very easy to sit here and judge things on what we see, and as we mentioned, like giving our opinions on what we see, but we're not in the driver's head. We don't understand what they're seeing and what they're processing at their time. But as I said earlier on, I think it is worth for the teams to kind of get together, whether you're a professional esports team or whether you're a qualifier and you're just a bunch of people that got together because you're all fast. Like, have a look at it, see what you could have done better, whether that be something around your setup or your strategy or how you drove your race. Because it's not to call people out, it's not to pick on things, it's just to look for areas to improve. Because if you don't raise that bar, you're never going to aim for that, and how are you ever going to get better? If you settle for what you've done today, then how are you going to progress beyond that? So yeah, I mean, look, I mean, and as I said earlier on, some people are more experienced than others as well. It takes time, it takes experience to learn and adapt. But you've got to be willing to do that if you want to be at the top and be at the pinnacle of esports, sim racing. Then that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that they're going to have to do. We are going to have some interviews into the chat with us shortly as well. So
yeah, they get to hear our delightful voices, and we get to hopefully see and hear them. We might just be hearing, but yeah. So we've got Mr. Stensko. Am I butchering your name every time, Mikhail? Is that
a bit?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
it's fine.
I apologise. I've been told many times how to pronounce it. From your point of view, how did because you started the race today for your team? How did it go from your point of view? You just seem to be on another level today.
Yeah, we've got a very good mixed setup. Like, we didn't really expect it to be as good on the tire wear, to be honest, but we've kept like the same pace throughout the whole stint. Like, not the same, but like not more on like 4/10 of a drop off, or like 5/10, which is super good. And then like there was enough gap to not risk it in the end with slicks, and it wasn't, I don't know, a good race for us.
Yeah,
quite flawless.
Yeah, indeed. You just kind of got the lead at the start of the race, and you didn't really look back, did you? Did you feel like you had any real pressure from behind?
Only when making a decision about tire change. Like, it was a safer decision to pit for wets when it started raining, because it wasn't really like a rain till the end. So we had to look back at the gaps and see what's safer. And obviously taking wets is safer because the car is very more stable. And we did that and stayed until the end. That was good because the track was cold enough for wets to work. And it was, yeah, good cold.
So that's why you stuck with the wets at the last stint there, right? Is because the track temperature had dropped so much since the start of the race. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Appreciate that insight. James, you got any questions?
Did you think about pitting? Because we had this discussion in the booth, and me and Paul, both of us said that you guys might have to pit. You know, was it an option? Did you actually think that you would need to?
I mean, yeah, of course we had that thought, but it was 14 degrees air and like still greasy track, I think, until like last 3 laps. So in the end, the air temperature was the fact for us not to pit.
Well, there we go. We got your teammates in the booth as well. Malinowski, welcome in. And George, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
We're doing great. Yeah.
What a day.
Well, you kind of. Oh, what a day! That was just like a Sunday drive, wasn't it? You know, out with the
Oh,
family.
it definitely was. It for some reason it kind of felt like that. We just had great car that we just enjoyed driving. So, we just did our job well. I did really good quality. I was really happy with that performance. Misha did amazing opening stints. He double stinted, built up a really great gap, and then we just kind of really just brought it home from there. In the rain, the car was also amazing to drive. Like Misha mentioned, we had great setup that worked in all of sorts of conditions, really, really good. So it was just comfortable and really nice to drive, really enjoyable to drive. And the whole race, the whole event was really, really a really enjoyable experience.
Yeah, because you guys were just literally cruising halfway through. George, you took over the car after Malinowski was in it. You must have just sat back and thought, this is like Christmas, isn't it? You can just get in the car and cruise.
Well, I've been at a wedding today, so for the first 2 hours of the race and qualifying, I had no idea what had happened. So I had a fair few cheeky beers, came home, jumped on the rig, and apparently we were 30 seconds in the lead. So I was like, okay, I've got to now not crash and ruin this. So there's a little bit of pressure there, but no, the car was great, it handled well, and thankfully I wasn't off the pace even after a few cheeky ones. But
I tell you what, if you've got that pace after a couple of beers, that's just unfair, because I can't get anywhere near that level of pace when I'm sober, let alone after a couple of beers. I have to ask you though, George, whose wedding was it, and were they okay with you leaving to go and do a sim race?
Yeah, so it was one of my friends' wedding, but well, the reason we had to come back is because I've got a daughter, and
right,
she couldn't be left for too long. But then also the real reason, yeah, it's obviously, came back for the race. It was all good. So
pure absolute dedication from you, George.
Yeah,
so,
yep.
that's what we like to see. Now, let's turn our attention to the next round. That's Kyalami. Is that a track you love or hate? Mikhail, is that a track for you or?
Oh, Kyalami. I mean, it's not really my track. I would say Spa is my track, but it's a good track. It's quite hard to overtake, so qualifying would matter more compared to this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to say. It's decent.
Kyalami is my favorite track, so
yeah. So
George is gonna be giga there.
I'm gonna try and
George
send
is very
it.
good.
Oh, I mean, I'm a big fan of the track as well. But as you say, it is a challenge for overtaking. It's a completely different character, isn't it, compared to Spa?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a complete flip on the cars used, because here obviously you need cars that are good in the straight line and good in corners, and so you've got the Ferraris, the Hondas, McLarens, but it's going to be a bit of a flip at Kyalami. You're going to see Audis, Astons and Porsches really at the top of the field, Honda again. So it should be a nice little mix-up, get people in different cars, and see if they can adapt.
Were you surprised?
We should be okay though.
Were you surprised by the amount of Ferraris or the lack of Hondas tonight?
The lack of Hondas was surprising, because the pace, it's insane. I'd like to say, I'd like to sit here and be like, we just drove better, right? But at the end of the day, I think we all know that this car is just unreal here, and I think a lot of teams were put off it because it is a little bit sketchy here and there, and in the wet people were a bit unfamiliar with it, but we put the time in and we realized it was quicker than anything else in any situation. So I was surprised at the lack of Hondas, but the Ferrari's good. It's still a really, really solid choice here, but if I was to ever do this race again, it would always be in the Honda right now.
Still four or three cars behind us were all Ferraris, so it was really good call to go for that car for many teams. It's a car that many people know and know how to set it up. It's good both in the dry, it's known to be good in the wet, so it felt like a good call considering George said, Honda can be tricky in the wet, but we managed to tame the beast, and the result came.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much for you both, all of you, for joining us. Thank you very much for, showing us how it's done, and we will look forward to commentating on you all for the next round. I think October the 15th is the date. So thank you very much for joining us and letting us ask you questions.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Cheers.
you very much. Thanks for having us. Looking forward to the next one.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So James, that was interesting, wasn't it? I thought, not like, just absolutely brilliant to hear from them. So James, do you want to take us through the results?
Yeah, so in the qualifiers, Beaver Grease Racing has currently got the lead on 70 points. In second is WPS Racing Team on 64. Team Racing Point in third on 57. Simware Pro by VDES is in fourth on 56. FTW Racing Team on 52. Get Closer Racing Pro on 51. Racefield down in seventh there on 49. West Competition Racing on 45. Racefield 2 on 42, and Simulation Esports, I'm sorry there, at the end. So overall in first place, currently Triton Racing, they are on 69 points. Williams Esports in second on 67. Unicorns of Love in third on 55. Unlucky this time around, got that drive-through penalty near the end. Yaz Heat with their outstanding victory today in fourth on 55 points. Virtual Drivers by TX3 on 42. BMW G2 Esports on 42 as well. GTWR Esports 2 on 36. Veloce on 36. GTWR Go Setups also on 36 points. Beaver Grease Racing on 30. Team Racing Point after that on 25. Unicorns of Love 2 on 24. K Kramer Racing Esports on 24, Carbon Sim Sport on 29, Simware by Pro by VDES on 19, WPS Racing Team on 18, Whipperman Racing on 14, FTW Racing Team on 13 in 18th, Racefield in 19th on 12, and SDL Esports Logitech G are in 20th place on 10 points.
Yeah, so it's close there, isn't it? With both the quali guys and the overall standings. So yeah, really close. Some great racing, and just great here from the winners tonight, because I felt they didn't come across as cocky. They came across as confident, didn't they, in themselves and the practice, everything else that they'd done, and truly believed that the Honda was the best car for them. And gave us a bit of insight to what we might see for the next round in Kyalami.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They, as I say, George said it there. He touched on it, and he said it wonderfully as well. That they could have come in and just been like, "Oh yeah, we were the better team. We won. We were faster. We were this." But they weren't, were they? They went out and they just physically said they were surprised that other people didn't take the Honda. It was so quick. It was so good. It was a little bit sketchy in places. Maybe the other teams couldn't handle or tame the Honda like they can. And the Ferrari was the obvious choice, but they went for it. They took a car that was different, and to be honest, they just dominated. If every team behind them needs a debrief, it is today, because you need to figure out if Yaz Heat are on it, and if George has said around and said Kyalami is his favourite track on the 15th, they're all in trouble, because. And he drove that quick after having a few beers. It's like
that's the thing. So like, leaves a wedding, comes and jumps in the car. But also that is like, so we got a bit some replays on screen for you now, and a race start and whatnot. But it's also the fact that Kyalami back markers will play that little bit more, because even as well as like it's easier to overtake at Spa. It's also easier to get past back markers. And Kyalami, as much as I love it, when you get behind another car, be it a back marker or something you want to overtake, it is tricky, and it's got a couple of really dangerous sausage curbs to look out for as well. So I'm really looking forward to it. I've looked forward to every single round, and this is the last round. The next one's the last round before Germany. So and actually at the SimRacing Expo, which I'm excited about. So
yeah, I think that's the thing. Kyalami is going to be a different prospect to what they saw here today. As you say, you know, it's the last one before the SimRacing Expo in Germany as well. And I think we've got a lot to look forward to, and I think the anticipation going into Kyalami is going to be absolutely massive. All eyes are going to be on Yaz Heat. They're all going to be seeing what they do. They're all going to be tracking what goes on within that team, because they have just given the field a lesson in driving. They've given them a lesson in how to pick the right car for the right scenario for the right track, and they have just done it. And I think people need to pay attention to what they're doing.
you're right. I think maybe we'll see other teams up in their level, up in their preparation, etc. Like you do when a team wins the Premiership. You know, the other teams have to do something in order to catch them up, and we may see something similar, and we may see the fruits of that in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, guys, that brings us towards the end of tonight's broadcast. So thank you so much. If you have been watching us in Twitch chat, much love to you. Don't forget to hit the follow button, and in YouTube as well. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on the bells for notifications. Don't forget to give the video a big old thumbs up. But guys, all that's left for me to say now is from myself, from Paul, from Terry, from Dan, from Mike, and everybody else here at the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. Take care, have a great week, and you never know, we might see you on the track sometime.
Cheerio.
Good night.